One year, Jill was standing in the prison room, with a locked iron door in front of her, showing no fear and a nonchalant expression. A voice rang out, questioning her. Jill Roseby, the Wicked Witch. Slowly, a figure with a covered face stepped in, then pointed directly at Jill's face with a serious, somewhat threatening look and shouted, "I will execute you." Hearing this, she felt no fear whatsoever, responding to him in a calm tone, "Aha, did you bring poison with you?" She remained indifferent, calmly stroking her hair. She looked up at the wizard holding a vial of poison and said aloud, "To assassinate me, huh? Hand it over." Her face was full of defiance as she extended her hand, ready to take the vial of poison. Without waiting for him to react, she snatched the vial from the wizard's hand, causing him to panic and exclaim, "Are you crazy, woman?" In a hurried tone, she said, "Stop wasting time." Without saying anything more, she grabbed the vial and quickly drank it all in one decisive gulp. The man was so scared, he trembled uncontrollably. "Are you insane? Who the hell is crazy enough to do that?" After finishing the poison, she wiped her mouth, then paused to savor the faint scent of strawberry milk. Her calmness made him afraid that something would happen to her at any moment. But as time passed, she remained unaffected, and nothing happened. He quickly snatched the vial of poison from her hand, confused. You're not affected at all? I heard that just one drop can burn the entire portal to another world. And yet Jill was perfectly fine? It seemed illogical. The wizard removed his face mask and drank the vial of experimental poison himself, wondering if he had accidentally grabbed the wrong one, as it was hard to believe. A person could drink the whole vial and be unharmed, or perhaps the poison was flawed? Not even 3 seconds after drinking the poison, the wizard hastily discarded the vial, clutching his throat and vomiting everything out, his face drenched in cold sweat. Looking up at Jill, he immediately asked, "What trick did you use to not have any reaction to the poison?" Jill watched him vomiting, his body trembling, while her expression remained eerily calm, almost mocking him. Jizzle sat deep in thought, then sighed heavily. Jellison was a villainess in the novel, a poison apple, with golden hair, sharp eyes, and a cold face. Back in reality, Jill herself was working overtime and secretly reading the novel she had written when she was transported into it. This was the novel she read to satisfy herself after long hours of chaotic work. The Poison Apple is a romantic story set in another world, where the main characters die, the supporting characters die, and everyone perishes without exception. She continued reading, and at that point, the female antagonist in the story was also the first to die. She had a tragic fate, being defeated and sentenced to death by the protagonists right from the start. The gruesome end of this evil woman was that she was poisoned by an assassin before being executed. After finishing work, Jill's real body was involved in a traffic accident, and the scene became as dark as ink. When she opened her eyes, she found herself in the body of Jill Roseby in the world of Little Blood. She gripped the iron bar tightly and burst into tears, mourning the fate that she was about to die again. This is it. Returning to the original situation, Due Seal was locked in a prison cell, being forced by a masked man to drink a vial of poison, opening her mouth and swallowing it. She silently thought to herself, as soon as she opened her eyes in this world, she was already locked up in a cell. The assassins really came here to poison Jill. After being forced to drink the vial of poison, she confusedly asked the assassin, "Isn't this strawberry syrup for kids?" The assassin was surprised that she wasn't affected. "What? They said this is a lethal poison, though. Did you just mix it up? How could that be?" After he tasted a drop, he immediately dropped dead. Seeing him like that made her bewildered and confused. I didn't understand what was happening either, and just stood there, watching him slump to the floor. From that moment on, the assassins began visiting me regularly, like they were going to the market. But strangely, no poison seemed to have any effect on me. She sat there, watching the assassin who had died from tasting the poison, feeling helpless. Why do they all drink the poison directly to verify it? It seems like the brains of these assassins from this world don't have any folds. At first, I resisted fiercely, terrified of drinking the poison. But after adapting, I started drinking it down like water. Because if I didn't, they'd make a fuss like little kids crying for their mothers. On the contrary, while continuing to drink the poison, I realized that the taste of each poison was different. As I drank, she licked her lips, sighing in admiration. Wow, this tastes good? It tasted like apple yogurt. She wondered. It wasn't the taste of real fruit but rather an artificial flavor. Could it be because it's poison that it tastes this way? But when the soldiers barged in, thinking I had killed the assassins, they blamed me, calling me a wicked witch. However, after learning that both I and the assassins had personally drunk the poison, they lost interest in me. She cried and complained loudly, demanding justice for herself. I'm an upstanding citizen. When the soldiers saw the mess in front of her, they trembled in fear, unsure whether she was a witch, an assassin, or just mad. Many soldiers have come to her. Is the security too lax, or have they accepted too many bribes? Jelen sat, bitterly blaming herself. A rotten world, yet here she was, one of the bad ones. She sighed deeply, trapped in a dilapidated prison, subsisting on poison as food and waiting for the day she'd be hanged. She hoped that the next assassin would bring her a special, slightly tastier poison, maybe then, her mood would improve a little. Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and she jumped when she heard a laugh. Who's laughing? She asked, but no one answered. She wondered to herself, could it be the side effects from drinking too much poison? Indeed, being an addict wasn't all that great. Then another noise came. This time, she was frightened. What was that? Where is that sound coming from? Which ghost is showing up? Someone answered her, I'm not a ghost. Hearing this, she went a little mad, asking, is that really the laugh of a human? But what's there to laugh about? Jelen didn't know if it was a human laugh, but she kept talking to him even though she couldn't see him. Over there, even though I can't see you, if you're planning an assassination, could you wait a moment? I just finished a vial, and I need some time to digest it. Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, accompanied by the sound of peeling. A vial of poison appeared in her hand, accompanied by an urging voice. This vial only has a little, so it's fine. Drink it quickly. Seeing the vial of poison in her hand, she thought, did the poison just fall from the sky? The vial was thrown to her by him before he left, which made Jel angry. Wait a minute, hold on, are you trying to die? What do you mean drink it quickly? You're going to assassinate someone but you act like you're feeding a dog. This assassin's attitude is so strange. This time, the smell from the vial made her cover her nose. A sour, pungent stench rushed straight into her nostrils. Is it spoiled? Can you die from drinking spoiled poison? Despite these thoughts, she hesitated. She told herself, I've drunk poison before and didn't die, so it should be fine this time. She thought that if the poison didn't work, she would be stabbed instead. There were 1,000 reasons why she could die. Jizzle thought again, but she couldn't die like this. Besides, this assassin seemed to have quite a bit of skill. She even greeted him, hello, assassin. If I agree to drink this, could you help me with something? The assassin was puzzled she still wanted his help. She boldly said to him, yes, if I drink this and don't die, well, I've never died from this kind of poison. So, please spare me. He was surprised to hear that. Not dying meant sparing her life? She awkwardly added, what I mean is, can you help me get out of here? She looked up with an expectant gaze. That's right, she couldn't just sit here like an addict inhaling poison and waiting to die. Later, she might reflect on the reasons behind her current situation, but for now, she needed to find a way out of here first. Suddenly, he asked, do you think you'll survive once you get out of here? Upon hearing that, she was taken aback. He showed her the wanted posters with her face on them. She was known as the Wicked Witch of the Empire. Even if she managed to escape, the wanted posters would be posted everywhere. Her family had disappeared without a trace, and no one could help her. Whether she was stabbed to death on the street or died here, wasn't it all the same? She clenched her fist, trying to suppress her emotions, then spoke with a look of anger. What's with all this pessimism? Let me show you how to be a bit more optimistic. The assassin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oof. She ran her fingers through her hair and continued, although I've caused a lot of hatred, that doesn't mean there's nowhere left for me to go. Her expression softened slightly as she continued, if good people hate me because I'm a wicked witch, then I can work under the bad guys instead. The assassin, Li Shu, listened intently. Work? She and he continued talking. It seems like you've already formed an evil image in your mind. She confidently responded, of course I have. He's a truly wicked person, the curious assassin you mentioned. Tell me, if it's interesting enough, I'll consider it for you. Jello suddenly remembered, was there another villain inside the poisoned apple? She spoke up, Well, who? Who is it again? The assassin, seeing her approach and her incomplete reply, repeated, when you said that, Jay immediately confirmed. Ah, yes, that's right, it's that red name. She was curious, do you know anything about him? The assassin quickly responded, what a coincidence, I happen to know a little. As they were talking, another assassin growled, calling her full name, Jelen. Seeing the assassin with a grim expression approaching, she froze. This assassin was getting closer and closer, and there was a murderous aura surrounding him. I can't let a witch like you die peacefully. Dio was bewildered, this voice was nothing like before. He stepped forward to unlock the cell, and she suddenly held out the key to the cell. Could it be that the assassin was rushing into the cell, causing her to back away in fear? She even handed the key to the assassin? Those foolish, vile soldiers. He shouted loudly and began to assault her. The enemy of my fiancée, die in pain. Jaisei started crying and calling for Chumi-na, either crying or fighting. Pick one, will you? She gulped down the vial of poison in her hand, not wanting to be stabbed. After finishing the vial, Jay yelled, that faceless guy, can you hear me? I've taken the poison, come help me. By this time, she was crying loudly. I told you that if I don't die, you have to help me. That's C. The assassin appeared with a cold expression. I told you I would think about it, but I didn't give you a clear answer yet. A stream of magic enveloped the assassin's legs, leaving him bewildered. Ugh. Then, the voice of the mysterious person echoed again. But I have to admit, I'm a bit intrigued. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the assassin was dragged down into a deep pit. Jizzle was shocked. Was that magic? He had vanished into the darkness. Suddenly, the mysterious figure appeared in front of Jel, the assassin's brother. It was hard to believe that a cold-blooded killer could look so handsome. He replied, yes, I'm the assassin's brother. WFT froze for 5 seconds, still unable to understand what had just happened. What kind of assassin shows his face for the whole world to see? However, that still wasn't as important as making her the person she was now. Wow, a killer who's also good-looking? How the hell is that even possible? Suddenly, he bent down, catching her off guard. Ah, so it's here. He exclaimed as his gaze landed on the poison vial on the floor. She felt utterly helpless. Good heavens, this assassin is really trying to walk into death, isn't he? She thought to herself as she watched him pick up the poison vial from earlier. Jelm couldn't help but feel sorry for his movie star looks. Being handsome really doesn't help, he's just doing the same dumb thing as those other idiots. She quickly asked, so, do you want to confirm that you've taken the wrong poison again? Fortunately, he only smiled faintly and tucked the vial of poison into his coat. No, I didn't take the wrong one. It's just bad luck. Finally, there was someone who was both good-looking and smart, and a feeling of joy swelled within her. Wow! Finally, an intelligent assassin who doesn't drink the poison directly, she said, covering her mouth with both hands to stop the tears of happiness from silently falling. Such a touching, true story. he nonchalantly asked, as if it were nothing. Anyway, that's not really important. Then does that mean we can escape? She asked. He then snapped his fingers, and a beam of purple light appeared. Beneath her feet, a magical formation appeared, glowing brightly, with countless rays of light radiating outward, carrying with them a breeze that made her braided hair flutter in the wind. She was completely stunned. Ha! This is a magic array? This assassin is indeed a sorcerer. She recalled earlier clearly, if he knew Woro, the leader of the dark forces, could this assassin also be a dark mage? As she thought, her gaze fell on his handsome face, and she couldn't help but wonder. A bright purple beam of light shot down from the sky, illuminating a small corner of the town in the dimly lit night. The light disappeared, revealing the image of a man and a woman. Jay was slightly confused and unsettled upon realizing that he was no longer in his prison cell. This place is, he muttered, a faint smile curling on his lips. A shabby alley for a lady, don't you think? She could only scratch her head, slightly disdainful of the prison's surveillance system. That's not what I meant. I was referring to how you so easily escaped with your magic. Although I know the surveillance there is a bit lax, I didn't expect it to be this loose. A few simple spells like that, the prison must have been terribly incompetent. He gently replied with a face full of goodwill, so much so that anyone who didn't understand the situation might have thought he was doing a good deed. Do you want me to take you back to the cell again? She hurriedly responded, sweat pouring down, raising her hand in a gesture to stop him, hoping he would abandon the question he had just asked. He continued to fold his arms and replied, "No need, no regrets. You'll be recognized for escaping using dark magic. If caught, it will be an immediate execution. Otherwise, they'll issue a bounty for you, quite a large one at that." She could only silently think to herself, at a loss for words in this situation. Was it really necessary to say those words to someone with a face as gentle as the morning sun? Jalo stroked her small chin. It really was dark magic just now. Dark magic are the powers used by the antagonists in the poison apple, right? The body of Rosepin that I'm currently inhabiting also received help from dark sorcerers. The scene suddenly changed, and the image of two opposing young men leaning against each other appeared. The final boss of the dark forces, W, had gathered all the dark sorcerers to increase their power and to fight against the male protagonist. Jel, looking a little paler than before, was both frightened and curious about him. Could it be that you are a dark sorcerer? Do you belong to the Black Cloud faction? Because from what she knew, HCVN was an underworld organization led by W. At the beginning of the novel, the author only hinted at their presence through cryptic phrases like the black clouds gathered thickly. But slowly, the secrets of this organization were gradually revealed. Thinking about that, she felt a bit terrified, her body instinctively retreating as she hesitantly asked, "So, are you a subordinate of W?" He stood there with his arms crossed, his silhouette backlit, smiling faintly. Jel could only scratch her head in frustration, recalling the things she had done. Ha! Did I just yell at one of W's subordinates? And then confidently pat my chest, saying I would work for W? Oh no, what a disaster! How am I going to clean up this mess? Jay stammered, her hands clenched tightly, lifting them as if trying to cheer herself on to do something. Then what's your name? He placed his hand on his hip and replied, Ranayan. She became pensive, rubbing her chin as she started thinking, and then suddenly realized that Ranayan seemed to be a name that had never appeared in the poisonous apple. Is there a character with black hair and red eyes? I can't remember for the life of me. The final boss has silver hair, though. Jay became tangled up, unsure of who the person in front of her was, unable to recognize him no matter how she looked at him. The hell, why does this guy keep bowing his head like that? It only raised a huge question mark in her mind. She thought to herself, although she didn't see his face in prison just now, she could feel a handsome aura emanating from him. Even as a side character, he was blessed with a face that made one want to have 10 children. Anyway, among the names she remembered, there was no one named Ranayan. He was most likely just an unimportant character. Although all dark magicians worked for Black Cloud, each of them considered themselves the center of attention and operated independently. As for the character she was possessing, Jello had teamed up with a dark magician working alone, so Runayan was probably someone serving under another individual. Although things hadn't reached Highway yet, he would be able to report back on his wild claims. Therefore, it was crucial to resolve this matter smoothly before then. Jay forced a smile, scratched his face, and said, "Runayan, the employment issue I just mentioned hasn't actually been approved by your boss." He simply waved his hand in response. "I know, I won't badmouth you to my superior." Then he leaned in and asked, "But will you be staying here forever?" She was taken aback, unable to process what he had just said, and only responded, "Eh." Runayan pointed behind him, where she could easily see a tall tower. It was very close to the tower where she had been imprisoned earlier, and it seemed the search team would soon be deployed to find her. Jay panicked and sprayed hairspray stiffly when she realized that. Yes, it was true, it was very close to the prison tower. She had already used teleportation magic, but if she went too far, she'd be dead. Thinking of her own safety, Jay immediately flipped her attitude like a pancake and began to flatter him. "Fate must have brought us together like this. Can I accompany you for a little longer?" More than anyone, she understood how perilous her situation was. If she didn't escape quickly, she might end up on an altar, watching a naked rooster. The search team finding her was just a matter of time, so she still needed help from the one who had already assisted her in escaping the prison. He stood there, watching her, then asked, "Why should I do that?" She pleaded, "You know I have nowhere else to go. I don't even have a single coin left in my pocket. If you're going to help, why not help me completely?" He answered nonchalantly, "I won't do anything for free. If I help you, what can you do for me?" Her face grew even more fearful, her hand clenched into a fist, and her mood sank. Suddenly, a sound rang out, and they began to search every corner for the fugitive. It was clear that these were the people assigned to find GS. He then said, "The search team has been mobilized." Runayan rubbed his chin and casually said, "After thinking it over, maybe I'll just wait until your head is put up for a bounty and then hand you back to them." Upon hearing this, Jalang replied, "I can provide you with a lot of useful information." Runayan looked directly at her, his gaze filled with curiosity about the information she had just mentioned. Jalang quickly responded, somewhat awkwardly, extending her arm and pointing as if presenting a very tempting offer. "Well, you could get a promotion quickly because I have a lot of useful information." He became intrigued. A promotion through information? Seeing that he was paying attention to what she said, she elaborated further. "I heard you're a member of Black Cloud, and I know the future of some key figures." In her mind, she recalled a scene from the original story where the male protagonist and the antagonist clashed. "That's right, I know the plot of the novel, everything in the novel will definitely happen in the future." So, she quickly added, "Like, for example, the future of your superior." His blood-red eyes widened, revealing an indescribable surprise. But the next moment, he replied, "That's way too groundless." Jalang responded flustered. "Well, it's because I've ingested too much poison, so I've reached a level that others can't achieve." Runayan still didn't give up his doubts. "I've never heard of anyone who drank poison and then gained magical powers." She continued to justify herself, "It's not magic, it's more like spirit possession." He asked, "What exactly is spirit possession?" Jel, with a face covered in beads of sweat, hesitantly answered, "Well, when I drank the poison, some mysterious force entered my body, which gave me the ability to know more things than others." Runayan froze. His hair fell down to cover half his face, making it hard to tell what expression he had. Before he could respond to her, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Search over there." He glanced briefly, while Jay looked on in sheer terror, mouth agape as the group passed by. Sweat both from her and from him poured down like a waterfall. Jay nervously asked, gripping the front of his shirt, "You won't leave me, will you?" His expression darkened as he quietly replied, "Jel Rosebien, before being captured, try to use forbidden magic. She still didn't understand what he just said, her face showing nothing but fear. Hey, what are you talking about? She wanted to use the dark mage, who was working with her, as a sacrificial offering to gain power. She could only curse Del silently in her mind for her foolish actions. She slowly processed the information she had just received. It felt as though she had been sprayed with glue, her face freezing in disbelief. Isn't that dark mage the only one who agreed to help Jizzle? Why bring him as a sacrificial offering? This crazy woman. Renayan continued, dark magic has its own rules, and the same goes for the dark mages. I came here to deal with the mess after that guy got killed by Jello. He scratched the back of his head after finishing his sentence, his face slightly tilted. He continued to explain, I also need to verify whether the forbidden spell she used was successful. If it was, my job is to bring it back and study it. Renayan leaned closer to her and asked, aren't you curious what kind of forbidden spell it was? She replied without hesitation, not in the least. That was her thought at the time. Just hearing a little about it had already made her more tense. He suddenly lowered his hand from his neck. Just as she was standing there in a daze, he intertwined his fingers with her small, fair hand and answered his previous question. The collapse of the stars? She timidly repeated the name he had just mentioned. The collapse of the stars? He slowly explained, it summons forces that exist outside of this world and tries to harness their power. Jel still couldn't fully understand it, her mind was filled with constant questions. Huh? He continued. However, because this was a forbidden spell that had been little studied, there was a very high risk that the summoner would be eaten by the creature. Renayan leaned in even closer to her face. He asked her who she was. Jel's body wavered slightly, and the sharp features of the man in front of her came into full view. Jel looked directly into Renyan's eyes. So, if she were to summarize Renyan's words, she suddenly realized that she had been summoned to this world through Jel Rosbine's forbidden spell. Realizing this truth, she truly wanted to cry. She was just an ordinary employee, why did it have to be her? She should have chosen someone more suitable to summon, right? Why choose a tired, lonely, saintly old woman who had no connection to her at all? Renayan concluded, so who are you to know such important information? She said that she knew the future of some key figures. She hid the truth and denied Renyan's speculation. You're sure you know who I am? Of course, it's Jel Rosbian. Inside, she felt a little nervous. First, let me try speaking around it. Renayan didn't seem to care much about her words. He gave a warning, I want to hear that information. You'd better make a deal first. But, I don't necessarily need you to say it out loud. There must be other ways to get information from you, right? You've realized that too. Yeah, right. He'll definitely find a way, just wait and see. Renayan continued to threaten her. Do you want to know what prisons built by dark mages look like? She trembled, waving her hands. Oh my God, absolutely not. It seemed like he had mentioned earlier that if his forbidden magic succeeded, he would take her back for research. Remembering Renyan's cruel expression earlier, she clutched her head in fear. I'm really done for, am I going to be dissected alive? Her older brother, the assassin, had never said anything like that. I won't accept it, this world is too terrifying. She nervously smiled and spoke to Renayan in a flattering tone. I really value my body. How about you stop threatening me? I'll cooperate willingly. Why don't we do something to lighten the atmosphere a bit? Seeing her reaction, terrified like a little chick in front of a wolf. Interesting response. Renayan acknowledged. She wasn't Jel Rosbian. If she were her, she wouldn't have easily compromised like this. It felt like her heart was stabbed by something, shattered. Do you really have to slap me with the truth like that? So what if I easily compromise? Am I supposed to let you carry me into the lab? Renayan rested his chin on his hand and said, prove that you're worth something different. Instead of being hunted for a large bounty or letting me cut open your brain, why don't you try doing something more reasonable to show your value? She weakly replied, I can distinguish the taste of poison. Upon hearing this, Ranayan fell silent and muttered, the taste of poison. Then, he sighed and laughed, saying, for what purpose? Jel looked at Ranayan and spoke, your superior will be poisoned. Ranayan was completely taken aback by her words. She asserted, I can serve as the poison tester for your superior. Ranayan stared at her for a while, looking at her sincere expression. After a moment, he accepted her. Getting straight to the point, Ranayan didn't throw me into prison or hand me over to the soldiers. It was great, but he did have me work in a rather suspicious grocery store. As she observed everything in the store and glanced at the doll on the shelf, her body trembled. What? What is this? Is there an Annabelle version from the novel too? Is it cursed, I wonder? She slumped onto the table, sighing in frustration. It must be cursed, after all. So this place. She recalled the conversation from earlier, standing in front of a door. Ranayan had told her this was a shop selling cursed items. She spoke loudly, cursed items, why bring me here? She angrily demanded, don't tell me it's because I survived the poison, so you plan to use curses to kill me. Ranayan crossed his arms, considering her thoughts. I said this is a shop selling cursed items, not a place that's cursed. I can't just take your word for it. Therefore, you'll work here and prove your abilities. Ranayan explained the details of the job to her. Her job was to differentiate the poison sold here, in addition to greeting customers. She was doubtful, thinking that distinguishing poisons seemed just like identifying unlabeled solutions. Ranayan replied as if it were obvious, didn't you say you wanted to identify poisons? You'll have to try them all yourself before you can tell the difference in their tastes and smells. After finishing her thoughts on the earlier conversation, she angrily clenched her fist and slammed it onto the table. That evil man, if he hadn't made me the secretary of the final boss from the start, at least he could have made me a regular employee. It has been 10 days since I became a temporary sales staff at the store. At first, Ranayan would often keep an eye on me, but for the past 3 days, I haven't even seen a single strand of his hair. Jello sat at the counter of the store, gazing at the doll on the shelf, letting out a sigh. Boring. Isabel, you're the only one left beside me. A sudden voice echoed from the door. Joe, you gave that haunted doll a name too? He laughed and continued, just as the rumors say, you're definitely the crazy Lady Jell. She was taken aback. 1010, who was working as a delivery man for the grocery store in order to become an official dark mage, had to settle for doing odd jobs. But what does being a mage have to do with being a delivery guy? Her expression shifted. Hey, I'm not crazy. He laughed even louder. The thing is, a crazy person never knows they're crazy. She was genuinely angry now. Looking at Ten's mocking expression, she just wanted to charge at him and tear him apart. So, you must be crazy too, huh? He was the type who wouldn't recognize danger until it was too late, still teasing her. What's there to get mad about? I meant that Jay is crazy in a beautiful way. Plus, you even managed to become a temporary staff member at this grocery store. Seems like you're not just crazy, but also mean. She sat on the chair, slapped her hand on the table, and held herself back, no longer wanting to argue with this naive young man. I told you, I'm not crazy. She had wondered if this could be considered admiration. It seemed like Ranayan, the owner of this grocery store, was quite well known. His name no longer carried the mocking tone. He carried the box of goods closer to the table and set it down. I'll leave the goods here. She sat there, her voice flat. Is this really called a store? There are no customers coming to buy anything. It's all just deliveries. She suddenly remembered that many people had actually come to the store before, but they hadn't bought anything. The man reached into the bag on his hip to find something and spoke to her. Well, occasionally, people will come to buy stuff. He pulled out a bottle of green poison and handed it to her. And also, the poison for today. Looking at the bottle, an unpleasant smell wafted up. She covered her nose and took it with difficulty. Do you know durian? The man, hearing it for the first time, asked curiously. What's durian? She explained to Ten that it was a fruit with a smell similar to this poison. Ten seemed surprised and told her. What are you talking about? I don't smell anything. She froze at his words, as if only she could sense the fragrance and the taste of the poison. Renayan had once said the same thing: no one else could drink and distinguish poison the way she could. Having completed her task, Ten waved goodbye to the woman, and before leaving, he couldn't resist teasing her. Just as expected, you're the crazy Lady Jo, he said. Her mood sank, and she no longer felt like caring about anything. Now, Min didn't have the energy to respond to him anymore. Day by day, being alone in the shop made her gradually feel more and more bored. She had planned to stay quietly at the grocery store and not cause any unnecessary trouble for Renayan. But 3 days had passed, and there was still no news from Renayan. At that moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Could this be her chance to escape? Without hesitation, she stood up and took action. Even though Renayan might truly want her to stay here, who knows, on some fine day, he might decide to carve her up? Unlike the original story, she was still alive and might run into some of the main characters if she didn't make a quick getaway. She grabbed her bag and placed a few vials of poison inside. She would use these as a substitute for her 10 days' worth of wages. Holding the bag, she tiptoed to the door. She paused, took a deep breath. All right, time to escape, she whispered to herself. Then, she opened the door and stepped outside. Her escape went quite smoothly, the silence making her feel a bit suspicious. It seemed like he hadn't set any magic to stop her from fleeing? Because dark mages often leave traps, thinking she would be afraid of them, so he just ignored it? But the thought of escaping from this place made her not care about anything else. She ran fast, and anyway, she had successfully escaped. As she ran, she started planning her next steps. The villainous guests had once told her that if she bribed someone, she could sneak into the luggage compartment of a carriage. She had to get to the luggage compartment first. Suddenly, she stopped, her eyes wide in surprise. Was she seeing things? What was that? She was shocked to see a checkpoint near the Dark Forces grocery store. Ahead, a patrol was appearing, and the guards were posting her wanted notice. She couldn't believe it. How could the evil exclusive grocery store be so close to a guard post? What kind of logic was that? While she was thinking, a figure silently approached from behind and spoke, "What's wrong? Step forward and take a look." At these words, she immediately turned around. Renayan continued, "No matter how far you run, they'll find you." Looking at the face of the person who had just arrived, she shyly smiled and greeted him. It had been a long time since they last met, the big boss, but inside, she was thinking, damn it, caught red-handed, no wonder everything has been going so smoothly. Renayan put on a murderous expression and asked again, "Has it been 2 days since we last met? Or was it 3? The boss's gaze was even more murderous than the soldier's. He couldn't even pretend to hide it. Inside, she was still cursing him, but on the outside, she kept smiling and trying to please him, flailing her hands nervously while explaining, "I'm just clarifying to avoid any misunderstandings. I'm definitely not trying to run away." Upon hearing her, Renayan stroked his chin, seeming to understand. Whether she was running away or surrendering, in the end, she was determined to be hanged. She responded immediately, "How could it be just a walk? I just wanted to take a short stroll outside. I actually have a habit of exercising by walking 10,000 steps every day." Renayan said, "A walk, huh?" Hearing that, she immediately put on a walking pose to cover up the situation. It had to be a walk. She continued, "Let me show you, sticking with it will make you healthy. Wow, just 1 step and I already feel like I'm about to become a fighter." Renayan seemed to accept it, speaking casually, then those bottles of medicine must be your refreshments for the walk, right? His words startled her. How does he know? Am I being watched with magic? Can he see everything? She thought for a moment, then explained quickly but stiffly, well, taking a walk with poison in hand so I can always keep my burning passion for my work alive, you could say it like that. Ranayan thought for a moment and looked at her, his gaze threatening. What about money? Walking also costs money, doesn't it? She replied after thinking carefully, because I haven't properly repaid you, Sir Ranayan, that's why I want to buy something to give you on the way back. Her answer made Ranayan smile and he said, Sir Ranayan? You, if you're worried, you become all stuttery. She stammered, replying, how could it be? In my heart, I always respect you, that's why I call you Sir Ranayan. In her heart, she was screaming Sakakana, wondering why her social skills had never been stable. Ranayan said to her, back in prison, you always called me brother assassin. Now, you're trying to win over Ranayan? Let's bury the past and look toward the future, okay? Has it already become the past after just 10 days? She smiled lightly. 10 days is more than enough to slack off, boss. Just as she was about to say something, both of their attention was caught by the sound of approaching footsteps. The patrolling soldiers were coming to the alley, and she panicked. Are they coming here? What should we do now? In her panic, she quickly grabbed the hem of his cloak. Covering her face, Ranayan watched her actions before asking. What are you doing? She fearfully replied. The soldiers are coming, I have to hide, but then I realized this doesn't seem right. She grabbed his shirt and demanded. Boss, pretend like you're kissing me. His words froze Ranayan for a moment. She quickly explained. If I run now, it would look suspicious. Let's imitate the couples who are kissing passionately, they probably won't pay attention to us. Ranayan smiled lightly. So, in this situation, we'll look like a couple kissing in an alley to avoid being seen by the soldiers, right? Exactly. If you understand, just stay silent and help me. No sooner had she finished speaking than Ranayan pushed her against the wall. She looked at him, stammering. You suddenly pushed me? While she was reacting, Ranayan leaned in closer, his face so handsome that it almost made her dizzy. She gazed at him intently. What's this? Is this an attack with good looks? What's going on? Didn't you say you wanted it to look like you were with a lover? Her face turned red, and she couldn't bring herself to look him in the eye as she replied. It's not about copying a lover's kiss. It's about using this to avoid the soldiers. She glanced to the side, just in time to make eye contact with one of the soldiers, and she fearfully shouted. Out there! She was afraid he would blame her. If he intended to push her into a corner, he should at least cover for her properly, pretend to kiss her. Ranayan was completely unconcerned, asking her what was on the left. As she prepared to accept her fate, the soldiers walked past her without stopping, leaving her completely confused. Is it really just like this, they just walk past? They clearly made eye contact with me just now, don't they know my face? Or is it because their monthly salary is so low that they can't even be bothered to look at the wanted notice properly? How strange, they really didn't notice. At this point, Ranayan released her hand and walked towards the soldiers. She called after him. Where are you going? If you keep going, you'll definitely be spotted. Ranayan walked to the designated spot, stopped, and explained to her. It's fine. To them, this place is just surrounded by walls. It's because I've used an illusion spell. After hearing his explanation, she fell into deep thought. An illusion spell? In the original text, it clearly stated that if magic was used, the magic circle would appear at that location. Moreover, dark mages usually left behind an aura of gloom. It was through this that the two protagonists were able to track W and win the final battle, something like that. She doubted herself, could it be that her memory was faulty? No, she remembered clearly. She didn't understand, so she turned to ask him, why can't the guards see your magic? Renayan arrogantly replied, "Of course, because I'm stronger than them." She collapsed to her knees. "Couldn't you have told me that earlier?" To Renayan, honestly, she looked really awkward earlier, but I'd say she was cute to spare her feelings. But to her, I don't think it made her feel any better at all. "Ha, well then let's head to the grocery store and take care of the rest of the work." After saying that, she anxiously recalled, "That's right. Ha, I forgot I was about to run away but got caught on the spot. What's the plan for the rest of the work, boss?" Boss J kneeled on the ground, pale and trembling, asking, "Isn't the rest of the work going to be torture?" Renayan crossed his arms, standing with the posture of a boss, smirking as he replied nonchalantly, "I can let you experience it if you want. No need to go anywhere far." Right then, seeing the situation seemed unfavorable for him, Ju quickly cut him off, standing up and hurriedly shouting, "Boss, there's a new poison that just appeared today." Without hesitation, she continued, "This temporary employee will return to work immediately to confirm the new product." As soon as she finished speaking, Jelai slipped away, quickly disappearing from his sight. In the golden glow of the sunset at the street corner, he stood there, watching her figure. When she vanished from view, Renayan couldn't help but chuckle at her actions so innocent and endearing. It was quite amusing. As the night fell, only the faint light from the lantern by the window remained. Inside the shop, Jay was sweating profusely, her hands trembling as she handed him a stack of papers. There, Renayan sat in the chair, his body slightly leaning against the counter, one hand propping up his chin, the other reaching out to accept the pile of papers from her. Jelling summarized the flavors of the toxins I had identified over the past 10 days. Holding the documents she had given him, he silently evaluated them. The charts were easy to read, and the order was neatly arranged. Pedro probably wanted to recruit such talent for his office. The Pedro he referred to was Pedro Rose. He could be considered his assistant. Jel quickly replied when she saw Renyan's doubts about her evaluation results. "You might not believe it because they all taste like fruit, but they really do taste like fruit." Renayan wondered. Did Jellison not want to become a dark wizard because she wanted to master office skills instead? She continued, saying that just like the same type of apple can taste different depending on its sugar content, the toxic flavor also varies depending on its effect. Seeing that he still didn't say anything, she felt frustrated and thought, "If you've read the report, at least give some feedback." He just smiled and said, "I don't think she's talking nonsense out of fear of me." Renayan chuckled. When thinking about Jel, what the hell had Rosebien summoned? She froze, not understanding what was going on, her face tense and anxious at the situation in front of her. At that moment, Renyan's thoughts continued. A girl who always jumps at small things, brave enough not to fear being forced to drink poison, wants to be a law-abiding citizen but is willing to work under a dark organization. The boy with glossy black hair and red eyes couldn't help but smirk when thinking about her, a unique contradiction. "I wonder who was inside this body." He looked at her and asked, leaving her stunned. "By the way, what's your name?" He cautiously asked again. "Yes, please repeat your question." "I've already told you my real name, but you haven't told me yours." She swallowed, then answered. "Jel Rosebien." Renayan pondered deeply. Normally, he was always very deferential, but when it came to asking about someone's true identity, he became resolute. He thought to himself, how fascinating. Blonde hair, light blue eyes, so clearly resembling Jel Rosebien, but the personalities were completely different, giving the impression of a totally different person. She didn't even try to look like Jel Rosebien, yet always left him questioning the contradictions surrounding her under the name Jel Rosebien. The shop space was bathed in a soft, almost imperceptible sunlight, casting onto the wooden shelf on the wall where Russian dolls were displayed, next to a black mask with golden trim. Snapping out of his thoughts, Renayan said, "Yes, Jel." Jel's expression settled, and after a moment of silence, she spoke. "Anyway, do you trust my report? This really is the classification of toxins I worked on with all my ability." He glanced at the chart she had prepared once again, then calmly replied, "I acknowledge your abilities, but I still have doubts about you. Jay immediately spoke up to defend himself. Is there still any doubt? Is there anyone in this world more harmless than me? He spoke gently. I don't really trust people, and I also saw you trying to escape with my own eyes. Her face turned pale, and she awkwardly turned away. He didn't hesitate to continue exposing her. And you even stole money. Tan Min wasn't running away, she was just taking a walk. Steal? What do you mean steal? I want my salary, so can you just advance it to me? Ranayan only let out a cold snort. This made her angry because she thought he didn't want to pay her. Immediately, she slammed both hands down and shouted loudly, "What's going on? Is that it?" Then she hit her chest and continued, "Do you expect me to work for free?" A surge of anger welled up inside her, and she suddenly erupted like a volcano, pouring out her words in a rush. After pausing for about 2 seconds, she said, "I've installed a motor in my butt to play the role of an Excel sheet running on rice. I should be getting a hefty salary for this. I'm risking my life to test the poison, at least you should pay for my insurance." Contrary to Jel's fury, Ranayan silently covered his mouth and chuckled. He thought to himself, I suddenly find it interesting to watch her do these cute little acts. If it were Jel Razin, she would never do something like this. Dark sorcerers often buy chicks as sacrificial offerings for curses, but because they are too cute, they can't bring themselves to kill them. Instead, they turn the whole room into a chicken coop. Now, I can kind of understand that feeling a little. Then, he raised his hand, and from the center of his palm, a beam of white light emerged, shifting to purple. His eyes never left it, staring intently at the magic he was casting. After the rage subsided, Jay looked at him in fear, her voice now tinged with caution. "Boss, big boss, it's just that I'm only a temporary probationary employee." No. It's fine if there's no salary, but at least you should provide me with housing," he continued to smile, though it was unclear whether he was complimenting or mocking her. "You really don't know how to speak, do you?" Then, from the orb of light in his hand, flashes of red and purple appeared and split into 2 separate beams, flying up. She was stunned and exclaimed, "Beautiful." Her fingers gently reached out, wanting to touch them. Innocently, she asked, "Are they real butterflies?" He introduced them and then propped one hand on the desk to stand up. "They're my subordinates. They will follow you from now on to supervise you." Curiously, she asked, "So, will they follow me forever? Can they talk? Can they?" Ranayan felt helpless when he saw her still gazing with that delighted look in her eyes, as if her gaze itself emitted light, intently observing the 2 special supervisors. He couldn't tell whether she understood the definition of what a supervisor was or not, but she could only speak with me. She expressed her frustration and desires, her lips slightly pouting. "How stingy, I also want to talk to them." Setting that aside, she turned back and showered praises on the butterfly. "Shu Choa, why are your wings so beautiful?" He gently reminded her as she was about to touch them. "The red butterfly is poisonous." Her words made her pause for a moment before she responded, attempting to justify her actions. "No, it's fine. I'm immune to poison." Hearing that, he continued. "The other one can sting and paralyze your nerves." Her excitement grew, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. "Goodness, a butterfly can sting too? How miraculous!" He crossed his arms and silently cast a glance at the girl before him, who had suddenly become mischievous like a child, thinking to himself, "You are even more miraculous than they are." His thoughts about the girl before him lingered. Just moments ago, her face had been filled with fear, and yet now, she was quickly brightening up. He grimly reflected on their conversation at the street corner the other day, suddenly remembering that Jel also had a special ability, the ability to foresee the future of key individuals. He wondered who the key figure was that Jel had mentioned, and by what standards they were considered key. Why was the name Wei there? To solve his curiosity, he directly asked the person who had sparked those questions in him. "What do you know about Wa, and why do you want to work for Wei?" he asked further. She fell silent for a moment, then stroked her chin and answered with a thoughtful expression. I just feel like he's the most dangerous of the bad guys. He mimicked her gesture, stroking his chin in return. You're absolutely right. Jel then sent a message to the boss. If you ever meet the boss, tell him I think he's the most dangerous person in the world. That way, I'll be more highly regarded and find it easier to get a job. Renayan didn't even know why he was sighing. He thought to himself, what does the boss even mean? He found a contradiction in her words. She had just called him a bad guy. Jay replied meekly, well, it's true, but please don't mention that word to him. He asked slowly, do you really want to work under Wa? She smiled brightly, as if 1,000 flowers were blooming, and answered, yes, I'd rather be the tail of a dragon than the head of a snake. It'd be amazing to work for a big company. Renayan asked about her special ability, the one she had used to beg him to let her accompany him when he took her out of the prison tower. She said, I can help our superior distinguish poisons, but even if I summarize everything into a chart, only I can taste its flavor. Renayan continued, how can you help us avoid poisoning? She quickly responded as if swallowing the microphone, well, I can walk alongside everyone and taste the food first. Once I've confirmed it's safe, then everyone can eat. It's like being a food taster. I'm sure you don't know what a food taster is. Her face lit up. After answering without leaving any loose ends, her eyes sparkled even more as she looked straight at him, continuing, but it doesn't matter. Could you arrange a day for me to meet Mr. Wei? His blood-red eyes narrowed slightly, and he smiled as he replied, no, I don't like that. She was disappointed and asked, why not? He said, because you said you'll try all the food, which means you'll always have to be next to Wei. She immediately denied, no, only when he's eating. He continued, then there will be tea parties, desserts, and you'll have to cancel your schedule and stick to him. Every time he eats something. She sulkily replied, so what? If you answer, you'll have to stay with him all day, won't you? Hearing this, she quickly understood. So that's how it is? He replied sharply, that's why I don't like it. With that, he turned around and said, stay and watch the store, and I'll pay you. Upon hearing the word salary, her eyes lit up, but he quickly poured cold water on her, of course, you'll have to become a permanent employee first. She thought for a moment, then yelled to Renayan, hold on a minute. She quickly ran toward him. Then, her face grew serious. Renayan was puzzled as to why her attitude had suddenly changed. He wondered, was she planning something? Or was she pretending to be clueless to get close and assassinate him? If that was the case, he was ready to unleash magic. But instead, she said, boss, since ancient times, labor contracts have always been negotiated between the manager and the employee in black and white. It must be done this way to avoid disputes later or for either party to go back on their word. You're demanding this during the probation period, and salary matters need negotiation, so I'll get paper and pen for you to write it down. With that, she quickly rummaged for paper and pen. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at her cuteness. He thought, no matter what she had summoned before, this summoning was the best. The fun like this, you must keep it by your side. After assigning someone to shadow Jel, Renayan visited the store less frequently. Thanks to that, she had more free time and could enjoy moments walking in the alley behind. Of course, there was still someone keeping watch, but the butterflies Renayan had sent were not unpleasant at all. On the contrary, she felt more at ease. Because walking with these butterflies, Renayan was sure she had no reason to run away anymore. Suddenly, the sound of a door opening. Ten came to buy something, greeting her as the crazy lady, but she responded cheerfully and didn't forget to boast to Ten, I'm no longer a temporary staff member. I've become a probationary employee now, so from now on, call me intern Jel. Ten seemed skeptical and told her that it seemed like she hadn't stopped being crazy even for a day. She smiled secretly, thinking, you can say whatever you want, because no matter what, I've already signed the employment contract properly. Signing the probationary contract and then becoming a permanent staff member also meant that Renayan no longer intended to hand her over to the soldiers or turn her into a subject for research. She cried quietly because this employment contract not only gave her a job but also extended her life. Ten said he came here to buy something, specifically the cursed doll. But she told him to take it himself, as she wouldn't touch it. Ten heard that if you touch it directly, you'll be cursed. She was a bit surprised by this. Oh my, Ten seems timid, not really brave enough to become a mage. She then reassured Ten that this was a shop for selling cursed items, not items that were cursed, so Ten immediately agreed to make the purchase. Ten bought the cursed doll and quickly left, but not without saying goodbye to Jella. Thank you so much. With the doll sold, she suddenly felt a sense of emptiness. But it was okay, because now she had the butterfly sent by Renayan, which eased her loneliness a little. She watched them happily, always looking so cute. She recalled the stream of black light that emanated from the tips of Renyan's fingers. It was definitely magical power used in dark magic, because it shimmered much more than the shadow that swallowed the assassin in the prison. Could it be Renyan's striking appearance? She was lost in thought when suddenly, a new customer arrived. Oh, there's another customer. Humph. She cheerfully invited them in. Suddenly, a strange man slapped his hand on the table and asked if she was the death row inmate that Lord Renayan had picked up. She didn't understand what he was talking about. Huh? A customer? What are you saying? He urged her to answer quickly, asking if she was the person that Renayan saved and hired for this job at the store. She truly didn't understand what he was saying, but she still confirmed that she worked here. He seemed stunned and yelled, "No way, this position was meant for him." She was surprised how could someone else have applied for this position. What kind of store was this, anyway? He angrily demanded to see Mr. Renayan, but she told him that he couldn't meet with him as Mr. Renayan was quite busy. It wasn't like he could meet anyone at any time. She told him to leave his phone number, and she would pass on the message. He scoffed, "What could someone like you, a death row inmate, have that he would trust?" She was furious now but still managed to stay calm. She said, "Are you implying that I'm an escaped convict? Don't call me a death row inmate either, because I never asked to be sacrificed." Just as things were escalating, Ten fortunately returned after hearing the commotion. "Crazy Lady Jell, what's going on?" "I came back because I heard the noise." Seeing this, the man stormed out, fuming with anger, and declared that he would return. "You just wait." She and Ten were both dumbfounded. "What's going on here?" Jay sat down on a chair in the alley to watch the crowd of people hastily rushing by. She thought the illusion spell was still working in this alley, and sitting here watching the outside scenery wasn't too bad. Her wanted poster was plastered everywhere outside, so she couldn't just go out casually. But is it really okay to just work at this shop? After thinking carefully, she realized that the character Jell had almost completely disappeared from the plot. If she continued working at the grocery store, she didn't think she would get involved with the main characters. Renan had said he didn't intend to introduce her to Wei, which means she wasn't involved with the dark forces either. She was worried, but was the shop really safe? What if someone like the one earlier came to stir up trouble? Perhaps she would ask Renayan to buy her a cursed doll similar to Isabel's as a precaution. Suddenly, two butterflies flapped their wings vigorously. She wondered, what do they want to say? Or do they want to mate with each other? But no, it wasn't that. Perhaps they wanted her to step further into the alley. She said, "They don't need to worry, because no one can see me. I'm using an illusion spell." But no, she might have been wrong. Across from her, a tall man looked up, his face radiant, staring in the direction of the alley. After noticing a young man and some soldiers standing at the entrance, Jelling seemed to contrast with the tall, handsome man. She wondered if he might be the captain. But even she couldn't resist his charm. She silently thought to herself that behind that armor, there must surely be a well-toned body. Six-pack abs. Then, there were those clear blue eyes and his glossy blonde hair. Just like a character from a novel, this boy seemed too perfect to exist in real life. Suddenly, she thought of the main character from The Poison Apple, a man named Dylan Stassi, something like that, though she couldn't quite remember the exact name. She froze in surprise, realizing she was acting completely insane. How could I not recognize him? It's definitely him, it's Dylan Stassi. But why is he here? A flood of questions raced through her mind. As she was lost in thought, their eyes unexpectedly met. She awkwardly grabbed the chair and quickly ran to hide. She knew that her illusion magic wouldn't work on Den. He was someone who could see through people's true nature, so any of her little tricks wouldn't fool his sharp gaze. With that thought, she had no choice but to hide in a room and lock the door behind her. The shop was closed, and she found a corner next to a table to sit and think about why Dylan was even here. According to the rules, after her execution, Dai should have returned to the mansion with the female lead. Or maybe since she hadn't been hanged, everything had gone in a completely different direction? She thought that if she really ran into Dinlan again, she would definitely be handed over to the soldiers and certainly executed. She pressed her mouth shut and said to the two butterflies, "Hey, call your master, this is an emergency." At that moment, the door suddenly shook violently. She clenched her mouth tightly, trying to stop herself from making a sound. She was truly terrified. The noise from the door grew louder and more intense. The whole quiet room was engulfed by the sound of the door banging. She was still scared, only feeling relieved when the noise finally stopped. Her face revealed a look of pain and helplessness, but she was still filled with doubt. She worried whether, if she didn't sacrifice herself and Din didn't return to his territory, would those people search the place thoroughly to find her? At that thought, she reassured herself for overthinking everything. After all, she was just a passing villain, so there was no reason for those people to care enough to specifically come after her. She thought of Jello, the character who had threatened the heroine's life, making her pale with fear. Then, she sighed helplessly, still unsure whether it was really Din from before or just a random guest who happened to look like him. In the end, she decided that running away out of caution wasn't a bad thing, it helped ease her mind. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door from outside. She cracked the door open, and upon looking, she saw the same villainous man from the other day standing there. Seeing her open the door, he immediately asked why she had locked it and even covered all the windows. She coldly replied, "It's because something happened to me." Looking at his face, she quickly recognized him as the villain from before. She had to explain to him that she was indeed an employee of this shop, with a clear contract with the owner, which could not be revoked. He just scratched his head and answered, "I'm here to deliver some items for Mr. Renayan." Is he here? This took Jel by surprise. Was he really not up to anything bad? So she politely responded, "I don't know where he is, and it's been a long time since I've seen the owner." Clearly, the owner sent her provisions every day, but where he was now, she had no idea. Suddenly, the villainous man asked, "Could you help me bring the goods into the shop? The items are very large, and I can't bring them all in by myself through this narrow alley." She was puzzled. Was the cart really outside on the main street, and were the goods truly so large that he couldn't bring them in? He said the items were very heavy, and his cart was blocking the narrow alleyway. He needed to quickly bring the items in and move the cart elsewhere, or it would obstruct traffic. But she really didn't want to go out at all, so she pressed him further. "Is it really impossible to do it by yourself?" He started getting angry. If she didn't cooperate, he'd report to Lord Renayan that she wasn't cooperating, and that he was very busy, needing to deliver goods to other places. With no other option, she had to agree because she was still on probation and needed a good evaluation. Well, she might as well finish it quickly and get back to the shop. Fortunately, his carriage had blocked the entire alley, and there were no guards around. That nasty man told her he would stand below while she climbed up to the cart and unloaded the goods for him. "Seriously?" she said, "Why do I have to go up?" Since he had delivered the goods, he had to finish the job. He replied, "Do you think you can stand down here? If you break anything, who's going to take responsibility? Are you planning to bite me?" She really didn't want to go up. She sighed and climbed onto the cart. But there were so many crates, which one was it supposed to be? He shook his leg and answered. Is it the crate at the bottom? No, it's the one next to it. She sighed. Which one? He should have written my name or Lord Renion's on the crate. Suddenly, she froze. Someone was holding a sword to her neck, and she couldn't move. The surroundings suddenly darkened, and she was too scared to look up, but she quickly recognized Daisei. The villain at this moment finally lifted the curtain and said, Dinlan, make sure to reward him and don't forget to erase all his criminal records. Dinlan coldly replied, he cooperated in capturing the criminal, my lord will consider it later. Dio turned around, glaring at the villain while silently cursing in his mind. He was truly a dog. Dinlan loudly shouted to the coachman, ordering him to make the carriage move. The carriage moved so quickly that Dio was thrown into a pile of goods on the cart. She was confused and terrified, exclaiming, Wait a minute, I think there's been some misunderstanding between me and him, so please, sheath the sword. Don't push the sword closer to me. I'm scared. How could he scare an innocent person like this? Innocent? Dylan laughed coldly. He called your name, Jellison. Can you really claim to be innocent? At this moment, Jellison could only play dumb, laughing awkwardly while saying, Well, I've heard many people say I look like Roastbean. There must be some confusion somewhere. But honestly, I think it's better to just pretend I don't know anything. Dylan Stassi seemed slightly suspicious but still kept his contemptuous expression. Jellison, now worried that this approach wasn't working, decided to change the topic by asking, But where are we going now? Hearing that, Daisy tightened her grip on the sword and said to her, Your performance has improved. Jellison put on a very confused expression. Is this guy crazy, to say that I can tell right away you're the embodiment of evil? Jellison had a lot of questions running through her mind. She stood there, mouth agape, thinking, Evil, my foot? This little brat who hasn't even hit puberty can see through the essence of anything? She was completely being tricked, so she shouted, I'm not evil at all. Clearly, I'm a pure soul, can't you see that? Jellison yelled out. He had targeted the wrong person, making Daisy question her life for the second time. But still, he was confident in his own judgment and said, Are you drunk? Or have you completely sold your soul to the devil? As he spoke, he moved closer to Giselle Roastbean. At that moment, his voice became even more cruel as he said, But it doesn't matter, you're still going to die. He pointed his sword at Giselle Roastbean. At this point, she could only think one thing, is this bastard suffering from multiple personality disorder? Why does he always sweet-talk the female lead? Daisy stood in front of him, her face full of murderous intent, making her think, with others, he must be like a crazy person who couldn't even hold a conversation for a second. But she still tried to open her mouth to ask Dylan Stassi, So, are we heading to the gallows? Dylan Stassi replied, First, we need to exterminate the demon inside you. Jellosbin anxiously said, What are you talking about? She suddenly remembered something that in the poison apple, there was a similar story, but it was about a dark sorcerer who was punished for signing a contract with a demon. The dark sorcerer was burned alive by white magic, the opposing force of black magic. Thinking of this, she shouted at Dylan Stassi, That demon you just mentioned. She pointed her finger at Dylan Stassi's face and continued, You're the demon. Hearing this, he wore an expression of disbelief and said, What? Emboldened, she retorted, Ask anyone if there's a demon who doesn't do anything when threatened with death? Someone like you, who calmly accuses me and forces me to die, how is that any different from a demon or a devil? She cursed Dylan Stassi to his face, showing no restraint. Dylan Stassi, hearing this nonsense, became even angrier and said, Nonsense. Seizing the moment, she let out the frustration and bitterness in her heart, cursing again, With your dead fish eyes, you can't even recognize a good person, let alone the truth. Upon hearing this, Dylan Stassi felt a mix of shock, anger, confusion, and many other emotions. Immediately, he lunged forward and grabbed Jell Roastbean by the throat, not giving her a chance to finish her sentence. I asked. Where are you going, coughing like that from being unexpectedly choked? Jel Rospin couldn't believe it, nor could she breathe, being choked. Meanwhile, Dylan Stassi growled. Does she wonder how she knows about my abilities? With a look of suspicion and disbelief, he stared at Jel Rospin. While choking her, he said, Answer me. Who told you that information? He tightened his grip on Jel Rospin's throat, making her clutch his arm that was choking her. Jel Rospin thought, choking me? My father will answer you, you bastard. She thought she was going to suffocate and die, but with a sorrowful expression, she even thought that if death were this simple, she would haunt him forever. Not stopping there, she cursed Dylan Stassi as the cruel male lead who doesn't even know who the real villain is. Just when hope seemed lost, suddenly, a green circle appeared around Jel Rospin's neck, enclosing Dylan Stassi's hand. This shocked Dylan Stassi, causing him to flinch at the sight of the mysterious magic. At that moment, two little arrows, one red and one purple, flew towards him, making Dylan Stassi grow wary. Two butterflies carried some strange powder that made Dylan Stassi instinctively pull his hands away from Dylan Stassi's neck and cover his nose, shouting, This powder! As he broke free from Dylan Stassi's grip, Jel Rospin reflexively clutched his neck and fell to the ground. Dylan Stassi stared in horror at the two strange butterflies, for the purple butterfly had made a loud tisk sound. Dylan Stassi seemed to find confirmation for his belief that Jel Rospin was the villain, muttering, That's a cunning trick. Dylan Stassi switched to battle mode, rushing forward, spinning around, and slicing the beautiful red butterfly in half. He cut the butterfly into 4 pieces right before Jel Rospin's horrified, fearful, and panicked expression. After dealing with the butterfly, Dylan Stassi turned to handle Jel Rospin. As he advanced, he said, Your little trick ends here. Just as he was about to continue, walking and gritting his teeth while calling Jel Rospin's name, he suddenly stopped and stumbled back, for a magic circle had appeared in front of Jel Rospin, and he could only exclaim, What are you doing? Even Jel Rospin was stunned by the magic circle that emitted black smoke toward Dylan Stassi. The smoke from the spell seemed to have a will of its own, rushing toward Dylan, making him both terrified and forced to retreat into a defensive stance. Dylan Stassi could only retreat into a defensive stance, unable to strike back. The black smoke spiraled upwards like waves, using its momentum to attack DC, leaving him unable to respond in time. What the hell is this? He could only block the blows with his sword. Little did he expect that behind him, a new array was also in operation. The new array rolled up, and the black smoke attacked DY. By the time he realized it, the smoke had already wrapped around his body. The smoke made him shout angrily, damn it, yet he couldn't do anything. He was blasted out mercilessly, faster than the wind. At that moment, Jel Rospin could only watch in shock, leaning against the edge of the cart as she saw Daisy fall to the ground. She was both confused and scared. At that moment, a mysterious man appeared behind, walking toward Jel Rospin. He spoke, If you stand there, you'll roll down along with the carriage. Upon hearing the voice, Jel Rospin was startled. The man lifted Jel Rospin with one hand. He used healing magic on her. A shimmering orange-yellow light surrounded the two of them. At this moment, she raised her head, her large, round eyes sparkling with golden starlight, and looked at him. The man was none other than Renayan aka, her boss. Renayan, at that moment, seemed to be lost in thought, silently gazing at her. Jel Rospin then explained, I didn't intend to run away. Renayan responded simply, I know. Seeing this, she added, I didn't kill the butterflies. Renayan replied, I know that too. There's no blame on you, Jel Rospin. He fell silent again, but just a moment later, he spoke once more, When Jel Rospin answered, yes, Renayan draped his cloak over her shoulders and continued, and you have something to say? I'm listening. Renayan gently raised the hem of his cloak from behind to shield her, causing her to startle. He spoke softly, well, you have something to say. I'm listening. Renyan's question left her quite flustered, and she asked him in return, do I have something to say? Renayan seemed displeased with Jel's question, and there was a noticeable silence at that moment. She quickly followed up, apologizing for neglecting the moonlight shop. At that point, he said nothing, remaining silent as he stared at her. Jel's eyes sparkled as she looked up at Runayan. She spoke in an innocent voice, her face exuding such purity that anyone would be enchanted by it. "Ah, thank you for saving me." He smiled gently, his eyes lowering as they glimmered with a teasing, yet deeply affectionate gaze. Immediately after, she awkwardly spoke, full of concern. "However, before you, those two butterflies were the ones who saved me from danger. I think I should thank them first." Runayan lowered his hand, turned around, and spoke in a slightly pouting tone. "The butterflies are my subordinates." Jel innocently asked in return. "Did you order them to protect me?" Runayan coldly responded. "Not exactly." After hearing Renyan's reply, she felt somewhat irritated, furrowing her brows. In her heart, she thought, what? Still, they were the ones who took action to help me. Why won't he let me thank his subordinates? How mean. Suddenly, he turned around to look at Jel and said in an irritated tone, "I know what you're thinking. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to cast a teleportation spell on a moving vehicle?" Jel immediately relaxed, her voice forced as she spoke. "Ah, yes, thank you for coming here. Thank you so much for your endless help, as vast as your ocean, sir." She nervously added, "The butterflies created by your magic. They won't die under a sword, right?" Runayan replied, "What do you think? I told them to watch over you, and yet you killed them." She immediately defended herself, "It wasn't me who killed them. Well, no, they'll be fine, right?" Jel thought, feeling confused. From his attitude, it seemed like they would be fine. The way the figure appeared after the two butterflies were slain, perhaps he had received a signal from them? She suddenly remembered something and asked, "Den, boss, is he dead?" A great doubt formed in Jel's mind. Dai had fallen from a moving carriage. What would happen to the plot once the main character dies? Runayan asked her with a hint of curiosity, "What's going on? Do you want him to die completely?" She replied clearly, "No, someone else will kill him in the future. And it seems like I already know that, it's the dark forces, not me." Runayan immediately changed his attitude, curling his lips into a smile as he asked, Really? But you sound like a stranger." Jel. Renyan's unexpected question caught Jel off guard. He continued, "I've heard that you always go crazy whenever Dylan gets into trouble, even if it's just a minor injury. Everyone knows how great your love for him is." Faced with Renyan's provoking attitude, Jel thought to herself, "Look at that face, mocking on the outside, but deep down he probably thinks I'm definitely not Jel Rosebien. I can't believe he's bringing up the past again. Is it really fun to tease me like that?" She angrily thought, what on earth did Jel Rosebien do with Dylan in the novel? Unrequited love, even calling him my love and my darling? Ugh, why did things end up like this? Jay pretended to be pitiful to justify himself. It wasn't like we were strangers anymore. All it took was for him to be hurt just a little, and I would already be heartbroken. My heart shattered when I saw Dian rolling down like a ball off that carriage." Jel's words only made Runayan feel more uncomfortable. He turned around and said, "Let's go back." Jel was quite flustered by Renyan's attitude. What was wrong with him all of a sudden? As Runayan snapped his fingers, a circle of purple light appeared around them. They were walking on magical rings, and she suddenly thought, oh, magic again? Ha! The purple light, like a giant bubble, enveloped them. She was so startled that she couldn't help but exclaim, wow! In her mind, she silently marveled, this is insane. It moved instantly. No matter how many times she saw it, Renyan's magic was still amazing. As soon as they arrived, Giselle turned and started thinking about something. If Runayan was that strong, how powerful must Wei be? But then, why did he die so ridiculously, just by drinking poison? I thought I'd never see you again, my lovely and beautiful vials of poison. Ryan walked over and reminded, stop messing around, pack up your things. We have to move the shop. She replied with a frown, I understand, but are you really planning to move? He coldly responded, yes. Jae thought for a moment, he doesn't seem very happy so far. Renayan continued, he already knows the location of this shop. While packing, Jel pondered many things, sure that Renayan knew Dai was still alive. Well, how could the main character die so simply, right? What if he recovers and comes after me? What would happen then? She anxiously thought, falling from such a galloping carriage would surely cause some injury, but never mind that. And if I die, what would the female lead do? Could she handle it herself? Suddenly, Renayan picked up a vial of poison, interrupting her thoughts. Jel turned to ask, I'm packing up, so how did you end up holding that? Look who's messing around here. Renayan stated, I want to move the whole shop in one go. As soon as he finished speaking, Renayan quickly spread a streak of poison across the floor. Jel suspiciously thought, Is it feasible? She anxiously said, what if these vials break? Should I add some shock-absorbent padding? These precious vials of poison that I've put so much effort into could never break. He gently replied, just get rid of the ones that are fragile. Jel suddenly remembered and recounted the story of how she was tricked. Don't even remind me. It wasn't that I followed Du, it was some other guy who tricked me. He sold me out. Renayan indifferently said, yeah, I know who it is. She was puzzled and asked, you know? How could you possibly know? He continued drawing something on the floor while responding, do you think I'm messing with you? The moment you were captured, I got the signal. Hearing this, Jel's expression immediately darkened. She angrily thought, what? You saw me get captured and just stood there watching until I was choked out? While wiping the poison off his hands, Renyan's face grew mysterious and dangerous as he said, do you know what happened to him? Jel trembled and replied, no. He waved his hand, calling Jel over. She awkwardly shook her head and said, boss, I don't want to watch. My stomach is weak, I can't handle watching anything creepy. He sighed, assuring her, I'm not going to make you watch. Come here. Reluctantly, she stood up and obeyed. Yes. Renayan pulled her hand closer to her face. He spoke gently as he touched her neck, it's bruised. Now I feel like I've become an incredibly gentle, calm guy. Jel was surprised by Renyan's oddly intimate gesture. She shyly replied, it's nothing, as long as I'm not burned alive. A little bruise isn't a big deal. He asked, Han, did he really mean to burn you? She angrily responded, of course, he said he was going to kill the demon inside me. A normal person wouldn't keep talking about demons, and saying things like get the demon out and go to hell. Renayan asked further, really? What a bastard, huh? She, irritated, raised her voice, yes, he strangled me so hard I couldn't even scream or respond. I thought he was out of his mind. She suddenly realized she had said too much. Ugh. Jel began to feel afraid and thought, Jel Rospian is someone who loves Dai so much that he would cry uncontrollably every time he got hurt. Damn it. Renayan appeared very welcoming, but there was a strong, dangerous aura around him. Surely, she no longer felt heartbroken when that person got scratched, right? Her voice trembled as she said, it must be so. He flashed a smug smile and said, no longer calling Dion my love or the love of my life anymore. She avoided his gaze and replied, yes, I think he's uncomfortable now, that makes sense. Wei is a dark mage and the male lead of the poisonous apple. From Renyan's perspective as a dark mage of the Black Cloud organization, he certainly wouldn't feel comfortable seeing his own subordinate getting too close to the enemy. While he spoke, she was still sweating, her body frozen in place. It was only then that Renayan finally decided to let Jel go. He explained, even if he's injured anywhere, he'll send soldiers to search here tomorrow. So, we have to move immediately. We can't stay here another second. You can rest after we're done. She was slightly shaken by his words, thinking to herself, is he worried about me? He reminded her, pack your things, I need to check the magic circle for a bit. She immediately dismissed her previous thoughts. What was there to worry about? She had to get up and work on her own too. Renyan's back was pensive as he examined the drawings on the ground. Jill's eyes drooped as she gazed at his back. He turned around, extending his hand toward her and said, "I've finished drawing the circle. If there's nothing left to pack, come here." She hesitated but still reached out to him. "Ah, yes." Suddenly, he pulled her sharply, causing her to startle. She cried out, "Ah!" Runayan held her close to him with his hand. His gaze was gentle as he looked at her, and he softly said, "All right, let's go." She watched the magic unfold as the images Runayan had drawn with the potion emitted a mysterious, seductive red light. The light enveloped them, causing both of them to disappear in an instant. The shop was quickly relocated. She gasped in amazement, "Is this the new shop? It's so spacious." He, holding his chest, looked somewhat unsettled. She turned to him, her eyes filled with concern. "Sir, are you all right?" He leaned against the door and said to her, "From now on, this will be your room. Now, you should rest. You're the one who's shaken, not me. It seems like I'm the one who doesn't need rest right now." He reminded her, "Before you finish arranging your things, the grocery store will be temporarily closed. Go inside and rest." As he closed the door, she shouted, "Jep, wait a moment." But it was too late, he had already gone outside. She anxiously thought to herself, "It seems that moving the entire store at once is also a problem for Runayan. He seemed very tired. Will he be all right? Runayan is going to rest too, right?" She lay down on the bed, her face relaxing. "Haha, it feels like being reborn." She reflected on what had just happened. She really came close to something major just now. She thought she might have died in such a trivial way. She shivered. This was the first time she had felt such fear. She vowed never to be careless again. "It's fine, at least I survived in this reality." She drifted into a deep sleep, resolving that from now on, she should never be apart from Runayan. In another building, during a meeting, a subordinate handed Wei a map. "Is Mr. Wei here?" Wei asked Han. "The preparations are progressing smoothly, right?" The subordinate replied, "Yes, if we continue like this, the knights won't detect anything at all." Wei felt reassured upon hearing that. All right then." Pedro looked at Wei and informed him, "Mr. Wei?" Wei asked in confusion, "What's the matter?" Pedro responded. He leaned close to Mr. Wei's ear and whispered something. Wei furrowed his brow, "Then make sure to handle it thoroughly," Pedro quickly answered. "I've just confirmed that someone has used a teleportation spell to get here." The subordinates bowed their heads as Mr. Wei passed by, entering another building. Pedro went ahead and opened the door, and they both stepped inside. Reno was already sitting inside, waiting, having finished the investigation. The two of them bowed their heads. "Yes, he's not dead." He sat in a chair, staring into space, his face not pleased. "That stubborn bastard, still alive?" They glanced at him, quickly sensing his displeased expression. Usually, large-scale teleportation spells like this can only be performed with the aid of magical tools or by enlisting the help of sorcerers. Pedro furrowed his brow. How did he end up at the grocery store? He said he should have returned to his domain by now. I don't know why he's still there, and even more puzzling, he managed to find the grocery store. Thinking it over, I suspect we have a spy within our ranks. He leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. Then we should expel everyone here. If even one person is left and I catch them, they'll be eliminated immediately. As for the castle, we need to organize a few meetings to divert that bastard's attention. Both quickly agreed. Understood. Suddenly, Petrol turned to him and called, "Lord Runayan." Pedro was puzzled. Isn't the woman you brought back Jel? Why are you keeping her here? Runayan picked up his teacup and took a sip. She is one of my employees. Pedro looked confused. What? Runayan smiled. I hired her. Pedro was even more baffled. Hired? But Jell is wanted nationwide. It would be a huge problem if you brought her here. He looked at the teacup, lost in thought. Seeing him remain silent, Pol curiously called out to Sir Renayon. He smiled faintly and replied, "That employee, her probation period is 1 month, and her nickname is the Madwoman. You should call her that, she'll love it." After saying that, his gaze grew distant. The sound of the clock's bell rang out, but he remained seated, as magical butterflies flew in. He asked, "Have you slept?" The red butterfly quickly responded, "Yes, I've slept." He stood up, muttering to himself, "Doesn't seem like there's any fear." He made his way down to the basement to a secret room, using magic to adjust the door. A magical circle appeared on the door. He sighed in exhaustion, thinking, "I need to adjust my magic first. I'll have to rely on the portal for help." He cast a spell to enter, then observed his surroundings, thinking, "I'll have to call someone to help the store arrange the new stock." Upon entering, he saw her sleeping soundly, so he called out, "Jell." But it seemed she was in a deep sleep and couldn't hear him. The red butterfly asked, "Master, do we have to stay here to protect this girl?" He quickly replied, "Yes, until she wakes up." The red butterfly wondered, "Didn't you order to kill her by any means earlier?" He answered without many words, I remember what Petrol said before, but Jell is wanted nationwide. It would be troublesome if you brought her here." He looked at her sleeping peacefully and thought to himself, "Until now, I've always avoided direct conflict with Dylan, but everything has been in vain since Jell was captured by Dylan. Is her life worth all these troubles?" He stroked her hair and gazed at her beautiful face. Patience and observation were all he could do now, no other choice but to keep her by his side. Under the clear sky, in the vast castle, Din was gritting his teeth in pain, allowing Viviana to treat his wounds. He clenched his fists, enduring. After a while, Viviana wiped the sweat from his forehead. Din murmured, "The treatment is finished." He turned to Viviana and thanked her. She, with her long red hair and a towel in her hand, looked at Dinlon. What's this supposed to be?" She was the female lead in the novel The Red-Dyed Apple. Dinlon, in both pain and frustration, lowered his face. Viviana, that wicked woman, had joined forces with the dark sorcerer. She looked at Dinlon, worried. Dinlon told her, "Stay in the territory, okay?" She pleaded, insisting on following him. "No, I'm coming with you." He panicked, trying to stop her, concerned for her safety. "No, haven't you almost been killed by her so many times already?" She put the towel into the water basin and said, "I've heard that Jell Rose Pin has changed." He replied angrily, "She hasn't changed, she's gone insane. It's only getting worse." She spoke earnestly, like a deity wanting the best for Jell. "Give her a chance to be forgiven by God. If that happens, I can help her purify herself." He immediately took Viviana's hand, worried for her. There's only one way to cleanse souls that have been corroded by dark magic, and that's to completely destroy them with pure flames. Besides, what if you get in danger again? I know how wicked she is. No matter how much she concedes now, those who know her can tell she's plotting an even more sinister plan. Jellison has lost the right to approach God. Don't waste your strength on a woman like her. At this moment, she looks like a saint emanating a halo, and I feel sorry for her." Immediately stood up and turned away. "She's not worth pitying." "Oh, that wicked woman, just leave her to me." She hurriedly stood up to remind him, "All right, you must be careful. I don't want you to get hurt." He smiled joyfully as he looked at her. "I understand." Then he put on his coat and turned to leave. She anxiously asked him, "But are you leaving now? You still haven't gotten any news about Renayon, have you?" He froze for a moment and continued to lie, "Not yet." She sat on the chair, staring off into the distance, worrying about Renayon. "I wonder what Renayon is doing." Dai walked out the door, sadly bidding her farewell. "Viviana, I'll return tomorrow." The night descended, enveloping the convenience store inside. The three villains in the novel are right in front of me. Jay stared blankly at them. Scene quickly dashed to the table and took a closer look at her. "Wow, is that true? He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Jel Rospian, my name is Seelan. I'm a doctor and also research and formulate medicine. She stood still, deep in thought about the developments in the novel. Yes, he was a mad scientist who specialized in testing poisons on humans. When he was a child, he accidentally drank the wrong medicine, which caused his body to remain in a childlike state. Otherwise, Sean should have been an old man by now. And in the original story, he conducted biological experiments on Viviana, then got caught by Dylan and was beheaded, right? As for the man standing behind him, he was Jaitan, a tall man skilled in swordsmanship. Although his dark magic was only average, his sword skills were exceptional. Rarely could anyone achieve such talent. Wasn't he a knight protecting Wei? Why was he here? Moreover, the middle-aged woman was Wei's right hand and on par with Pedro. She was the only master of soul summoning and curses in the novel. Wow, it's like they just stepped out of the pages of a book. Jello opened her mouth in awe, her eyes sparkling as she looked at them with a halo of admiration. This is amazing. This world truly is an apple tainted with poison. And maybe it's because the villains are just supporting characters, so I don't feel any pressure at all. It's like a fan meeting, really. Sen stared at her, stroking his chin in thought. I thought she wasn't crazy, but she's unbelievably crazy. This made her feel both embarrassed and surprised by him, but the store wasn't even open yet. How did everyone get in? There hadn't been any announcement about the grand opening. Suddenly, a middle-aged man entered and gave a polite bow. It turned out her recruitment was indeed real. Nice to meet you. I am the owner of this building, Pedro. She was taken aback when she realized that Wei's assistant, Pedro, was also the landlord. He looked at her seriously. You're an intern at the grocery store, and your probation period is 1 month, right? She curiously looked up at him. Yes, her thoughts began to stir again. How does the landlord know about my probation period? He called her by the nickname Crazy Jel, didn't he? She was upset, the flames of anger burning fiercely inside her. Renayan, I take back everything I said, but on the outside, she still had to force a smile in front of everyone. Just to clarify, it's Jel. People were commenting on the rumor that Jel was crazy. Burton chuckled quietly. But I heard she really is crazy, Jel. She slammed her hand on the table in anger. She's not crazy. Mrs. Windria whispered to Gilberton with a dazed expression. I thought all the rumors were fabricated. Turns out, she really is crazy, she added, joining in eagerly. Celion, it's a pity, I heard she took the wrong medicine. He slapped his thigh with a thud. Oh dear, taking the wrong medicine could really make you like that. I get it. Jay stood by, furious but helpless. It's not true, you liar. She sighed, ignoring everyone. Call me whatever you want, it doesn't matter. No one listens anyway. Each person greeted her, and Mr. Pedro bowed. Yes, Madam Crazy Jel is very polite. Scene. Hello there, Madam Crazy Jel. She trembled and tried to calm herself, reminding herself not to bite anyone. When it was Mrs. Windria and Jill Burton's turn to introduce themselves, she folded her arms and looked at her. Well, that's too long, so I'll call you Jel. My name is Windria and this is Jill Burton. Jel stood up. Yes, hello everyone. The host immediately turned and gestured to the three of them. I've called these people to help you arrange your things. She awkwardly thanked him. Yes, thank you. She thought to herself, the host is helping a tenant with their things? Oh well, I'll just do as the host says. Everyone eagerly started arranging the things, each person taking care of their task. She then struck up a conversation with the host. Mr. Host. He politely replied to her. Just call me Pedro. Hearing this, she hesitated and asked. Yes, Mr. Pedro, may I ask if you've been able to contact my boss? He widened his eyes in curiosity. Your boss? She flustered and quickly corrected herself. I mean Renayan? No, I mean Sir Renayan. He turned with a sad expression and said, "No, I heard that he has urgent business, so he couldn't make it. During this time, he asked me to tidy up the shop a little." He recalled the words that Sir Runayan had entrusted to him. Crazy Nisa's Gel was very timid and fragile. She was even afraid to touch cursed objects, so he should call someone to help. She noticed everyone was busy arranging things. So that was it. It seemed like Runayan had indeed spoken to Pedro. By the way, do characters in novels actually have two personalities? She watched everyone teasing each other merrily. Neither Den nor the rest of these villains resembled how she had imagined them at all. In no time, the shop was tidy and spotless. Everyone sat down at the table to enjoy cake and tea, chatting cheerfully. Scene smiled joyfully and introduced, "Exactly, the clinic for villains that I run is right next to this grocery shop. It's operating illegally, by the way. Next door is Burton's lodging." Her eyes sparkled as she held her cup of water, exclaiming, "Wow, this really is a den of the underworld." She laughed merrily, as if she had already become one with the atmosphere here. Scene stared at her with concern, then casually asked, "By the way, what are you planning to do about that bruise?" "I don't have any medicine to heal bruises," Mrs. Windria replied, raising her hand, looking helpless. "I'm not sure if it's a curse, but I'm not very good at healing magic, so I'm at a loss." She appeared flustered. "Dark magic can't heal that, it's fine. And white magic can't curse anyone, right?" She smiled awkwardly, trying to lighten the mood. Just wait a bit, the bruise will disappear on its own, everyone." Suddenly, Jerton put his cup down and lowered his head. "Isn't his mana compared to a kind of filthy white magic?" She curiously looked towards him. Filthy white magic. Jerton's face trembled, darkened. "It's the poison for people like us." At the dinner table, she looked puzzled at Burton. "White magic is poison for us." Windria looked at her. "Yes, because dark magic and white magic are opposites of each other." She fearfully touched the wound on her neck, staring blankly. "Poison? Could that power be ineffective against me?" "No, that's impossible. Poison and magic are completely different, they must have just been speaking metaphorically." Scene immediately raised his hand to explain. "Like a true philosopher, mana is used by knights like Dinlan. Similar to magic power, it's a formless strength. If we're talking about the biggest difference, magic power is a natural talent, the image of magic." And mana appeared through his words, and she suddenly remembered. Now that I think about it, the novel mentioned that Viviana helped Dian train, right? Because white magic and mana have some similarities. Cece muttered thoughtfully, "But even if Dian's mana is similar in nature to white magic, I wonder how much it will affect me?" She asked anxiously, "I'm not a black mage, his mana won't affect me, right?" Windria sat up straight, seriously explaining to her, "I heard you signed a contract with a black mage and used forbidden spells, so your body has probably been tainted by black magic to some extent." She gasped in fear. "Is that true? Oh my God." She quickly stood up, reassuring herself. First, she had to calm down and think things through. Seriously, right, I'll go get some more food, Sin said, waving his hand cheerfully. "Hurry up." As she went to get the cake, she suddenly noticed the wound on her neck. Realizing this, she wondered, did he use mana to strangle me? No wonder it didn't look like a normal bruise. Unconsciously, she glanced over and saw Cell walking in. He looked at her wound with concern. What a bastard. To choke her so violently, it was clear that just because someone had good relations with the white mage didn't mean they were a good person. He whistled and said, "She's just crazy, do we really need to go that far?" She helplessly forced a smile, feeling completely useless. She thought to herself, defending me is one thing, but don't call me crazy. Mrs. Windria stepped forward, holding a plate of cake for Gel. Facing Den, she said, "No dark magic user has ever come back alive. You're very lucky." Immediately, he stood beside her, wearing a terrifying expression that exuded death, smiling in a sinister way. It must be because he was a frightening figure to the dark wizards, and his blood was blue. Later, I must obtain his blood for research. She glared at him with a look of disdain. "Take it and die." He became even more excited about the rare research material. Windria, don't you also want that corpse? She appeared intrigued as well, for a corpse like his was truly rare. But to get that corpse, I might end up becoming a corpse myself. Jay, who stood beside them, was confused, only knowing how to laugh like a fool. Are you two having the weirdest conversation ever? Suddenly, Jean Burton's voice came from behind, causing her heart to nearly leap out of her chest. Jay, take this. Ah, yes, that startled her. He handed her the cursed object, which was something sold in the shop, and after she took it, he threw it into Dawn. The atmosphere around them became dark and ominous. Both of them stared at the cursed object. Jay held it in her hand, her eyes wide with unease. Mr. Jordan, I don't think you realize this is something from the shop, right? It's pretty expensive, isn't it? He curiously asked, so what? She trembled helplessly, clutching the stone in her hand, at a loss for words. Sin sat on the table, glancing at her as Tun had said, you should carry something for self-defense. Because B. Dai is very cruel, he's famous for his sword that takes a life with a single strike. She fell into a whirlwind of thoughts, growing more disappointed as, in the novel, Dylan was a character of great justice. Surely, he wouldn't stop searching her, especially after she carelessly mentioned his power. The ability to see through Dai's true nature was almost a closely guarded secret, only revealed in the latter half of the novel. Because she had already shared everything she knew, Dai would only want to find her and finish her off even more. She held the orb in her hand, feeling utterly defeated, when Mrs. Windria patted her shoulder reassuringly, don't worry too much. Even if Din shows up, we won't just sit back and do nothing. The three of them stood there, looking very solemn, and when they saw the bottle in hand, they immediately understood. He confidently shook the bottle in his hand. We will protect you with both our eyes. Our only grocery store employee, please always stay happy. She seemed like a mother comforting her small child. In short, even though you might get hurt, I absolutely will not let you die. Although they looked like this, they were actually very strong. She happily responded and proved, it's okay, I can protect myself. She stood still for her, patting her head like a little puppy. If others want to protect you, all you need to do is say thank you. Jill's eyes welled up with tears, and with a knowing sigh, she closed her eyes and spoke like someone with vast experience. Although his age was indeed considerable, calling him an adult was still far from accurate. He shouted in embarrassment, stop it. She suddenly lost consciousness, and tears began to fall. Everyone around her panicked in worry. What's wrong with you? Is it a sore throat? She quickly wiped her tears, embarrassed. Ah, it's nothing, actually, this is the first time anyone has wanted to protect me. Within her heart, images from the past resurfaced. Before coming to this world, I always had to do everything alone. Sen, you're worried, TCH, did that bastard Dylan scare you? Why has Jel Rospian, the cruel one, become so weak like this? Mrs. Windria and Jaitan approached, don't worry, it's safe here. Scene proudly and happily pointed around, especially since Jaitan knows how to protect others, right? Jerton patted his chest with pride, yes, that's right. He just guided you, and you can even hide behind Dr. Shaun's clinic. She smiled joyfully, looking at the stone and feeling the warmth around the room. It seemed strange, touching cursed objects no longer felt frightening. The next morning, sunlight crept through the large door of the shop. She sat lost in thought, reassuring herself, but her hands still moved quickly, diligently cleaning the shelves. People like Dawn, and even the reason for falling into this world, don't need to overthink it. Don't let yourself be so down all the time. Self-encouraging with a very cute cheese stick action, I'm the only employee in this grocery store, let's open the door. I have to work really hard to earn money. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind her. The boss leaned in, resting a hand on the counter, whispering in her ear, I have to pay you first before you can make money, right? Jelen gasped and screamed. There, a hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Boss, really, I know you arrived here through a teleportation gate, but at least you could have let me know you were coming. she said with a trembling heart, reproaching him. Seriously, if I died on the spot, would you compensate my family for a workplace accident? The boss sighed helplessly, giving her a disdainful look. Everyone noticed. You're just too stupid to realize I was here. She opened her mouth, eyes wide, looking around at the others. Who are they? He smugly raised his hand and named them: Pedro, Shaun, Windria, Gilberton, and many more. She stood there like a helpless log. They don't look like me. In the boss's eyes, she resembled a little chick chirping chip chip, and he sighed in relief. Despite her noisy demeanor, she must have adapted quite well here. She was shy, yes, the things were also arranged quickly, and I still have a long break ahead. You look at the boss with concern, caring for him. Boss, how's your health? The boss looked at her apologetically. Let's just assume it's fine. I heard you cried. The girl looked up at the boss obediently. Yes. Suddenly, her face turned red in embarrassment, and she shouted loudly, Oh no, that's not true. The boss smiled at her happily, looking at her with affection. When I saved you, you thanked me half-heartedly, but you cried when someone else protected you. She stared at the boss with a silly expression. The boss recalled the time, although it had been a long while. Jay looked at the boss, but I'm still very grateful to him. He looked at her with a love-struck gaze, pulling her close, tying a ribbon around her neck to cover the wound Din caused. She was confused and didn't understand, as if she was about to experience a dog food moment. He looked very sad and comforted her. It's just a temporary measure. I'll find you something more proper later. She looked at him, seeming to not understand what was going on. The boss hurriedly turned away, raising his hand. Now, get ready to go outside. She ran after him outside. So what about the store? The big boss, with his imposing figure, answered, One day without opening the shop, no one will die. The boss smiled happily as he looked at the girl with a warm gaze. Today, I'll take you for a walk around the city, a city of villainous literature, a voice rang out. Good heavens, Jel was startled and exclaimed, the bustling street is right outside the convenience store? Did you pick the location for the shop from a throne? Ranayan happily pointed ahead and introduced, This is the busiest area in the city. The shop over there is very famous for its fresh fruits. Upon hearing this, Jel's eyes immediately lit up. She excitedly exclaimed, Wow! Ranayan continued, pointing to the shop next door. The store next to it is the largest bakery in Van Hm. Jel's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Wow! He continued, Oh, occasionally, there will be a sausage stand in front of the convenience store. The early bird gets the sausage. If you want some, you'll have to run over there quickly. Jel cheerfully responded, That's amazing. She happily hugged her face, thinking how great it was, and noticed that there were so many delicious restaurants around. This place must be perfect for me to work in. Suddenly, she realized something and asked herself, Is that so? Jizzle pulled on Renyan's sleeve, hesitantly saying, Wait a minute. Although having a lot of food is nice, it's not that. She lowered her voice and whispered to him, We're the bad guys, how can we openly open a shop on such a bustling street like this? Ranayan looked at her and smiled gently. He confidently replied, Because this is Van Hm. It's quite far from the city we used to live in. Jay was stunned and said, Ah, Van Hm. The Van Hm in the novel is a place where only bad people are allowed to live, right? Also, there's only one rule they have to follow in order to live in Van Hm. Anyone who dares to cause a riot will be expelled from the city. So, the people in this city don't seem to care much about each other. Ranayan smiled proudly and asked, Got it now? Jay sighed in relief and replied, Yes. It's fine that our shop is in such a busy area. She suddenly said, Because Van Hm is also the headquarters of the W boss. Renyan's expression grew serious, and he said, So you know as well. He then asked, Tell me honestly, what do you know about war? Jel responded, somewhat confused, Well, I guess it's about the same as what people in the Black Cloud organization know. I'm sure I know a little bit about the future, but not much about the identity of that person. In her mind, she whispered, The novel only mentions a handsome man with silver hair. Ranayan lowered his gaze, hiding the emotion in his eyes. After a moment of hesitation, he asked again, "Are you sure?" Sei, surprised, replied, "Yes." As soon as she finished speaking, the sound of her hungry stomach echoed. She blushed, clutching her stomach, and startledly exclaimed. Ranayan chuckled and asked warmly, "It's almost dinner time. Shall we go eat?" A while later, a lavish meal was laid out. Jel happily chewed her food, while Ranayan gently watched her adorable puffy-cheeked eating. After finishing the meal, on the way back, Jel chattered, the food at the restaurant earlier was really delicious. In her heart, she secretly sighed, that meal cost quite a bit. She ran ahead, humming and speaking, "Wow, why bother sneaking around now?" She turned around, flashing a bright smile, and continued, "From now on, Van HM will be my second home." Ranayan was momentarily frozen by her beautiful smile. Curious, he asked, "Where is your first home?" Jay turned her head away, speaking mysteriously, "Oh, just somewhere, I guess." She thought to herself, even if I tell him, he wouldn't know anyway. At that moment, a carriage sped towards them. Ranayan immediately pulled Jel back, saying with concern, "Be careful." She suddenly exclaimed, "Oops," and blushed, saying, "Ah, thank you, sir." Watching the carriage speed away, she silently sighed, almost meeting her end. Ranayan sighed as well, saying, "Here, if you're hit by a carriage, it's considered your fault." Jel, startled, asked, "Why is that?" He smiled and simply said, "Because, this is Van HM." She fearfully asked, "But if there's a riot, wouldn't we get expelled?" Hearing this, he explained, "As long as you don't cause a scene, you'll be fine." His expression became terrifying and dark. He continued, "What I mean is, as long as everything is done quietly, no one will care." Jel, scared and trembling, cried silently inside. She thought to herself, "I'll take back what I said." Her face turned pale as she tried to get closer to him, trembling as she said, "Indeed, the grocery store is still the safest." Ranayan advised, "From now on, whenever you leave the house, make sure Jaitan goes with you." Jel curiously asked him, "Gilberton, isn't he the bodyguard of the final boss?" Ranayan was surprised and asked back, "Really? The bodyguard of W?" She looked up at him and replied, "Not exactly, but he certainly looks like one." He understood and said, "Ah, so that's the information you have?" Jel didn't know how to respond, while Ranayan, standing beside her, covered his mouth and chuckled softly. He smiled happily and said, "Jerton is just one of the subordinates of the leader." Hearing this, she asked in surprise, "Huh? Did the final boss order Jaitan to protect me?" Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she said, "The big boss knows me? It was the senior who introduced me, right? Did he come to the grocery store? Can we meet him?" Ranayan, visibly irritated, asked, "Are you really that eager to meet Wei?" Surprised, Jel replied, "Huh? Why do you look so annoyed? Does he hate his boss that much?" She eagerly explained, "Of course. I heard he's a total heartthrob." Ranayan suddenly froze. He turned his face away, covering his face in embarrassment and said, "Huh? Yeah, that's true." Jay, standing beside them, suddenly realized the issue. She thought to herself, if I work with Wei, Ranayan will lose one of his employees, so that's why he's upset, right? That's too much. I want a promotion too." Curious, she asked, "I heard he has beautiful silver hair, is that true?" Ranayan continued to turn away, blushing as he replied, "I guess so." Jello kept praising, "It must be such a handsome look, once you've seen it, you'll never forget it." Ranayan turned redder, feeling extremely embarrassed. She excitedly said, "If the boss knows about me, then let me meet him at least once. I've never seen anyone with silver hair before." Ranayan rubbed his neck, curiously asking, "Do you really like silver hair that much?" Javian twirled her fingers, shyly replying, "It's not that I like it, it's just more interesting than anything." He hesitated before asking, "What about black hair?" She was startled, surprised by the question, "Are you jealous of the boss's looks?" Ranayan angrily retorted, "Why are you complimenting someone you don't even know? Are you really that easygoing?" She sighed and asked, "So, are you saying the boss isn't handsome?" Ranayan nodded, replying, "That's right." She sighed in disappointment, "Really?" Afterward, Jel turned and left. Renyan's expression grew serious as he watched her walk away. He suddenly recalled the first time they met, when she had confidently said, "I heard you're a member of Black Cloud. I know the future of some key characters." He repeated to himself, "The future of some key characters." Suddenly, Ranayan spoke up and asked, "I have a question about the future of the key figures you know." Jile responded, surprised, "Yes." Ranayan asked seriously, "Does the term key figure include Dylan Stassi?" Jile froze, hesitating before replying, "Yes." He continued to ask, "Really? What will happen to that guy? Will he be poisoned too?" Jile suddenly said, "He will be killed." Ranayan coldly asked, "By whom?" She answered seriously, "By Wei." He laughed coldly, speaking darkly, "I see." Ranayan smugly said, "So that's his future?" She saw him grin maliciously, his gaze filled with disappointment and sadness. She hadn't expected him to be so happy to hear that Din was about to be killed. Did he really hate Din that much? After all, Dinan had long been the enemy of the Black Mage. He ran over and patted her on the shoulder, urging her, "Let's go, I didn't mean to startle you." Or is there another reason? At the door, Ranayan bade her farewell, about to leave first, "I have something to do, I'll go ahead." Jile looked at him in surprise, "Do you have something to do?" Ranayan replied, "You should go inside and rest." He raised his hand and used magic, and two beautiful butterflies appeared. She was surprised and opened her mouth, seriously, "Butterflies, you're fine after all." He pointed at each one and introduced, "The red butterfly is Ren, and the white butterfly is Ban." The two butterflies flew around the girl, dropping sparkling fine dust. The girl stretched out her hand to bring them closer. Ranayan proudly put his hands on his hips and smiled at her, "If you don't know their names, you won't be able to communicate with them. I heard you were bullying them because you didn't understand what they were saying, so now I'm telling you." She was embarrassed and surprised. "When did I bully them?" She nervously ordered, "Two butterflies, I wasn't bullying you." "Is that right? Say something, will you?" Ban immediately received Renyan's mockery, "I warned you, but you told us to mate." "You're so dumb." Jen was even more confused, and she blushed, shouting, "That's not true." Ranayan covered his mouth, laughing happily. "The more I tease her. Now that we can communicate, why not thank them for the past? Didn't you want to thank them more than you wanted to thank me?" She smiled awkwardly, embarrassed, "Big boss, if you dislike me, just say it directly." Returning to her room, she sat absent-mindedly eating cookies, her mind wandering. Two butterflies hovered above her head, following her closely. "I heard W assigned Jaitan as my bodyguard. I thought he would personally come to the convenience store." She gossiped with the two butterflies, using her charms to refresh her eyes. It was fine. After all, it was difficult to appreciate the wave in person with flesh and blood. The two butterflies immediately advised, "I like mating with beautiful butterflies, so if you want to meet a handsome person, you need to be beautiful yourself." Got it? She hurriedly ate a cookie to hide her embarrassment. "I already apologized for the misunderstanding, and can you stop bringing up mating?" She was scolded by the two butterflies. She was too lazy. Why just eat cookies and not go work out? She was starting to find these two insects very annoying. For an office worker, replenishing sugar intake was a matter of survival. How could the butterflies understand that? The two girls were speechless and helpless. They gave up. At this rate, they would never meet a suitable mate, let alone a handsome one, in this lifetime. "I don't want to hear anymore, my head hurts so much, it's almost depressing. Enough, enough. Why did I say all that? What should I do now? A white-collar worker needs to be freed immediately." She suddenly remembered and raised her hand, intending to ask how the two girls communicated with their boss. "But how do you usually talk to the big boss? Do you use spiritual telepathy or something?" But all she got in return was a refusal from the two girls. We can only respond when our master allows us. Jeong felt blocked. She only knew how to speak when Runayon wanted to. She thought that if she could talk to the butterflies in an emergency, she might be able to quickly contact Runayon. The two girls saw her smile politely and scratched their heads, then reassured her, but if we're attacked, the master will know anyway. Just show sincerity, and it's best not to get hurt. As she tidied up the table and put the notebook away, she thought about it. She already knew how to contact Runayon in case of an emergency. Now, she had to prepare for what might happen in the future. Because she had drawn the attention of the loner, she needed to get ready for whatever might come next. She pointed to the two of them. I have to work, don't make me say it. She began writing in her notebook. The second part will begin when Jel, the antagonist of the first part, dies, and Hwa, the true antagonist of the novel, begins to reveal themselves. Viviana, Dylan, and Wei, along with the dark sorcerers, come into conflict. W gathered the dark sorcerers, scattered them, disarmed them, and tried to make all the kingdoms fall under the influence of dark magic. In principle, the event meant to showcase the power of the dark sorcerers is the grand convergence. She pondered, biting the pen, holding the notebook, the poison apple. This is a novel centered on the emotional storyline of the characters, so she didn't know exactly what the dark sorcerers had done. Isn't that when Viviana was cursed to death? It was all because Jel cast a deadly curse before she died. She suddenly scowled. Oh, but Jel summoned me, and I didn't curse Viviana. She slammed the table hard, causing the two standing next to her to flinch. That's off track. So Viviana won't be cursed? Then what happens next? Will she be stronger than the original? While holding a pen, she slammed the notebook shut. And just like that, the dark forces could be defeated. She was utterly terrified, her hair standing on end, and she felt like her life was over. This was the only place she had left to stay. Should she continue fighting for the dark forces? She spun around in the chaos of her thoughts, staring blankly at her shoulder. If I cast a curse, will everything return to the way it was before? At that moment, Mrs. Windria walked in. What? Are you looking to curse someone? She suddenly shouted. Windria, when did you get here? She forced a cold smile in front of her. Just a minute ago. Whenever you need a curse, just let me know. I'll give you a good deal, Mrs. Windria said enthusiastically, making her hesitate and shyly put the notebook away, asking quietly, No, it's not that. Is cursing difficult? Mrs. Windria suddenly patted her head, lost in thought. You want to learn? I can curse you, but I don't take apprentices. From outside the door, there was a sound of Mrs. Windria. The door suddenly swung open, and it was 10, causing her to jump. Oh dear. She recognized it was 10. Meeting 10 again at the convenience store felt very different. 10 in the old grocery store. 10 pretended to be sincere, clasping his hands together with tears streaming down his face, just like a little puppy. Mrs. Windria couldn't believe that she had come here in person. She felt that he was a bit difficult to approach right now. She gave him a displeased look. The grocery store led straight down to the laboratory. Why would I need delivery staff? He raised his hand, clutching his head in panic. Delivery staff? I'm the only disciple of Mrs. Windria. She shouted even louder at him. Didn't I say I don't accept disciples? He cried uncontrollably, dragging himself along. So, what about the memories we shared? Jay silently noticed and stood up abruptly. Was he Mrs. Windria's magic apprentice? But Mrs. Windria didn't seem like she had accepted him at all. She pushed them both outside to continue negotiations. Customers, no disorder here. He kept crying and begging her. Mrs. Windria, please don't abandon me. 10 stood in front of her, feeling like an innocent child. She closed the door and sighed softly. Phew, it feels like I just got rid of a pile of trouble. A moment later, while she was writing, there was the sound of footsteps outside. Ah, don't come in here to argue. Eh? She noticed a group of customers and hurriedly greeted them. Perhaps she should organize the novel's plot during her free time or before going to bed. She was very busy. From a distance, Runayan watched Jel through his subordinates. He stood with his arms crossed, smiling cheerfully. He thought she would go out and leave the shop behind, but she was so dedicated. In the past, whenever she had free time at the old shop, she would wander around the narrow alley. Now, why was she focusing on being a clerk at a convenience store? The image of her from the past and the present appeared in his mind. Because this shop had more days off than opening days, no one would say anything if it closed for a while. While lost in thought, he heard a sound and glanced over irritably. Those filthy dark mages, you think you can swagger around like this until a spy is caught? I'll beat that spy right away, Lord Wei, let me interrogate him. I'll make him spill all the information in his brain. Wei looked and sensed something behind him. Runayan quickly went to call Lord Wei. Hearing this, he turned and looked. Seeing Runayan happily make the suggestion to the man, let me take responsibility for this matter. Renyan's appearance took the Sorcerer Council by surprise, but Sir Wei remained calm, pondering for a moment before agreeing to his proposal. Of course, that's fine. Once his proposal was accepted, Runayan felt a surge of joy. He walked closer to the spy with an amused smile. He didn't forget to thank the council for giving him this opportunity. Thank you for giving me this chance. The subordinates, who had been trying not to show their discomfort, couldn't help but make their displeasure known. TCH. It seemed that Sir Wei was used to and had witnessed many of Renyan's methods, so he ordered his subordinates to step back. Everyone, step outside. Upon hearing this, the subordinates didn't dare to hesitate, immediately following the order and leaving the room. Yes. Runayan slowly approached the spy. At the same time, Sir Wei moved to close the door of the room, glancing around as he did so. He then locked the door with a long chain to ensure that no one could suddenly burst in. Immediately after, Runayan reached the spy, slowly sat down, and lifted the spy with a dangerous smile on his face. The other person grew even more terrified, but still tried to act unfazed and yelled, "You will never hear anything from me, understand?" Before the snake-like man could finish speaking, Runayan shoved the root into his mouth. At that point, all he could do was groan, sweating profusely. Runayan lowered his voice and looked at the snake-like man with a tender gaze. "No need to speak, just don't die." Mr. Wei spoke from behind, "I will set up the security barrier again." Runayan turned around and agreed with Mr. Wei's suggestion. All right. The other man couldn't fathom what they were about to do, so he trembled in fear. Runayan stood up, snapped his fingers, and a chair appeared behind him. Mr. Wei stood beside the chair where Runayan sat down, and a heavy silence filled the air. Runayan sat with his legs crossed, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "How much magical power does it take to achieve perfect silver hair?" He fell into deep thought. At this moment, W, noticing the question, asked curiously, "What's going on?" He normally doesn't even like a single strand of silver hair. This can't be right. Is something serious happening? Only then did he begin to ask, "Oh, is your silver hair really that beautiful, that it shines like that?" As he spoke, his face flushed with the same pink hue as a young girl who has just experienced love for the first time. W was taken aback by his reaction, his mouth agape. "Yes," he asked, confused. "Is the madness of the new employee a contagious disease?" Renyan's expression darkened at this. "Are you implying that I'm the one who's mad?" Suddenly, W lowered his head, which left Runayan puzzled. "What's going on?" he asked. "Is my silver hair really sparkling?" Upon hearing this, Runayan scowled and snapped, "Are you crazy?" Wei straightened his posture and immediately responded, "That's the answer I wanted to provide to you." He turned away, visibly irritated. "TCH, you really have no sense of perception." W advised him, "If you wish to use magic, you should rest for a few days. If you keep overusing it like this, it will run out soon." Runayan ignored him. Nonsense. Only someone with my ability can do such a thing. W quickly retorted, but it's still a waste of magic. He continued, I was quite surprised to hear that you moved your grocery store to Van Hem. Van Hem is so safe, it's almost dull. Didn't you always open your stores near the soldiers' posts? Ryan smiled and spoke to the staff member at the grocery store, his voice somewhat weak. Suddenly, he remembered, and furthermore, Dian had used his mana to press against Dell's neck. If he wanted to avoid being found by the mana's master, the most suitable way would be to hide in the hem valve, where the magical sources intertwined with one another. Although the seal could not last forever, it had not yet been completely erased, and could only be waited out until it gradually faded. Thinking of Din Len made him uncomfortable. Damn it! Each and every one of them made him unhappy. After thinking for a moment, Renayan spoke again to Wei, in any case, once the work is done, you should visit the grocery store. I have a loyal fan for you. Wei quickly realized who it was. Are you talking about the intern? He replied quickly, she's no longer an intern, Renayan said cheerfully about Gel. I'm planning to promote her to a full-time employee, she's working very hard. Wei felt grateful. Then, Pedro must be really thankful to that employee. His business is booming, he must be enjoying it, right? At this moment, Wei had some doubts. Is it really Gel? It seems that the rumor about her going crazy is true. Upon hearing this, Runayan did not correct it. He used she and smiled faintly, saying nothing. He thought to himself, crazy? No matter how you look at it, she's still very different from the real thing. So much so that even people think she's someone else. Well, no one truly knows who Gel really is. In this world, the only one who can fully recognize and understand the person inside Gel Rospian is me. Lost in his thoughts, he was quickly called back by W. By the way, are you going to leave him like this? Upon hearing this, Renayan finally spoke, I can't do that, we have work to do, don't we? As he spoke, he smiled and looked at the spy, making him tremble in fear. He threatened, first, let's rip his head open and check, untie him. W unexpectedly responded, untie him? Really? Runayan smirked, feeling smug. If I throw him a tasty bait, Dylan won't care about his men anymore. Instead, he'll chase after me. Though chasing me is almost hopeless. He extended his hand forward and spoke, so if we check this guy's head and release him, do you think those white mages will notice me? I wonder if the noble Viviana still remembers me. On this side, Gel was feeling incredibly frustrated as he thought about himself. I just want to work in peace. The man, also present, was crying and sobbing. When will she arrive? Lady Windria, how could you let Ten end up like this? Aren't you powerless too? Stop sleeping here. Suddenly, Ten noticed a powder floating by, catching her attention. Ha! Where did this black powder come from? Oh, I see now. She jumped up in surprise. Poison powder. She quickly intervened. Ren, don't kill him, he's not a customer. Ren, also annoyed, retorted, but he's so noisy, I can't sleep. She stopped him and said, I admit that, but still, you can't. Seeing Ban El Kim come out, she quickly intervened. Ban, put that needle away quickly. Hearing this, Ban clicked his tongue. The people on this side are still crying loudly. Would Lady Windria really leave me like this? I, standing beside, feel helpless. This is not the time to ask such questions, Master Ten, you almost died just now. She quickly turned around. The most important thing right now is that you should advise your subordinates. The big boss, I don't know when exactly, Runayan had appeared at the shop. He turned back, smiling darkly and asked her, why should I do that? Seeing him like this frightened her, the big boss suddenly seemed so terrifying today. Renyan's face appeared angry. When he mentioned moving the grocery store to a larger place, it did not mean she had the right to do so. She seemed a bit upset too. She asked him, "What do you mean?" He bluntly replied, "What I mean is that you do not have the right to have a lover in the grocery store." She was confused, not understanding what he was talking about. Was he referring to Ten? He was sulking, and he had no need to remember that boy's name, so why would she introduce him? She hurriedly explained, "Didn't you already know his name? He is Lady Windria's disciple." She said, a bit sadly, "What mood do I have to find a boyfriend? I already have so many things to worry about." Upon hearing that, he seemed to soften, feeling somewhat guilty. He gently stroked her head and replied, "I understand." He had spoken without thinking, then gave a light laugh. Yet his voice was a little petulant as he asked, "Why is Ten here?" She hesitated before answering, saying that first and foremost, he was a guest, which was the truth. But before she could finish, he asked, "At this hour, there's still a guest?" She pouted and said, "I wanted to give feedback as a regular employee. After working here, I've noticed a lot of serious shortcomings in this area. Customers completely disregard the store's operating hours. For example, with Ten and Mrs. Windria would sneak in early in the morning to avoid Ten, who waits around the store all day. Even when I'm asleep, she would open the door, throw money onto the counter, and take the items. So, what's the point of having store hours then?" she said. Ranayan then asked, "She could just refuse him herself. Why is she avoiding him? It's a personal matter between the customer and them." Ten insisted that Mrs. Windria couldn't chase him away, while Mrs. Windria no longer wanted to take on disciples, so she kept avoiding Ten. She hesitated, unsure whether she should say these words. Suddenly, Mrs. Windria walked in. Just as they said Chow Chow appeared. Ranayan immediately said, "The store is closed. You'll have to wait until it opens properly before you can buy anything, customer. Also, don't let your personal matters bother others. I've heard that your staff is being threatened by the burly Ten. Should I handle this myself?" Ten growled. Seeing this, Winry hurriedly pulled Ten outside and apologized nervously for causing a disturbance. At that moment, Ten, half-conscious, called out Mrs. Windria's name, but she quickly lifted him up. "You idiot, get up right now." She thought to herself that she hadn't expected Mrs. Windria to be so flustered around the boss, but it was truly thanks to Ten that Mrs. Windria's life was spared. He turned to her and asked, "Are you upset because Ten disappeared?" She quickly responded, "Of course not." He continued to ask her why she looked so sad, and she replied with reasoning, "It's not that I'm sad, I'm simply showing sympathy for that guy because he's in such a miserable state." But she forgot why he had come here. He said, "Actually, I wasn't planning on coming, but I suddenly saw a man in the shop, and you looked exhausted, so I came to see if you were being tricked or running after him." She pouted and said, "I'm not stupid enough for that. What would make me suddenly run after someone else?" He sarcastically replied, "Exactly as expected." She retorted, "Don't be so petty. He only used my kindness to help him carry things in. Anyway, you've already seen with your own eyes that nothing dangerous is going on, so you can go rest now because I want to take a nap." The heartless man responded, "This is my shop. Where else would I go? Kicking someone out this late, how heartless of you." She thought to herself, doesn't he have a home to go to? And when he kicked that guy out earlier, was that considered human? She sighed and replied, "Boss, isn't working here supposed to come with free food and accommodation? The only room in this shop is the one you are using," he said, crossing his arms. "I know." She gaped. "Then where will you sleep? Are you really going to let me sleep on the floor?" He chuckled and replied, "I have a room." But if he had a room, why would she have to sleep on the floor? She stammered, "But there's only one room." She thought for a moment, could it be that he was referring to Ten being her boyfriend, and he was trying to expose something? She and Ten had just slept together. Thinking of this, she yelled, "I really didn't do anything secretly here." He asked in confusion, "Are you crazy?" At this point, she felt very embarrassed. She explained that it was his words earlier that had made her misunderstand. He didn't want to discuss it further and said, "I'm tired, close the door and go to sleep." She couldn't help but ask him nervously, "Are you really going to use the bedroom?" Then she thought to herself, what a dreadful boss. Seeing this, he said, "I saw you've been working hard, so I was planning to give you a break starting tomorrow." She still grumbled to herself, "Even so, you'll still take my bed for a few days." He continued, "Along with the 13th month's salary." At that, her eyes lit up. "Boss, you could sleep in a warm bed, under soft blankets, for 1,000 years." She was fine with sleeping on the floor. He didn't care to listen to Lien Tien as she used magic to conjure a bed right in the middle of the convenience store. He said, "It's too noisy, I'll sleep here. And by the way, I don't like the sneaking around in there." The next morning, she cheerfully enjoyed the employee holiday. She eagerly went to try the bakery Seelan had recommended, thinking she'd buy every kind of pastry in the world. She cheered, knowing today she could rest peacefully all day. But the big boss was still sitting in the shop, so she asked, didn't he leave already? He could leave her 13th month's salary on the counter and go about his business. He mocked her, "You've changed your tone, are you saying that I should give you the money and then leave?" She forced a smile, though she didn't mean it, even though in her mind, she really did think so. He then said, "Get ready, we're going out for breakfast together." She asked, "Breakfast with you?" He said, "Yes, didn't I give you the day off starting today? Now you can relax and enjoy yourself." She thought to herself, but she wanted to roll around alone in her room, so she asked him again, "Do you know anything about taking time off?" He replied, "Going out to have fun." She objected, "Resting." He asked, "Aren't they the same?" She thought they were nothing alike, so why did she have to go with him if she was going out to have fun? That wasn't time off, it was overtime. He arrogantly said, "It seems like you've forgotten something. You'll be hunted down if you go out on your own." She innocently asked, "But this is Van Hem, right? Isn't this place safe from soldiers? Criminals are on every street." He answered seriously. She thought, do I only make enemies with ordinary people? Hearing this, she immediately became alert. Because she spent the whole day in the grocery store, she thought there was no danger out there. But she absolutely must not wander alone. "You said Jaitan would go with you," he replied. He was confused. "He's already off to do something else." "Didn't he inform you?" She looked down, feeling sad. It was true that he had informed her, which was why she just wanted to go to the nearby bakery to enjoy herself. He spoke seriously, "And you? The bruise on your neck hasn't gone away, has it? You need to take care of this first." Suddenly, she asked, "Take care of this bruise? Where should I go?" Renayan replied, "There's a place that can help." However, Jel's face darkened with worry. Now that he thought about it, the bruise was still as noticeable as it had been from the first day. Dai must have used force to create it, and it would likely take a long time to heal. She recalled Seelan's reminder, just like Burton had said she should carry self-defense items because Dylan was also a vicious person. Jizzle sighed again, thinking that there was no other option. Going out with the higher-ups wasn't even considered time off. She then said, "I understand. I'm ready to go out now. I don't need to prepare anything else." Renayan wondered, "Isn't that outfit work clothes? Are you planning to wear that outside?" Jay scratched the back of her neck and replied, "I don't have anything else to wear." Renayan, with a face full of question marks, asked, "What did you do with all the money I gave you?" J.I., seemingly smiling, answered, "I just ate. Watching the store is exhausting, so I tend to buy some snacks." Renayan stood frozen for 5 seconds. "You spend all that money on food?" Jel responded, "The cost of living in Van Hem is higher than I thought. It's probably because it's above the pickle B level here. Let's go eat, big boss." Renayan stood still, dumbfounded by Jel's answer. Feeling helpless, he said, "Eat first, then we'll go buy clothes." The scene shifted to the street, with Jel's joy and Ringyin's fond gaze, looking like one of those rich CEOs from a drama. Jel, the big boss is really a good person. I'll be loyal to you. Renayan asked, confused, is that nonsense because you're stuffed? No wonder you ate so much. Jel pouted, I ate a lot? What are you talking about? Someone praises you and you don't thank them, and now you're doubting me. Renayan recalled the time when we went out together. I saw her order a lot of food, and her table was filled with plate after plate. Jis was happy, saying, it's been so long since I've had any cravings. Do you think the one who's treating should only eat something expensive? He sighed helplessly. All right, eat however you like. Now, let's go buy some clothes. She was startled. Right, we still need to buy clothes. Why didn't you stop me while we were eating earlier? Renayan said that buying clothes in her current size wasn't a problem. Jel shouted loudly, Big Boss is so stupid, there are a lot of issues here. Scene shift to the clothing store, where the shop owner greeted them warmly. Suddenly, she gasped, oh my, I'm not surprised by the handsome guy next to you, but by our beautiful sister. Ms. Jel Rosbien, it's such a pleasure to meet you. I can't believe you've come to our store. I've been wanting to meet you. Really? Me? The shop owner confirmed, because you're the first villain to enter the Santia Tower and return alive. She froze for 5 seconds. What are you thinking, Mom? I'm not a villain. The shopkeeper leaned closer and said, aren't the prisoners in that tower famous for being assassinated before their executions? Joe, how did you deal with those assassins? Jay was helpless, dealing with them was easy, they were just stupid enough to try poison on their own. The shopkeeper continued to chatter, some even say that after the confrontation with the rogue, you still survived. Renayan stopped her, I'm very busy, stop rambling and bring the clothes here. The shopkeeper wondered, this is a women's clothing store, why are you here? Joy murmured, didn't the boss have some kind of conflict with the shop owner here? The atmosphere feels strange. The little butterfly answered, it's because the master is very powerful, and she doesn't want to get involved. Jay was confused, isn't it better to be close to the powerful? The little purple butterfly replied, yeah, but the master is so strong that she would make her disappear if she made a mistake. After hearing this, Jello froze for 5 seconds. Jello thought, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything. She said, boss, I truly will be loyal to you. Renayan looked puzzled, you seem to be a bit puffed up. I'll have to call Les over to check you out later. Surprised, old lady? The young lady has arrived, bringing along a pile of clothes. It's been a long wait for everyone. I've looked at many different styles, and I think all of them suit you, Miss Jel. The shopkeeper lifted a dress to showcase it, subtly flexing the quality of the store's merchandise. Here, take a look at this dress. The fabric is really good, and it won't stand out too much if worn at night. Renayan, interested, is this all right? Jay, helpless, do I have to dress modestly at night? The shopkeeper continued, explaining that the woven fabric was very sturdy, and normally, when running away, nothing would easily tear it. Renayan, interested, this is the first time I've seen this type of fabric. Don't you have anything for men? The shopkeeper promptly replied, this is a women's clothing store, sir. Renayan was annoyed, half helpless and half irritated with these two people. The shopkeeper smiled and continued, and this is our best-selling outfit. It's very easy to wash, even if it gets drenched in blood. Dio, helpless, I hope there's no blood or decapitation involved, he said. Set sail to return the goods, Jay said, powerless. In the end, they bought outfits that would allow for comfortable movement while running away. I'm just at the grocery store. Is there anything to run from? Renayan said darkly. It's best if there isn't, she looked up at him. Then, she touched her neck and thought, if Renayan said that, it seems that Dai is a stubborn person. Renayan said, holding it like that, doesn't it feel heavy? Let's take it back to the shop first. Jelen replied, the magic is so cool, thank you, sir. She asked, "Boss, should I learn some self-defense spells?" Renayan wondered, what is self-defense in magic? Moreover, do you know that not everyone has magic power in them? Jello calmly answered, I know magic power is innate, but there must be other ways, right? There's a type of potion that can quickly increase magic power, even for someone without magic. Suddenly, he stopped and reminded her, enhancing artificial magic power is very dangerous. He stared at her, and she looked back at him. Jello quickly understood. So that's how it is. So, how do those wizards increase their magic power? Renayan immediately explained, magic power has something called attributes, and that is decided from birth. The container of magic power is the same, it's also decided from the very beginning. A powerful sorcerer by nature will always be strong, it's just that the time it takes for their power to manifest differs. I don't think it's possible to believe that in a magical world, one can have no talents at all. But what about divine power? Joy, isn't it the same for white sorcerers? White sorcerers rely on divine power, while black sorcerers use magic power. So, is there really any difference between them? Renayan explained to her. Do you know what magic power and divine power are? He quickly warned her. That's not true, Jel replied unexpectedly. Yes, it's not true, Renayan affirmed. There's no difference between the two. With that, he turned away. Maybe this won't interest you. Let's set it aside. Let's go. Seeing him act this way made her worried. Jello thought, what does it mean that there's no difference? Isn't divine power a sacred force, likened to the power granted by God? If divine power and magic power are essentially the same, then what's the difference between black sorcerers and white sorcerers? Why would the two main characters of the poison apple execute black sorcerers? Renayan turned back and said, what is it? Hurry up. Hearing that, she looked up. Then, she wondered if this was the place where the bruise Renayan had mentioned could be treated. She quickly ran to catch up with him, feeling deeply puzzled about what he meant. Suddenly, the door swung open, surprising Renayan, who immediately draped his cloak over her. Jello spoke up, asking, why don't you go in? Renayan leaned over and hugged her, making her even more confused. What's going on? She asked. At that moment, a terrifying explosion shook the area. Jello screamed, Big Boss! In the devastated scene, with buildings shattered and everything in ruins, Nat Renayan held Jay close, protecting her. Beneath the magic circle, he anxiously and frantically asked, Are you okay? Jelen, her face drained of color, replied, I'm fine. She hurriedly asked him in return, Big Boss, are you okay? Renayan coldly turned away, answering with a simple before staring at the destruction around him, adding, But I don't know what happened. Jel could only stand frozen in fear, her legs trembling as she cowered behind Renayan. Suddenly, from the pile of ashes, Mel, his face blackened like a burnt dog, covered in dirt and grime, slowly crawled up, holding his head, and groaning, Ow! Ouch! He adjusted his glasses and asked, Is everyone okay? Missile honestly admitted, the bomb I was making was careless, so it exploded. He looked up and immediately froze, realizing that the person standing in front of him was Renayan. At that moment, Renayan stared intently at Mel, as if his gaze could end Mel's life and send him down to have tea with the king of hell. Jello stood behind, dazed and clueless, not understanding what was going on. Missile continued talking non-stop, nervously, How's Lord W been lately? Why are you here? Then he screamed when he saw who was standing behind Renayan, Oh my god. The legend, Jel Roastbean. Renyan's face immediately darkened, his expression as sour as a goose, clearly irritated, while Jel stood there, still clueless. Mel, with his gaze fixed on his forehead, didn't notice Renyan's annoyed expression. He stepped forward, grinning widely, and said, It's a pleasure to meet you. Jel flinched. Missile smiled broadly, proudly introducing himself, My name is Maitel, the one who bombed the palace 10 years ago. Ha ha. Jel seemed deaf for a moment, unable to believe his ears, thinking to himself, What? A bombing? Where the hell? Mel was still flaring his nostrils, his mouth babbling incessantly. According to the bounty notice issued for her, Jel Rosbian was quite formidable. It seemed she was no pushover, even though she didn't have my credentials. He proudly patted his chest, flexing, but still couldn't resist comparing himself to Jel. Ranayan furrowed his brow. Jel appeared 3 parts helpless, 7 parts, as Ranayan silently thought, does the villain really take that as a compliment? Then Mel took a step forward, boldly saying, it seems like this meeting is quite an honor for me. How about a handshake? Before he could finish his sentence, Ranayan, with surprising affection, seized his wrist tightly. Only then did Mel realize the furious expression on Renian's face that he had missed until now. Mel, trembling like a leaf in the wind, glanced at Renian's darkened face while desperately trying to break the tense atmosphere. He forced a laugh, stammering, if you guys want to blow something up, I can give you a magic bomb. His voice was shaky, his eyes darting around like John Lack trying to appear calm, but it was clear he wasn't calm at all. Upon hearing this, Jel immediately shook his head, rejecting the offer. No matter how scared Mel was, he stood frozen for 5 seconds, completely stunned. Ranayan turned around and mocked Jel with a sneer. Honestly, everyone seems so interested in Jel Rosby, huh? Has she become famous already? Jel, irritated, still managed to flash a sweet smile and responded. Famous or infamous, huh? Ranayan casually replied. Doesn't matter. Suddenly, he turned and asked Mel. What about Emily? Is she in there? Mel then led Ranayan and Jel into the house. The guy raised his hand to ring the doorbell, pressing it while shouting loudly. Emily. There was no response. Miss Helpless, he said, can't hear anything? Ranayan quickly spoke up to save Mel from embarrassment. He suggested just leaving them alone. Missile, still not done adjusting his pants, awkwardly rubbed his neck a few times before hurrying off. He didn't forget to turn back and nod at Jel. When she turned around, she nearly had a heart attack when she saw Ranayan casually open the door and walk right in, as if it was his own house. Jizzle stared wide-eyed and asked loudly. Hey, can you just open the door like that? Then, he froze in shock as he took in the sight of the room. The floor was covered with dolls everywhere. Then she saw a doll that looked quite familiar, suddenly realizing and thinking to herself, wait, is it Isabel's friend? She stood in front of the door, her body trembling as if someone had poked her. She wondered, is this place really where evil spirits are summoned? After thinking that, she immediately fell into the 2-deal trick, standing frozen in front of the door. Meanwhile, Ranayan walked straight in, as if he hadn't seen the doll at all. He even turned back, looked at Jel with a sneer, and said, go inside. Upon hearing that, Jel was utterly shocked, her face drained of color, terrified out of her mind, trembling like a leaf. She whimpered and asked Ranayan, go inside? Seeing the expression on Jel's face, as if she were about to cry, Ranayan burst into laughter, casually grabbing her hand to pull her in, and said, there's nothing to be afraid of, you won't die. Jel took heavy steps, as if weighed down by a huge stone, thinking to herself, this is so creepy. When she turned around, her eyes immediately met the terrifying face of the doll, staring at her affectionately. Jel jumped in fright, clinging tightly to Renian's hand and screamed. The two of them looked at each other. Ranayan stood frozen, staring at her, not understanding what was happening. Jay was terrified, her face paling as she curled into Renian's arm. She trembled, sobbing softly, groaning. Maybe it's because we barged into the house without permission, and it's angry. Should we leave right now? What if we're cursed? Ranayan sighed, indulging her in a way that only a CEO could, looking at her with affection. 3 parts helplessness, 7 parts pampering, he sneered, then kicked the doll in front of Jel with an air of cultural shock. The doll was knocked into the cupboard and tumbled across the floor. Meanwhile, Jel was stunned, leaning back, and screamed loudly, are you crazy? How can you kick that thing? What if it hates you now? Ranayan turned back, giving her a disdainful look and said, stop talking nonsense, let's go. We can't just stand here forever. Jay was frightened, hesitating. Renyan's expression clearly showed the slyness of a man who often pursued innocent girls. He grinned, spreading his arms and slowly approached Jel. "Let me carry you, it'll be easier." Upon hearing him, Jel flinched, her eyes bulging like a frog's, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. Too fast, too dangerous. She bent down, trying to avoid Renyan's embrace. "Yeah." She ran to a corner of the room, crossed her arms to shield herself, then gave Runayan a loving look filled with utter disdain. Runayan was flabbergasted, standing there with a blank expression, unable to believe his eyes, 3 question marks hanging above his head. "Do you hate what I say more than the things that are cursed?" But Jel, on the other hand, put on a face like she had just been bullied, awkwardly snapping back at him, "I haven't even digested my meal yet." Runayan remained unfazed, teasing her that her weight probably wasn't that different. He ignored Jel's loud protests and insisted she let him inside. Jel kept blushing, awkward and shy like a teenage girl. Meanwhile, Runayan couldn't stop smiling. What a thick-skinned person. Suddenly, Jel froze, her eyes widening in surprise as she saw an elderly woman wearing an apron sitting in a corner of the house. It was as if something clicked for her. She asked, could it be her? Before she could finish her sentence, Runayan quickly jumped in, answering, "Yeah, it's Emily." He took long strides toward the woman, sat down, and flashed her a friendly, pageant-like smile, saying, "I'm here now." Emily gently pushed up her glasses. Then she realized Renyan's presence. She smiled brightly, raised her hand to ruffle his hair, and gently said, "Oh, my little friend has come, has he?" Runayan softly smiled, his expression both affectionate and helpless as he replied, "How long are you going to keep calling me that? I'm not your little friend, I'm Runayan." Jel's heart fluttered, her chest pounding ba boom, silently thinking to herself. Wow, she didn't know why, but the boss looked more at ease than usual. Suddenly, she felt embarrassed and startled when she heard Emily look at her and say, "Have you finally allowed this old woman to see your wife?" Runayan turned to look at Jel and nonchalantly asked Emily, "Are you joking with me?" She admitted she was joking, which made Jel breathe a sigh of relief. Then she wondered about the relationship between Runayan and Emily, because they didn't seem to have a typical grandmother-grandchild bond. Emily smiled a strange smile, her face looking as if she was calculating something, and said, "Exactly, you could never come for that reason. Someone like you would never come to introduce the woman wearing something strange around her neck as your wife." Upon hearing this, Jel stood frozen for 5 seconds, unable to understand the meaning of what Emily had just said. The old woman pushed her glasses up, then put on a serious expression and said, "Miss, is there truly any danger with what's around your neck right now?" The girl, surprised and a little flustered, responded, "Yes." The old woman sat down on the ground, raised her thin hands, gently pushed her glasses up, and gave the girl a scrutinizing look, saying, "That thing around your neck seems quite troublesome. May I see it?" The girl subconsciously looked down at her neck, where a yellow scarf, matching her hair color, was wrapped around it. She thought, "Yes, it does seem a bit problematic." With that thought, she slowly raised her delicate hands to search for the knot to untie the scarf. She said, "Oh, yes. Please wait a moment." The old woman stood up, reached her hand behind her, and watched the girl fumble with untying the scarf, a gentle smile spreading across her face, as if contemplating something about this girl. The old woman spoke up, "But how did you and my little friend happen to meet?" Upon hearing the old woman's question, the girl suddenly snapped back to attention, slapping her forehead with a slap, thinking, "Oh right, I should have greeted the elders first." She said, Sorry, I should have introduced myself earlier." She leaned forward, her eyes closed, both hands crossed at her left hip, her head slightly lowered, and began introducing herself. "Hello, madam, my name is Jel Rosb, and I am an intern at Mr. Renyan's grocery store." Upon hearing her introduction, the elderly woman tilted her body slightly in response, and suddenly Runayan spoke. "Not an intern, but a full-time employee." She raised her head, her face full of confusion, her eyes filled with doubt as she asked, "What do you mean?" He walked towards her, lowered his head and spoke to her. Because you've worked so hard, I promoted you to a full-time employee a few days ago. She gasped in surprise and shouted. Huh? No, I didn't know anything about that. He stepped closer to her, turning his palm upwards toward her as he said. Well, now I'm telling you, miss. A hint of joy appeared on his face. She fumed, her face flushed slightly, and in anger, she said to him. If Jika hadn't come here today, you probably wouldn't have told me this in my entire life. Her hands were clenched tightly, as if she were about to punch him. He looked innocent and said. I forgot, okay? She, frustrated but helpless, muttered. Oh, Mr. Renayan, really? The elderly woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly, watching the bickering duo in front of her. With a smile, she said. The young man has brought an interesting girl, hasn't he? He turned his head toward the old woman and said. Yes, that's the only way it won't be boring, Grandma. Her mood sank, her right hand lifted and clenched tightly, holding back the urge to lash out at her boss. It meant he had hired her to act the part, not to work as a store employee. He slightly lowered his head, his hair falling to partially hide his beautiful eyes, and continued. In short, this girl is an employee at my grocery store. Hearing that, she furrowed her brow, leaned closer to him, and quickly whispered. Not just any employee, but a full-time employee. He, a little helpless with this girl, glanced at her and added. Well, she's a full-time employee at the grocery store. At his words, her face lit up with happiness, her lips forming a graceful smile. Her hands clapped together in front of her, looking extremely pleased. He shifted his gaze to her neck, speaking as if the old woman could see. She has a little trouble with her neck, so I was wondering if there's a scarf that could cover it. His words startled her, and she immediately thought of the dark bruise on her neck, which had formed a ring around it. The old woman slowly approached her, raised her hand to adjust the glasses on her eyes, and carefully examined the wound, saying, Let me take a look. Then she continued to observe the bruise closely. The girl was a bit surprised that the old woman could examine her injury. After a moment, the old woman thoughtfully said, then placed her hands gently on the girl's shoulders to comfort her. Ah, it must hurt a lot. The girl was somewhat taken aback, her lips pressed together when the old woman touched her. You're right, the old woman said, the bruise looks really bad, how could the little one bear it? With a complex expression, the girl raised her hand to cover her chest, exhaling a breath and trembling as she said, Yes, it really does. The old woman turned and walked towards a nearby cupboard, speaking to her, Don't be so down, wait for me a moment. Hearing this, the girl turned her gaze towards the old woman as she walked over, a little hopeful. From the pile of variously colored cloths, the old woman took out a light purple cloth, embroidered with beautiful, alternating square patterns, and said to the girl, Try this cloth. Then, she sat down and placed the cloth into a basin of water that shimmered with an enchanting light. The water in the basin seemed to emanate something, constantly radiating outwards. The old woman continued to focus on the cloth in her hands, fully submerging it in the water. When the cloth was entirely in the water, a bright light suddenly burst forth from the basin under the old woman's hands. She and he stood there, in stark contrast to his calm expression. She, with a face full of astonishment at what was happening before her, silently thought, Ah, this is magic. After soaking the cloth, the old woman slowly withdrew her hands from the water, the cloth still emitting a mysterious glow. She then said, A week is enough. Upon hearing this, he was a bit surprised and said, A week? I thought it would take more time to make. The old woman replied, At least 3 more layers of magic are needed to conceal it. Then she turned towards the cloth, gently tapping it. She continued, And we need to perform several more tests. Upon hearing her words, he slowly turned around, facing her, and said, I understand, we will pick it up in a week. Let's go home. Jel, she replied. Ah, yes. After a moment of waiting, the old woman's voice sounded. She said, Since you're already here, you might as well sit down and sew a little before you leave. Her face now wore a mysterious smile, her right hand holding a spool of thread, her left holding a needle. Both items emitted a faint purple glow, looking far from ordinary. Hearing this, he immediately turned away and flatly refused. "Oh, I'm quite busy, so I'll leave now." Stunned by his attitude, she was momentarily caught off guard, only managing to mutter in confusion, Oh. Seeing him like that, the old woman immediately said, "Because I'm old, my eyes have become blurry." "Miss, don't you think this old woman is pitiable?" She looked at her with a gaze full of sympathy. The girl was a bit surprised and couldn't help but feel awkward, alternating her gaze between him and the old woman. She said, then. After a brief hesitation, she turned to him, her face slightly worried, and said, "This is simple, sir, how could you be so careless?" Hearing this, he was taken aback and looked at the inexperienced girl, who was explaining everything wrong. Before she could finish her sentence, she smiled at the old woman and said, "Let me help you, all I need to do is thread the needle, right?" He tried to whisper to her, "That's not it, don't do it," but it's too late. The old woman heard this and quickly turned back to the wooden box, rummaging through it in front of the girl, who was curious. "Well then, I'll specially ask you for help." As she spoke, the old woman raised the box containing the needles and threads towards the girl. Inside the box were 10 rolls of thread neatly arranged in one corner, and dozens of needles that had yet to be threaded. Looking at the needles again and again, she couldn't help but feel shocked, as if she had just been deceived. Her hand rose to her mouth, trembling as she spoke, "So many needles, it's evil." He stood behind her, placing a hand on his head in frustration, his voice tinged with irritation as he said, "I told you it wasn't a good idea." In the late afternoon at the shop, his voice echoed from inside, "Have you stopped yet?" Emily was the one who created that cursed doll. Her hands shook, still not recovered from the ordeal. After inserting so many needles, she leaned one hand against the table to steady herself. Isabel, whom she mentioned, was also a product of Emily's making. He continued, "She was originally a master embroiderer, only pretending to groan and ask for help because she liked seeing others complain. Miss Ney had arrived here, and her mind couldn't help but wander back to the old woman from earlier. She felt like she had been teased, forcing a bitter smile. Ha ha! Thinking back to the moment of threading needles, she couldn't help but feel a little despair. He and she, each with a thread, threading the needles one by one. She said, "I've stopped, realizing that indeed, you shouldn't trust anyone in this city." She unconsciously touched her neck, feeling a sense of unease, but is this really a tracking mark? Looking at the black mark on her neck in the mirror, she couldn't help but worry about it. He sat down, leaned back in his armchair, opened the book he had left off, and said, "Though it's hard to believe, it's true." She sighed, "Ha ha." He continued, "So from now on, you have to take someone else with you when you go outside, or..." "I just said that while turning the pages of my book." She raised her stiffened face and said, "From now on, it's mandatory." He nodded lightly. She then asked, "Does that apply in the future as well?" He nodded again. She seemed to have thought of something and walked toward him. She slammed both of her hands onto the table, startling him. He moved the book aside and looked up at her. She said, "Boss, please be honest with me." A question mark appeared in his mind. He asked, "What do you mean? Have I been fired?" She clearly articulated each word, and his face showed a question mark as he closed the book. He looked at her and asked again, "Who's been fired?" His face looked somewhat confused. She raised an eyebrow and looked at him, saying, "Because you've been goofing around every day, the big boss must have already told the top boss, right?" He sighed in relief and looked at her, saying, "How did you know I play around every day?" He asked in confusion, "Why don't you get any rest?" As if suddenly remembering something, he let out a soft ah, reached down under the table, and pulled out a box. She lowered her head to follow the direction of his hand, then placed the box on the table. He said, "Here, take it to the dining room." Inside the box were several smaller boxes of cakes and a few bags of snacks. Seeing the cake boxes, she quickly grabbed one and hugged it to her chest. Her hair fluttered up instinctively, and her cheeks turned pink. She hurriedly said, "It's not because of these that you're upset with me, right? As an employee, since you're in the store, I didn't dare to enter the room, but since you've given the order, I will follow it." After saying that, she took a bite of the cake, walking while humming to herself. Hee, I'll eat it really well." He watched her silly behavior, unable to stop his thoughts from wandering. As if sensing his thoughts, she turned back to explain, "No, really, I'm saying this because I'm afraid you'll misunderstand. It's truly not because of the snacks that I'm acting so silly." He replied, I know. The room became quiet. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting light on the chairs in the room, creating the shape of the window on the surface of the table. Everything was calm and peaceful. Time passed slowly, and a moment had gone by since she entered the private room. He took his eyes off the page and looked towards the door of the room. He thought to himself, has she still not left the room? Is she still sitting there eating the pile of cookies in the basket? Thinking this, he wondered whether he should stop her. After a moment, he stood up, folded the book he had been reading, and slowly walked toward her room. As he was about to knock, he noticed a gap in the door, thinking it might be slightly open. Nevertheless, he politely knocked a few times, the sound echoing distinctly. He said, "May I come in?" There was no response. Suddenly, he heard a faint sobbing sound, "Please, help me," coming from behind the door. His face changed, and he grew worried for her. Ranayan anxiously opened the door wide. He called out loudly, "XO." He hurried into the room, his footsteps quick. "Did the boss just leave?" he asked. "What happened?" As he entered, he saw Jill lying on the bed, her arms and legs flailing as she muttered, "The boss ate all my cookies." As soon as she finished speaking, she closed her eyes tightly. Ranayan frowned, thinking to himself, "What? Is she talking in her sleep?" He gently rubbed her head and sighed in relief. "Ah, this is really beyond words." He quietly sat down next to her bed, silently watching her peaceful expression as she slept. His hair fell down, hiding the eyes that seemed to be doubtful about something in his heart. Is this how people who raise chicks feel? Ranayan recalled the time he saw Jill anxious when looking at her chicks, clearly uncomfortable. She cared for them deeply, even to the point of worrying so much that she cried and said in fear, "Why are you all whining? What else do you need from me? I just moved the chicken coop and did everything for you all." He wondered to himself, didn't she buy them to be used as sacrifices for the curse? He raised his hand to his chin, deep in thought, and absent-mindedly muttered, "Chicken coop." Stopping his thoughts, Ranayan turned to look at Jill's room. After observing for a while, he suddenly thought, it's a bit cramped here, and in the center of such a bustling city, it's not exactly an ideal environment. In his mind, an image of Jill cleaning the house flashed, and there were no servants to command. Of course, Jill seemed accustomed to housework, but Ranayan looked back at her, thoughtful, a touch of disappointment in his gaze. He gently expressed, "Her independence and adaptability are better than necessary, aren't they?" His hand gently caressed a few strands of her hair, as the sunlight streamed into the room, creating a peaceful, almost poetic atmosphere. His heart was in turmoil, overwhelmed by countless thoughts. Ranayan ran his hand through Jill's hair softly, while she continued to breathe steadily, lost in her sleep. Suddenly, something startled him, and he widened his eyes, focusing intently. Ranayan placed his hand on the bed to steady himself. He leaned in closer, examining Jill's face carefully. The more he looked, the more confused he became by what he had just noticed. Hesitantly, he asked himself, "This?" It turned out that what Ranayan had noticed was the strange golden hue of Jill's hair. He was certain in his heart that the roots of her hair had turned black, there was no way he could have been mistaken. A sudden, troubling thought flashed through his mind about her other identity. Could it be a side effect of the forbidden magic? Ranayan gently lifted Jill's chin to check further, then wondered, has anything else changed? He paused, running his fingers through her hair, quietly contemplating that since he had never truly seen Jill Rospian before, he couldn't know whether she had always been like this or if something had altered. His hand lightly raised her chin for a better look. Runayan frowned, discomfort spreading across his face as he noticed something on Jel. He touched her neck, where a dark bruise had formed, looking like a contusion. He furrowed his brow as he inspected it. That bastard had left such a mark. It seemed that at this moment, surrounding Runayan was an overwhelming sense of anger, the kind of fury one feels when forced to witness something he never wanted to see on Jel's body. If I could erase it, I would erase it right now. At that moment, Jel suddenly stirred, her eyes fluttering open. Ah! She startled, fully waking up when she realized who was in front of her. Trembling, she spoke. Boss. What's going on? Jel's face darkened as she followed Renyan's gaze. Why is his hand there? Is he joking with me? Ha ha. He smirked, a small, pleasant smile forming as he looked at her. Runayan laughed. Well, he chuckled in surprise at Jel's reaction, saying he had the ability to drink poison and still not die. Something as big as this, and yet it didn't even affect him. Renyan's smile left her feeling quite flustered. You're teasing me again. While Jel was still worried, confused, and unsure of what was going on, he silently thought to himself that just a little pressure on her neck could easily leave such a bruise. Truly, such a fragile life, one careless move, and it could disappear. Runayan softly called her name. She responded with a confused look. Yes. He immediately said, Your name is Jel. She quickly replied, Yes, I am Jel. He smiled and nodded, confirming, I've named you Jel. She awkwardly asked, Yes, what nonsense are you talking about? He explained, What I mean is, your name Jel from now on is given by me. He gently stroked her face with his hand, his smile radiating warmth, his voice deep and soothing. So, never imitate someone like Jelby again. Jel drifted into a daze from what she had just heard from Runayan. He still smiled at her, but there was something mysterious in his eyes. He continued to touch her hair and shared, To commemorate giving you this name, I will build you the largest, most beautiful chicken coop in the world. Runayan smiled gently at her, his eyes full of warmth, while Jelon's gaze was mixed with confusion, as if she couldn't believe her ears. She sat up and asked, Is that a big deal? He seemed surprised. Ha? Jay anxiously asked him again, Is that chicken coop safe? Runayan lowered his head slightly and chuckled softly. He responded in a calm voice, Of course. Yeah. She still had doubts about Renyan's proposal, even from the superior. He seemed very surprised by Jel's question. In response to Renyan's attitude, Jel took a deep breath, as if preparing to say something. She said loudly, Although I may look silly, I'm not like a chicken, let alone a pet. She added firmly, Besides, instead of buying chickens to keep, the superior hired a grocery store employee, right? A labor contract was even made independently and equally between us. Didn't you sign the contract? After hearing Jay's innocent words, he burst out laughing. Seeing Renyan's attitude, she slammed her hand on the bed and said loudly, Everyone is being serious like this, and you just want to laugh? What about the biggest, most beautiful rooster? Use that money to raise my salary. He couldn't stop laughing at her innocent reaction, thinking to himself that his companion was truly charming in her humor. But it seemed that Runayan was still determined to carry out his plan. Once they returned to the mansion, there would likely be a lot to prepare for the chicken coop. After making those ridiculous remarks about the chicken coop, Runayan said that something unexpected had happened, so he hurriedly left. Jel then spent her time researching something while enjoying the sweet cookies. Ah, now this is what I call a real vacation. She recorded her new findings, and studying the taste of poisons was quite interesting. A strawberry-flavored poison mixed with a banana-flavored one still retained the strawberry scent. The difference between watermelon poison and freshly harvested watermelon was particularly striking. Jel wondered to herself, This really is a unique ability, but why do I have this power? The questions that briefly crossed her mind seemed quite strange, considering that Jel Rospian, the original, had died from poisoning. So, her current ability couldn't have come from her origins. As she was lost in thought, Jerton suddenly walked in and said, Miss, may I ask you something? Jill was taken aback, puzzled by the awkwardness in his demeanor, and she instinctively flinched. Isn't this person a customer? When did they arrive? As usual, she responded. I'm sorry, but my shop is closed today. She then quietly asked herself, did I forget to lock the door just now? Yeah. Tan awkwardly asked, oh, really? I have a problem. He tried to plead with Jill, looking pitiful. I really need something right now. Could you help me? She didn't understand what was going on, so she asked back, confused, what are you looking for? Jill seemed to be searching for something to help a rotting wooden box. It should be around here somewhere. He stood behind, looking on, rummaging through his pants pocket, and asked, is it hard to find? Jill replied, oh, because it's inventory, I stored it a bit carefully. She smiled with joy as she found it. Ah! Suddenly, Jerton was right behind her, his expression cold and his face changing. He no longer had the casual demeanor from earlier. He was holding a purple vial with a spider inside, as if plotting something. Jill, still smiling brightly, said, I found it. As soon as the spider dropped, it bit Jill on the neck. She cried out, quickly covering her neck with her hand, her face paling, wondering if there were mosquitoes in the store. Glancing down at the ground, she gasped in fear, reaching for the rotting wooden box and lifting it up. He slammed his hand down hard on the ground, followed by a beautiful, almost poetic phrase that slipped out subconsciously, are you dead yet? June then shook and sat down on the ground, almost on the verge of tears from fear. At this point, the young man behind her changed his expression, stepped forward, and pretended not to know what had happened, asking, are you all right? Startled, the young man continued. He reached out to touch her neck and said, you've been bitten here. She hurriedly reached her hand to her neck, asking, did I scream? The young man immediately withdrew his hand, raised it slightly, blushing, and stammered, sorry. Suddenly, his hand touched her again. When J.A. looked at his hand, she gasped as she saw blood on it. The young man hesitantly asked if she had any medicine to apply to the spider bite, to which Jella replied that she wasn't sure whether she had any. At this point, the young man made a suggestion, if you have time, you could come by my place. I can give you some medicine. She asked, surprised, your place? Only then did the young man begin to introduce himself. It turned out that he was also a pharmacist named T, and he ran a small pharmacy at the Northwest Square. She was quite surprised. But when she glanced at the decaying wooden box that was slightly falling apart at her feet, she gasped and shouted, the box. Flustered, she turned to Tien and said, I was scared because of that insignificant little thing. I'm really sorry to the customer. Tien, trying to stay calm, said, you can check other shops, but immediately, his expression changed drastically, his eyes wild, his face flushed, and he made a request, instead, would you go to my pharmacy to get some medicine? It's not far from here. Jill found this strange, but her face remained unchanged as she politely declined, no, I have to watch the shop. Hearing this, Tien was taken aback and asked, I heard the shop is closed. She smiled and replied, yes, I did say that, but overthinking things makes me fatter. I have to make money, I need to clean up, so could you step outside for a moment? At that moment, Tien gave up on his idea and agreed to come back another time. Once he left, her face immediately paled slightly. 2 butterflies fluttered around her and whispered, Jill has locked the grocery store. She was slightly surprised but quickly reassured herself that she indeed had locked the store. But the fact that T barged in here so casually made her feel strange. Because, in reality, it was Windria who did this, but having a stranger do this wasn't part of the rules. Moreover, she quickly noticed something odd when Tens was able to point out exactly where she had been bitten, even though that spot was covered by her long hair. Jill, suspicious, reached for the blood on the back of her neck. She saw the blood on her hand, tasted it, and realized it had an orange flavor. She was horrified when she realized that Tien had intentionally released a venomous spider onto her. When she told Windria, the woman was also quite surprised to hear this, as she herself wasn't sure it was just a guess. Moreover, at the time, the two butterflies were sleeping in the corner of the shop, so they couldn't have observed it. Upon hearing this, she asked Jel, could it have fallen from the ceiling? But Jel quickly denied this. She had been here for a while now and had never once seen an insect. Furthermore, if she had really been poisoned, Jen and Ban, her two butterflies, would definitely have noticed it. Windria also started to feel suspicious and began suggesting some possibilities. Did he say he was an apothecary? It could also be that Langby guy. Sel mentioned it. Lang BM. Jel was somewhat surprised and asked again. The name sounds simple enough, he just sells painkillers, Windria quickly replied. But the strange thing is, the pain always disappears, so people have been talking about him a lot. Hearing this, an idea sprang to her mind. If painkillers could be used as medicine, could she perhaps turn poison into a toxic remedy? But she quickly discarded the thought, because from what she knew about the future, Wei would be poisoned, and this might be related. Windria set that issue aside and changed the topic, asking her. But Jay, did Lord Renayan say anything about 10 after that? She snapped back to her senses and thought for a moment. As she remembered, that was the day her boss had kicked the two of them out. No, she didn't say anything. She sighed in relief, probably because Renayan wasn't that angry at the time. Jay could understand right away, perhaps she was worried about 10 after what had happened, although her expression seemed to carry a hint of guilt. She quickly denied it and made an excuse, saying that 10 had once been her errand boy, so she was just afraid of being implicated. Just one more question. Miss Windria, didn't you really take that boy as your disciple? Windria's expression also grew somewhat dim because 10 lacked the ability to curse, and moreover, her ability to hide magical inscriptions was limited, making it impossible to deceive anyone. At that moment, she remembered that Renayan had once told her that a person's magical attribute is determined from birth, and the ability to conceal magical inscriptions is the same. It is decided right from the start. Thinking of this, she felt a bit sorry for 10, a very enthusiastic person, and couldn't help but ask. Is it impossible to improve the ability to hide magical inscriptions? Windria hesitated. The gloominess in her voice indicated that it wasn't entirely impossible, but no one would bother with such a thing. Jel was somewhat confused. Why wouldn't anyone do it? After all, it could make people stronger. Windria then explained to her. Each person only has one magic bowl. The size of the bowl is set from the beginning, but there is a way to hold more in it, which is to dig deeper and expand it. If you want to enlarge the magic bowl, you should use magical power of an opposite attribute to eliminate the empty space at the bottom of the bowl. Upon hearing this, Jel was a bit puzzled. If there is such a method, then why? But she quickly stopped herself, thinking, forget it. However, the magic bowl is the heart and the source of power for the dark sorcerers. If it is allowed to absorb the magical energy of others, especially magical energy that is mutually antagonistic, it is no different from handing over one's life to them. If one is not careful, when the bowl shatters, the user will become crippled, or even lose their life. Who would want to do such a thing? At this point, Jel realized why Renayan had warned her earlier that this was dangerous. By the time she finished her task, it was already dark. Jel felt a bit tired, stretched, and thought that not being able to get in touch with Renayan made her feel oddly restless. Could it be because of the strange guest she had encountered earlier that made her feel uneasy? At this thought, she felt a little worried, because when she was with Renayan, she always felt a little safer. Jel pondered quietly, muttering softly, I miss him. At that very moment, Renayan smiled and appeared in front of her. She was taken aback. Ha. Boss? Renayan gently asked, what's wrong? He suddenly realized that Jel seemed to be thinking about something. Renayan quietly asked in a soft tone, is something going on with you? Before Jel could answer, Renayan tilted his head and, puzzled, added, why do you look so down? She flinched when she heard that, and the butterflies flew toward him. Ha! Oh, that, master. Two butterflies, one black and one red, continued to flap their wings as they moved closer to Renayan. I have something to report. Stopping in front of him, the two butterflies chattered away, ignoring her uncertainty about whether she should speak up or not. Well, I was planning to wait until everything was confirmed before telling him. After hearing the rough outline of the story, he frowned, confirming with suspicion. What? In an instant, Randon became grim, a surge of discomfort flooding his veins as he questioned which madman had released a venomous spider on her. She felt guilty, avoiding his gaze, scratching her cheek as she awkwardly replied. Yes, but it's just my guess. Hearing this, he stepped closer to her desk. Rinyan's voice suddenly softened, his tone more caring than dark. But you still think that guy did it, don't you? A mix of worry and tenderness appeared on his usually stiff face, and his gaze softened as Renayan looked down at her sitting figure. She was there, so she knew best. Whether by intuition or mere speculation, if her thoughts were like that, then it was so. When Jel heard Renayan say that, she was somewhat surprised by his reaction. Jel widened her eyes as she looked up at him, thinking to herself that she didn't expect Renayan to immediately trust her words. Seeing her silent expression, Renayan placed his hand gently on Jel's head and ruffled her hair. I'll send someone to investigate. You don't need to worry too much. Thank you. After reassuring her, Renayan asked about the wound caused by the venomous spider. Where is the bite? Jel didn't hide anything, pulling her braid forward to reveal the pale skin of her neck, marked with a dark wound. It's here. It's stopped bleeding now, and the swelling has gone down a lot. Renayan moved behind Jel, slowly observing the wound. Let me take a look. After a moment of looking, Rinyan's mind drifted into a dark, distant place. He paused for a while, then asked a question that left her feeling helpless. Is your hobby leaving some ridiculous marks on your neck? What do you mean, sir? I prefer my neck to be clean and shiny. She looked up at Renayan, who was also rubbing his chin, thinking. Seems like the convenience store doesn't have a first aid kit? At least they should have some disinfectant or ointment. Do they? Hearing him speak so casually, she complained about the service. Boss, you need to prepare some medicine for the store, right? What if I get into a fight with a customer and get injured? That would count as a workplace accident. Her cute reaction made Renayan smile lightly, a rare sight, and he thought to himself that maybe he really should buy some medicine. Well, in that case, I should take responsibility for it. Jelnthuyan, Renayan leaned his head back against the chair where she was sitting. Just buy me some ointment. He remained silent, only smiling as he lightly brushed his forehead against the back of Jel's neck. His bangs gently grazed the back of her neck. She gasped, a sense of embarrassment flooding over her as her face turned red like a tomato. She suddenly blurted out. Sir. Startled, she jumped up as if she had just touched a prickly hedgehog. She clutched the back of her neck in front of Fan-on. What are you doing? Hoof. Renayan looked at her in confusion, not understanding why she had such a strong reaction. He quickly explained, people often say that my body temperature is quite low, which might help alleviate your pain. It seemed like Renayan realized something, and a teasing, enigmatic smile appeared on his face. For a brief moment, a playful glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Jel. Not cold enough? Would you like me to do anything else? Jel was officially embarrassed, nearly turning into a boiled lobster. She spun around and hurriedly fled the spot, flustered. No need, the pain has already gone. He placed his hand on his hip, watching her tiny figure dart away like a little mouse fleeing from its predator. Where are you going? Joe, don't talk to me. She slammed the door shut, as if an invisible barrier had been set up. Quickly, she called out from inside. I want to be alone in my room, don't call me out there. Outside, Renayan struggled to suppress a laugh, possibly holding his breath to keep from bursting out. Once the moment of amusement passed, he slowly placed his hand on the table to stand up. Renayan walked towards the voice that had echoed earlier. He leaned against the door, directly calling her name. Joe. Ah. He placed his long, slender hand on the surface of the wooden door, speaking in a steady, deliberate tone that struck at the heart of her. Didn't you say you missed me? Hearing such direct words, Jel was instantly frozen. She recalled the moment when she had been sitting absent-mindedly, mumbling to herself, and realized that he had heard everything. She felt so embarrassed that her eyes widened. I heard it. Seeing the situation turning against her, Jel quickly used the remaining words she had to protect her pride. Why you? What are you talking about? Are you flirting with Ms. Windria? No, I miss my friends. You have other friends? You just arrived in this city not long ago. Of course I do. His lips curved into a slight smile, just enough for his face to brighten. All right, then I'll go. After a moment, it seemed quiet outside. Jay slowly opened the door and stepped out of the room. She really didn't want Runayan to leave. In a soft voice, she spoke. Where are you going? He covered his mouth with his hand, smiling, and teased her again as he bent down. Didn't you say you wanted to be alone? You wanted to be alone in your room. Once again, he stretched out his arm and placed it gently on top of her head, as if offering reassurance. Or rather, it was more like comforting her. All right, I understand. Go ahead and sleep, I'll always be in the store, so you don't have to worry. Who would be scared? At that moment, she suddenly remembered the man who had been showing up recently. When she mentioned it, he seemed surprised, but it was clear that his mood wasn't good. Suddenly, a man much taller than me stormed into the store, threw a receipt at me, and even blushed while inviting me to his pharmacy. A brief silence followed. His eyes widened, but he said nothing. The air seemed to grow heavy with dark clouds, and a strong smell of vinegar filled the room. After recounting the story, she returned to her room. His hand still hovered in midair, lingering on the memory of what she had said. Anyway, the boss is here, so I feel much better. Now I'm really going to sleep. He withdrew his hand, and his face turned blank. He only heard Jel's parting words. See you tomorrow. Yeah. As the door closed, Renayan stood like a pawn trapped in the back row. Thoughts swirled endlessly in his mind. A much taller man, flushed with embarrassment, had invited him to his private pharmacy. How bothersome, that was the pharmacist, TN. It was said that his medicine was very effective, perhaps he should check it out? Scene changes to a small restaurant in the morning, where Jel joyfully exclaimed. Enjoy the delicious meal he invited you to. Oh, you run the shop, and yet you're treating me to breakfast. I'm so touched. Ranayan sat, propping his chin with his hand, smiling as he watched her eat. While eating, she asked him about his schedule. So, is the boss planning to take a break today? I have something to do at Van Ham. Ah, I see. Jill continued eating happily, her cheeks puffed up. By the way, what exactly does the boss do? It seems like you're not often around the big boss, huh? Always out playing. He continued staring at her, imagining a little chick. Hearing her say that, he could only sigh and explain, my job is to manage a grocery store, is the store doing well? Well, my store has been approved by the final boss, doing all kinds of odd jobs, and sometimes recruiting people into the organization or for events. Upon hearing that, she showed her sympathy. Haha, people are all the same, huh? The subordinates always have to work day and night so the superiors can enjoy themselves. She said this and then reminded him, her eyes firmly fixed on him. By the way, don't get involved in big events like conferences or gatherings. She kept talking, while he crossed his arms confidently. Your main job is running the grocery store, there's no need to participate in such dangerous activities. Why are we dangerous? Jel firmly made his point. Places where dark mages gather are, of course, dangerous. The corner of Renian's mouth curled up slightly. He didn't say anything but showed no sign of fear. He tightly crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair, asking directly, with pinpoint accuracy and no room for doubt. Jill, in the future that the final boss will there be any incidents or sudden attacks during gatherings? Jill realized that his perceptiveness was no ordinary level, so she immediately avoided his gaze, forcing a stiff smile as she thought to herself. Oh, he's sharp. Yes, he once again returned to his relaxed state, propping his chin with his hand and smiling. Then I absolutely must join. Ha! I already said it's very dangerous. Ranayan stared directly into her eyes with unwavering determination, not allowing the slightest hint of doubt to show on his calm face. Aren't you implying that Dylan will show up? In that case, I have to go, even if it means dying, to avenge that cursed neck. It wasn't until now that Jay realized she had just given him an enticing, rich, and juicy hint. She thought to herself, he's always been the type to proactively infiltrate dangerous places. After finishing their meal, he and she walked outside together. It was now time for the others to help escort her back to the shop safely. Rizzle, you and Tun go back to the grocery store first. I have a few things to take care of. As soon as he finished speaking, Ranayan turned and left, leaving Jell and Gilberton watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance. She slightly raised her arm, wanting to call him, but she didn't know what to say. She thought to herself, could it be that we'll meet again? The sky was clear and fresh, yet her heart was unsettled. Ah! Stopping in front of the grocery store, she smiled at Gilberton and nodded her thanks. But her mind was filled with thoughts of Renan and Dylan. She would rather her superior throw a small stone at Dylan's head to make him lose his memory. Only then could she live in peace. Thank you for taking me to the grocery store. It's my duty. Suddenly, from a distance, a familiar voice rang out like an alarm. Scene hurriedly ran as if chased by a dog. Jell! Jell! Cop! Something big has happened to Shaun. The information came in bursts, and right now, when Ranayan made his final announcement, it felt like a blow to Jell's ears. A wave of unease rose up like a tidal wave as he headed to meet that guy. At a building, Ranayan went straight to the house of the person who wanted to harm Jell. Ranayan looked at T with a hint of disdain before speaking. I heard you've been bothering my staff, so I came to see what you're like in person. Who are you? In response to Renan's appearance, T answered indifferently, I didn't expect Jell Rospin to be one of your employees. That surprised me a little. Upon hearing this, Ranayan retorted, whether it's Jell or me, no one can remember your mundane face. Why are you so arrogant? At this point, T's expression darkened as he warned Ranayan to keep showing off. After all, without him, how could he meet XO? As he spoke, his face grew even more serious, and he continued, so Jell's forbidden magic succeeded, didn't it? Ranayan was infuriated and immediately used his magical power to attack the nearby medicine cabinet, causing it to shatter into pieces. The entire room descended into chaos. Ranayan gritted his teeth, his desire to kill T raging within him, but his reason told him that T likely knew something, so he held back. T continued to ask, but why Jell? I clearly tried so hard to tell Jell about the collapse of the stars. It is impossible to understand Jell's attitude. How could he remain so calm after signing a contract with a creature from another dimension? At first glance, it doesn't seem like a failure, but perhaps he misunderstood its content from the very beginning. As he watched Tan muttering like a madman in front of him, an uneasy feeling stirred within him. Why does this situation feel so familiar? At first, it seemed like two people were having a conversation, but in an instant, it turned into one-sided rambling, as if lost in his own thoughts. A figure flashed through his mind, but he couldn't make sense of it. He had already killed that person. Outside the store, Jell exclaimed in surprise, Huh? It really is the boss. C excitedly said, Yes, it's a huge deal. Now, he'll chase that quack away, and the patient will come to me for a checkup. Hearing this, the two people behind them were somewhat speechless. She thought to herself, so, according to Scene, that's what the big deal is. Jay then said, maybe it's because this pharmacy is so famous that he came to visit? Your boss is just an ordinary person, after all. But Jurton immediately disagreed, explaining that Renyan's visit meant he had something to buy. Or perhaps, unless he wanted to cause trouble. She was extremely astonished after hearing this, but the other two kept confirming it, leaving her confused as she asked, "Wait a minute, why are both of you so sure about this?" Seeing that she didn't believe them, Shaun made a betting proposal. "If Lord Runyon manages to drive him away, you win a gold coin." Jel, on the other hand, did the opposite. After hearing this, she felt like punching both of them, but looking inside, it really seemed like he was there to cause trouble. Suddenly, from afar, she heard some chatter about him. "That guy is a dark wizard who runs a convenience store, right?" "Yes, he's the one who blew up the magical tools shop of Saship." Jay was shocked when she heard this. But then, upon learning something else, she realized Spiper might be a sworn brother of Lord Wei, and when her superior hit sour, Wei had just stood by, even handing over the key to the secret meeting to him. She couldn't hold back her astonishment and asked the girl again after noticing Jel's slight blush, "Is that what you guess?" "Because there's a rumor that he often visits Wei's mansion." Then, with both hands, she quickly grabbed her hand and said that she was a fan of Jel and wanted to hold her hand. The questions, asked in rapid succession, along with the actions of a fan, left her a bit startled. She yanked her hand away and said, "Let go of me. Right now, we're not hiring any more staff." Jel was a bit suspicious that this girl might have some ulterior motive, but the next words from her left Jel stunned. It was so unfair. A wanted criminal like her was becoming famous just because of her pretty face. Hearing this malicious comment, Jel couldn't hold back and retorted. Sin and Sar, standing aside, were still unaware of the seriousness of the situation. "As for Vici," she said, "hang in there, girl." Upon hearing that, Jel felt she had no other choice but to think that if she was already in the battle, she had to win. The ignorant girl continued to sneer, saying that even though Jel had a beautiful face, it wouldn't bring her closer to Ing Iwei. Jel replied, surprising the girl, saying she never expected her beauty would make the girl so upset. Jel added that she was chosen for the convenience store because of her ability, not because of any petty grudge like the girls, and advised her to try harder. This made the girl feel embarrassed, her face turning bright red, and she became infuriated. Thinking it would calm down, the store manager clearly informed Runyon that the outside was very noisy and the person they had been discussing was the one causing it. He froze, staring in disbelief at the scene outside. T continued, "Are you curious too?" Runyon curiously watched Jelu as she was doing something with her forbidden magic, but when she saw the girl across from her, she was about to draw a knife. The man turned pale and called out, "Pedro." Pedro quickly appeared and said, "Yes, I'll go take care of the chaos outside." Runyon commanded, "Catch that person." Before Pedro could finish his sentence, he was stunned by his own words, "Catch the person." Meanwhile, outside, the troublesome girl quickly drew a knife and spoke to Jelu. Hearing her provocation, Jelu responded, "I'm sure I'm better than someone who just takes their anger out on others." But immediately after, she heard the girl suddenly shout, "I wonder if you'd still be so arrogant if you weren't working at a grocery store?" Jelu panicked and tried to dodge the knife that was raised, but Runyon appeared right after, saying in irritation, "That's nothing at all, huh?" "Go on," Jelu exclaimed in surprise, "the big boss?" Runyon glared at the woman in front of her and said, "So, you're implying that I just randomly pick employees for the store, is that it?" The girl, terrified, bit her lip and stammered, well. That. Never mind, just get lost." Runyon scoffed. She turned to ask Jel why she was here. At that moment, Jel flinched and glanced at the two people who had been eavesdropping, then said to her best friend, "I heard he came to chase me away, so I came to take a look and also cover up for them." Upon hearing this, he glanced at Seelan and Jurton, then turned back, slightly blushing, and asked her, "Surely you came to stop me, didn't you?" As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, making her bewildered. She then innocently replied, "Why would I? Why would I stop you?" It wasn't that she wasn't kind-hearted, but she just came to see if her boss made it back in one piece. That was all. Runyon could only laugh lightly. Jizzle was wondering if she was being a little selfish, because she thought that if she were innocent, she would have noticed that Pedro was also in the store. Realizing where her gaze was, Runayan stood in her way, blocking her view. At that moment, she asked him if everything was settled. He took the opportunity to tease her about something. While the shopkeeper was busy fighting inside the pharmacy, the staff had completely messed things up. "Come out here, it looks like something big is going on." She felt a little embarrassed hearing him say that and quickly defended herself. "That was because that girl provoked me first." At that moment, Runayan confidently declared to her that it was great that she wanted to help the boss, but since he hadn't asked for her help, she didn't need to do it. And when it came to fighting, she could hit however she liked, he'd back her up. Jis panicked and said, "You really don't have any?" She turned to the other two, wanting them to explain, but they just dodged the question, changing the subject. Seeing this, she angrily yelled out and recounted their betting game. Runayan was somewhat at a loss for words and said, "I can't believe they have the habit of spending money on gambling." The other two had gone pale, their faces drenched in sweat. Hearing Rinyan's slightly off phrasing, she quickly corrected him, saying she only spent a little money on snacks. Saying it like that, people might judge. At this, Runayan spoke with a touch of affection, "Let's head back, we can discuss the rest when we get there." Then he glanced at Pedro in the store, and Pedro nodded in understanding. "Move both of them." Leaving the shattered room behind, Pedro stood guard by Garten. After a while, Runayan reappeared. He was a bit surprised to see the other three weren't around, so he asked, "Did you take them back to the store?" Upon hearing the question, Runayan nodded and said, "Yeah, it was a bit of a hassle." Then, he proceeded to ask about the progress of information gathering, but unexpectedly encountered an issue. He wondered the issue at this moment, his face turned pale, trembling, fearfully asking, "Who is that?" Runayan was confused. Pedro then explained that there were some gaps in his memory. Over the past 3 months, he had no complete or intact recollections. Runayan furrowed his brow and said, "He looks completely different from before." Pedro mentioned that this might not be due to dark magic, but it couldn't be white magic either, because no magic could erase a person's memory in such a way. Hearing this, Runayan responded, "Maybe you just haven't seen it yet. Because for you, even if you sense any kind of magic in the shop, if it's white magic, it can still deceive dark mages." He also had some doubts about whether white magic was involved. He thought to himself, could it be Dylan, Vivian, or someone else? At that moment, Pedro suddenly spoke up, saying that he had seen a memory which might not be useful. However, it seemed that he had an impression of this person with Gel Rosbien, an impression so strong that he wanted to strip her and display her as an exhibit. Rinyan's face immediately changed. He added one more sentence, suggesting that they might want to use her as an information-gathering tool. He immediately grew serious, cutting her off, his face turning red with veins bulging, and said, "That brat absolutely cannot leave this place. If I see that dog wandering outside, he'll regret it." After that incident, there were reports that T had disappeared from Van Ham after stopping his drug business. Upon hearing this, she briefly wondered if he had been kicked out, but Runayan calmly said that maybe he just realized the drug business wasn't profitable anymore. "Why is it your fault?" She awkwardly reminded him of the time he had destroyed items in his shop. He simply said that this kind of thing wasn't uncommon. If he treats his customers poorly, then breaking his stuff is not that serious. Gel, hearing this, couldn't help but ask, "Why isn't their place being harassed?" He smiled and replied, "Because this is a shop approved by Wei, so no one dares to touch it." She then asked, "So, are all the other places illegal?" He casually agreed. Gel then sighed, "No wonder this is my city of crime." But then, she started to question how her superior managed to get approved. "Are you really a close subordinate of W?" Thinking this, she asked Runayan directly. She recounted how, yesterday, she had heard a rumor saying that he was holding the final boss's key and frequently coming and going from the mansion. Runayan, however, seemed unsurprised by this and even mentioned that he did indeed often go in and out. Upon hearing this, she exclaimed, "How can you freely go out like this?" So you're living in the final boss's mansion? Renayan, a bit speechless, replied that he lived separately. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, so he asked if she would be interested in coming to his place. Jel, confused, thought she must have misheard, so she asked again. Renayan, his face brightening with a smile, repeated, "My house, my mansion, would you like to come and go freely at my place?" She stammered, "Now you're asking me to live together with you?" Renayan, with an indifferent expression, resting his chin on his hands while looking at her, gently replied, What's wrong with that?" Jel flushed, feeling awkward but unable to hide her anger, hugging herself. "Of course there is. It's a bit much for an adult man and woman to live together." He was at a loss for words, staring at her for a moment before speaking in a serious tone. "In that shop of that TN guy, I saw the receipt for it." Renayan pondered for a moment before continuing, "The poisonous spider has bitten you." Jay panicked and stammered, "What? Really?" Renayan nodded, his expression serious. "Yes, it's clear that it was targeting you," he said, his eyes full of sincerity. "With something like this happening, we must be more cautious." After a brief pause, he added, "During work hours, we still have Burton and the others, but what if someone breaks in at night? They wouldn't even hesitate to harm W." Hearing this, she turned pale with fear, her voice trembling. "That makes sense," she said. "I think I should move to a different place to sleep." Renayan chuckled quietly, then stood up, thinking carefully before making her decision. "I still need to prepare a few things, so I'll go out for a while." Scene change, Jay sat lost in thought on the bed. Above her, two butterflies flitted around. The red butterfly spoke first. "The master's house is really beautiful." The black butterfly added, "The master's house is amazing." The black butterfly praised, "And the master's garden too." The red butterfly agreed, "The most wonderful magical garden." She looked up at them and sighed helplessly. "Ugh, they're subtly trying to convince me to move in with the boss." Suddenly, something seemed to break, and the two butterflies startled, panic in their eyes. "What's happening?" she asked anxiously. "What's going on all of a sudden?" The black butterfly quickly replied, "The magical barrier has been broken." Jude jumped up in fear. "What?" The black butterfly continued, its face full of terror. "Someone's broken into the shop." The red butterfly gasped. "Hide, quickly." Immediately, a pair of brown leather shoes entered. A low voice echoed, "Is anyone there?" Jay hid under the bed, trembling, pressing her mouth shut to avoid making a sound. The woman's voice echoed once more, and no one looked up. She revealed her dark, venomous face. The red butterfly spoke, "White magic." The black butterfly repeated, "That is white magic." Jay, listening from below, was suddenly terrified. Both butterflies were attacked, screaming in a dreadful, distorted cry. She flinched, her body shaking, tears welling up. She told herself not to make a sound. With both butterflies under attack, Renayan would notice and come here soon. At that moment, the terrifying face of the woman suddenly lowered, breaking into a sinister smile. "Hello," she continued, her voice cold, "Jel Rosebean." She gripped the blonde girl's hair tightly, yanking her out from under the bed. Jel screamed. She thought to herself, so strong. Why is she so powerful? Looking at the woman gripping her hand, she lowered her head, trembling. "Sorry, the store is currently closed," she said hesitantly. "Entering without permission would be considered trespassing." "Yeah. Does the woman despise me?" She burst out laughing. "Pfft," she continued mocking, "let's just say we're friends visiting. We met a few days ago, after all." Jay was confused, still thinking about what had happened a few days ago, and hesitantly asked her, "The person who cursed me last time?" The woman smirked. "You still remember, huh?" Suddenly, her hands tightened on Jay's shoulders, making her jump in surprise. "Huh?" She grimaced in pain. Ugh. The woman's face turned fierce. I won't kill you, don't worry. Her voice was low and persistent. The magical barrier took a considerable amount of my energy. She snapped angrily, damn it, I didn't expect you people to use such powerful magic here. Rizzle trembled, her voice hesitant, why you? Who are you? The woman paused for a moment, huh? She wondered, you remembered me just fine a second ago. She yelled, her eyes flashing with determination, it's not that woman. She spoke firmly, are you controlling her? The woman was taken aback, how strange. Jellison is so quick-witted, huh? Yeah. Then she asked herself, isn't the forbidden magic supposed to obey my command? Ju was stunned upon hearing that. What? Forbidden magic? The woman began muttering, talking to herself like a mad person. Could it be that my personality has changed due to the side effects? She rubbed her chin thoughtfully, what did I summon again? Then she answered herself, a normal person, perhaps? The woman grew anxious, I can't even feel any magic within you anymore. She screamed in anger, her face twisted with madness. What's going on? I told you it looked good, didn't I? Her voice was frantic, feed him, quickly. The woman glared menacingly. I commend you for approaching Renayan and distracting him. She screamed, but it still wasn't enough. Ju was terrified. What's with that scream? What's going on? She hesitated and asked again, what do you mean by feeding him? She fell into deep thought. What did I just hear? Ju pondered. Did I mishear? Could it be? She clamped her mouth shut in horror as she realized Jel Rospin was behind it all. Did someone push her into using forbidden magic? Moreover, the target of the forbidden magic is Renayan. At that moment, the woman spoke in a low, haunting tone, her eyes seemingly burning through Jel. However, she wondered aloud. How could Jel come back to life? This place is filled with poisonous powder. She froze for a moment, then composed herself, though she couldn't fully hide the shock in her heart. That's what I want to ask you. The woman maintained her frightening smile. Ah, her voice dropped low, is the power Jel possesses through forbidden magic really so useless? Suddenly, a cold voice interrupted, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Enough, Renayan appeared, his face cold as he unleashed his power, sending the woman crashing to the ground. Ju looked up at him, her eyes shimmering with tears. She rushed over, her voice a mix of reproach and relief. Why are you so late, sir? Swift as a shadow, the butterflies have been dead for ages. She stopped, gazing up at him. Well, no matter, I'm still very glad you're here. She froze when she saw the expression on his face and, her voice trembling as if on the verge of tears, whispered. Sir, do you have to be the boss? Renayan lowered his fiery red eyes, his voice cold as he asked. And you? She is Jel Rosb. Jel hesitated, feeling her heart tighten. Yes, that matter. At that moment, Renyan's words from before echoed in her mind. I mean, even when joking, you should never imitate Jel Rospian. She placed her hand on her chest. I am Jel, she affirmed strongly. The grocery store employee, Jel. Renayan fell silent, his sharp gaze fixed on her. As for the woman lying on the floor, she had no intention of killing her, she just wanted to talk to buy time. He lowered his eyes to look at her. From the very beginning, it was because she was involved with you that she came here. He emphasized each word, because she is the one who performed the forbidden spell with you, how could she? Jel froze, her entire body stiffening. I just found out too. A faint image appeared in her mind, then quickly became clearer. She recalled the moment earlier when she ran out. Could it be that she had lost her composure and stood in a corner eavesdropping on their conversation? Renayan spoke up, you said you knew the future of certain key figures. His voice was heavy, you told me that and begged me to save you. Jay took a step back. I am lonely and heartbroken. You doubt me, don't you? Her voice trembled, almost choking up. You think that because I have the advantage of knowing the future, that's why I called her back? She clenched her fists, trembling. Was she setting a trap for him? She lowered her head, stammering, I know that, from the perspective of the boss, I am a suspect. At that moment, Jel grabbed her hands, squeezing tightly. She explained to Renayan, but I really am not. Jel's expression was a little pitiable, heart-wrenching. She continued explaining, hoping he would understand. Ringyan's face was emotionless, his eyes looking down, sure that they had targeted him. At this moment, Jel's true self was also panicking, her eyes wide open, contemplating this matter. Jay spoke again, a bit awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ringyan's expression remained cold, as though nothing was going the way the mastermind intended. That person was likely expecting her to complete her task, after all. Jel, embarrassed, stammered to Renayan, perhaps that's it. By the time she finished reading, Jel, originally flipping through the novel, was overwhelmed with a flood of questions. She didn't understand many things, and the details that had never appeared in the principles left her confused. Even the person named Renayan and the white mage who had incited Jel Rosby. Those details were not important to the storyline. She even doubted, wondering if she had been reading the right novel about this world. Doubts kept emerging in Jel's mind, and she questioned whether she should continue following the narrative according to the rules. Her curiosity grew, and she also wondered if the novel she was reading even existed in reality. Jel's expression grew more indifferent, her face showing signs of discouragement. She didn't even know who she was anymore or why she had become Rosby, crossing over into this novel. At this moment, Renayan was calling Jel. In a soft voice, with no resistance, she said, Yes, you don't need to say it, I already know. She admitted that it truly was a suspicious situation. Not just you, but anyone in your situation would probably think the same, Jel said, her hands clenching tightly, trembling. Renayan sighed and said. Before he could say much more, Jel suddenly burst into tears, as if she had been suppressing her emotions for a long time. Renayan gently stroked her hair, slowly touching her face, wiping away the tears. Choking on her words, Jel spoke with a voice that was unclear, suffocated by her sobs. I'm not crying because I'm sad. Every time I get frustrated or irritated, I just end up shedding tears. Images from the past suddenly flashed before her eyes. Josel choked up as she spoke. Both the past and the present, because I wanted to live, I have tried my best to adapt. The image of her struggling hard to keep going reflected back at her. She blamed herself for why things never went the way she wanted, despite all her efforts. Jel cried even louder, unable to put her feelings into words. Renayan gently rubbed her face and eyes with his hands. Jel looked at him in surprise, her eyes wide. Seeing her look at him like that, Renayan asked, Are you afraid of me? Afraid that I'll kill you? Jel's pitiful yet utterly adorable face made him even more moved. Suddenly, she cried again, louder than before, and tearfully said, If Jika wants to kill me, please just do it quickly. In a gentle tone, Renayan reassured her, comforting her. He didn't know when it happened, but she had taken his hand, gazing at him with those eyes. Renayan continued, saying he wouldn't kill her. Jel, her eyes still filled with tears, was stunned. It was only now that she saw Renayan smile, even teasing her to cry more. Renayan, with a loving expression, smiled faintly. Wipe away the tears still lingering on that beautiful face, teasing that he would build the most beautiful chicken coop in the world for her. Jay, with an innocent expression, hesitated and asked, You haven't answered yet, but she took out the towel to wipe. At that moment, she cupped her hands over her mouth, looking panicked. Could it be that you're only wanting me to live because you found the mastermind? She asked while laughing awkwardly. You want to use me as bait, right? If it's related to you, I'm willing to help you again. She said with a readiness in her voice. Renayan could only remain silent, staring at her. His eyes closed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he noticed the wounds on Jel's delicate hands. He asked with concern, Jel, are you okay? Jel replied that she was fine, just needing to apply some medicine, and it would heal quickly. He questioned her, still not understanding why she had hidden in such a dangerous place, asking if she wasn't afraid of being killed. She quickly replied, she suddenly barged in, so I didn't know what to do. He asked anxiously, do you realize how terrifying it is to talk to strangers? Jay responded foolishly, I know it's scary, but I must admit, the feeling is exactly the same as when my boss gives me a raise. Ranayan could only helplessly stare at her, yeah. The two looked at each other with a gaze that was filled with something very affectionate and special. Suddenly, Ranayan wanted to check if the woman on the floor was still dangerous. He slowly sat down to observe more carefully. Seeing this, she also wondered why he had been doubtful of her at first, but now seemed to change his mind so quickly. Was it because of her beauty? She even asked Ranayan if she was really pregnant. He was surprised, not understanding why she would ask such a question. Her question didn't seem like a joke to Ranayan. Just pretend you didn't hear anything, she said, smiling shyly. He told her that her face didn't look pregnant at all. It was only because of her actions that made her seem so. She was surprised and asked, what do you mean? You've seen what I've done, and yet you say that? He gently touched her nose with affection, adding that, in fact, her appearance while crying was so bad that it was indescribable. Jel, upon hearing this, blushed deeply and quickly defended herself, I truly apologize if my ugly face blinded your eyes. She slowly ran her fingers through her hair, her face showing a tender reassurance, so, if you really want to cry, just cry in front of me. He added, as long as you cry in front of me, I don't want to see your ugly face, but I will help you deal with it. Jel's beautiful, round eyes looked at him. She touched her cheek with her hand, feeling her face heat up, and her body seemed to be acting unusually as well. Jel asked, do you need me to take the woman to the clinic? He replied, that woman is dead. Explaining the death to Jel, he said, there's no way she could have survived after breaking through the magical barrier of the grocery store. She felt a little scared upon realizing she had just spoken to a corpse. Ranayan patiently answered each of her silly questions. He asked, are you planning to stay at this mansion? She immediately agreed. The scene shifted to the temporary treatment center, Viviana. Viviana said, it's fine, just a few days of rest and you'll be okay. Chon awkwardly thanked her. A person wrapped in a cloak entered. She was surprised as the person removed their face covering, revealing that it was Viviana's master. She felt joy and surprise, having not seen her master for a long time. The two of them exchanged greetings. He asked her, did you meet Ranayan after that day? She denied, I didn't meet him. The master said, I know his whereabouts. Viviana was startled, she asked, is that true? Master Viviana simply smiled and said, the little seeds we once planted have finally sprouted. At Viviana's treatment center, she felt both surprised and delighted upon hearing the news. Seeds? She asked. Viviana's master gently placed a hand on her chest, her joy evident as she realized her efforts had borne fruit. Yes, seeds. The greed of the dark mages, their ambition to bring dark clouds into this world. To dispel those clouds, I planted small seeds among them. Upon hearing this, Viviana gently clasped her hands together in front of her chest, her face showing a hint of sorrow. Ah, Master has always worked so hard for our world. Memories of the past came flooding back when I was just a clumsy child, only able to sit there helplessly and cry. On that day, I healed the shattered magic bowl of my master. I wish I could have restored your magical power too. Her master approached and gently patted Viviana's shoulder, offering comfort. Don't say that, Viviana. Normally, if a magic vessel breaks, it will lead to death. Master Wei looked at her gently, offering a soft smile to thank his student. My survival until this moment is all thanks to Viviana. Viviana lifted her face, smiling joyfully. Being thanked by her master, the one whose life she had saved, left her at a loss for words. Suddenly, Master lowered his head, becoming solemn, his face clouded with sadness. But my other disciple has lost his way forever. He explained that Ranayan was truly with the dark mages now. perhaps he had become an associate of Wei Wai. Viviana, still not fully understanding, hesitated and asked her master, an associate of Wei Renayan? But isn't it required to have extraordinary abilities to be accepted? Her master rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his gaze drifting away as if he had found a solution. Given the cruelty of dark magic, it's possible he may have resorted to some inhumane means. After a moment, he added, yet, it's also quite fascinating. If the magic vessel breaks, to survive, one must continuously supply magic. The more he thought, the more he felt something was off with the rules, and his thoughts became more chaotic. If that kid was surviving by consuming the mana of other sorcerers, like he did with us back then, there's no way he could have disappeared without leaving a trace. How could he have done that? The more he thought, the more questions he wanted to find answers to. Perhaps there's another way we don't know about. Viviana covered her mouth with her hand and smiled, calling her master in a cute way. Master? After calling him, she quickly looked up, startled. Oh, sorry, I fell into my old habit again. Viviana cheerfully asked her master, Master, would you like some tea? It might help calm you down a little. Her master, calm now, agreed with her suggestion. All right. Viviana stood up to make the tea. She walked over, poured the tea into a small, delicate cup, and hesitated as she said, but master. While speaking, she held the teacup in her hands, offering it to her master. The seeds of dark magic sorcerers were scattering. What is this? Her master extended his hand to take the cup. Thank you, master. Bryn Green blew out a cold laugh. That's gel rospin. If we can track down the whereabouts of the gel rospin seed, we can also find Renayan. Viviana immediately committed the name of the gel rospin seed to memory. At the same time, Renyan's castle stood under the night sky, glittering with countless stars. Jelsi asked Renayan, Boss, tell me the truth. She looked up at the castle before her, as if not believing what she was seeing. This is a short-term rental, isn't it? Not your personal property. Renayan was left helpless in the face of her naive question. Jelsi was Renyan's, so her face, blooming like a flower, turned to him as she spoke. This isn't your mansion, boss, it's Lord War's. His gaze became even more helpless, and he didn't look at her, only replying, just consider it Lord W's mansion for me. Either way, it's still my mansion in the end. After speaking, Renayan swiftly grabbed Jelsi's luggage, leaving her no time to react. Renayan turned to her, his smile glowing under the sparkling night sky, extending his hand to invite her. Have you stopped worrying? Now, come with me, I'll show you around the mansion. As they entered the massive, snow-white mansion that looked like something out of a fairy tale, Jel couldn't help but gasp in awe at the grandeur of the estate. It's so big. Her eyes, full of unspoken wonder, shone brightly as she quickly ran off to explore the decorations inside the house. Heavens, what is this? She ran over to objects she didn't recognize, and then to things she had a vague idea about. Wow, this porcelain looks really expensive. Then, she followed him up to the second floor. He looked at her with a fond gaze, seeing her as a child curious about discovering the world. After walking behind him for a while, she had a question. But, Mr. Owner, this mansion is huge, yet since we entered, it's just been you and me. Why is no one else here? A mansion this big usually requires a lot of servants, but I haven't seen a single person so far. Renayan turned his face away. Didn't I tell you already? I don't trust people. His words made her stop in her tracks, while he continued walking forward. This mansion is the safest place for me. How could I allow someone else to live with me? Jel. Yes, that's right. Renayan didn't let her ask any more questions, turning back to her with a gentle smile. You're the first one. He stepped closer to her and repeated, the first one to enter my house. Her face flushed, her eyes wide with surprise as she looked at him, sparkling. Hesitantly, I? She looked like a little chick with rosy cheeks, asking in bewilderment, am I supposed to be a servant in this mansion? Part-time? If I do, I'll have to sign a contract with you, right? She still naively thought she was his employee, hired by him. He froze, his mouth forming a rectangular shape, unable to believe she could be this clueless. Ranayan raised his hand to his forehead in disbelief, calling her name. Jel. She turned, her face beaming as she casually responded. I was just joking. Her hands were raised in a cheering gesture, smiling brightly. I'm supposed to be close to you so that when something happens, you'll be able to react quickly, right? Don't worry, I won't let you down, boss. He blushed in surprise, staring at her. Ranayan sighed, thinking to himself, where did everything start to get so complicated? Then he turned, looked at her, and asked, do you like flowers? I want to show you a place. My mansion has a large garden, would you like to see it? Jill's face turned bright red, and she shyly replied, yes, I'd love to. She silently thought to herself, he probably doesn't realize, right? Why has Ranayan been saying such confusing things lately? They walked to the vast flower garden, where hundreds of flowers were blooming under the night sky, their petals sparkling beautifully. This place, she looked at the garden and recalled, so this was the magical garden the butterflies had mentioned. Jel gazed at the garden and asked Ranayan, is everything in this mansion created with magic? Ranayan simply nodded. She thought to herself, so that's why you don't need servants. She remembered the exhausted, drained state he had been in earlier, but then worriedly asked him, don't you get tired from using so much magic? He calmly answered her, the solution is, if I can absorb mana immediately, it's not difficult at all. Jay's eyes were wide and round, like a child learning something new, immediately absorbing the magic. Could it be that the flowers in the garden were all made of magic? At that moment, he turned to ask her about the small flower vase that she had been keeping from him all this time. But hey, what's up with that vase? She happily talked about the vase. Well, since I had an empty vase, I thought I'd put some wildflowers in it. She proudly showed off the little vase she had arranged. Not bad, huh? Boss, please place it in your room. He looked at the flower vase, his face slightly flushed, thought for a moment, and then reached out to take the vase from her hands. Okay. Ranayan turned and walked away, smiling at the vase. Jay, blushing, asked him, where will you put it? Ranayan looked toward the room, my bedroom. Are you coming with me? Jel was startled, unable to believe what she had just heard. To the boss's bedroom? She stammered, not knowing what to say. Why the bedroom? Ranayan turned back and smiled mysteriously. Why, Jay's face was now as red as a boiled shrimp. She thought the bedroom was usually for sleeping, though it had many other uses as well. In her mind, the image of him in a swimsuit appeared. He asked her, hey, why is your face so red? Her head was burning hot. Ranayan, with his hand covering his face, tried to stifle his laughter, watching her flustered and stammering like a chick. My face isn't anything wrong, is it? Ranayan laughed and told her, don't be so startled, come with me. I have something for you, and let's put the vase down first. She followed him into the room. Is this the boss's bedroom? He simply nodded. In his room, her face darkened. The two of them stood in silence before a large room. She broke the silence and asked him, this is the boss's bedroom, right? Ranayan looked at her, confirming, exactly. Holding the vase in her hand, she walked while scanning the room. There was no table, no chairs, just a lone bed. There were no frames or decorations. Why was the bedroom so bleak? She placed the vase on the empty table, one of the few remaining items in the room. With a sense of suspicion, she asked Ranayan, but the hallway is decorated so beautifully. Why is this room so bare with just a bed? Aside from the bed, he said, while opening the small box in his hand. He continued, everything else is broken. She turned around and asked him, why, sir? Are you upset about something? After taking an item out of the box and using his hand to perform a spell to prevent the box from disappearing, he said to her, if the past were to repeat itself, you wouldn't witness it. Ranayan extended his hand, offering the scarf he had taken from the small box earlier to her. Here, take the scarf. It's finished, as Emily requested. She took the scarf from Ranayan with both hands, holding it gently and reverently. She sincerely thanked him, saying, "Thank you, sir." Ranayan walked over to the bed and sat down. He cheerfully, softly said to her, "Always wear it when you go outside. Although it's not really necessary in the manner." She draped the scarf around her neck, tying it into a cute bow. Upon hearing Renyan's words, she paused, feeling curious, and asked him, "Why is it not necessary in the manner?" A wave of purple magical energy appeared, enveloping the room. He explained to her, "Because no one would be able to find you here, where the magical forces are intertwined." She froze. She thought that the magic intertwined with each other. Although she didn't understand exactly what he meant, this was indeed a cold place that no one could find except those he invited. Seeing Ranayan still sitting there boldly, looking at her, she wondered why Ranayan was hiding in a place like this. Leaving the bedroom, Ranayan took her to another room. This was probably the kitchen. Looking at all the items spread out on the table, she walked closer, exclaimed in awe, and then asked, "Brother, there are so many ingredients, do you always cook by yourself?" Ranayan did not hide it and straightforwardly told her, "No, I only bought them yesterday." Before that, the kitchen was always empty. Looking at him, a big question mark appeared in her mind. She asked him in surprise, "Then what did the boss eat?" Ranayan calmly replied, "Just something simple." She widened her eyes, unable to believe it, and shouted, "Something simple." She clenched her fists, her expression full of regret as if she were lamenting unfulfilled potential. She earnestly explained to him, "Eating is a very important and sacred act, you know. There are so many people out there who are starving." Ranayan casually responded, "The life of mages mainly depends on magical power, so eating isn't that important." She slammed her hand on the table, angrily shouting at Ranayan, "Stop being so logical." Then, as if coming up with a new idea, her attitude shifted to one of cheerfulness. She smiled at Ranayan and said, "Although I don't know how to cook, I'll prepare a meal for the two of us." Ranayan fell silent in front of her. He scratched his head helplessly, thinking to himself, once again doing things that no one had asked for, so sincere to the point of foolishness. Even on a day off, he couldn't relax for his soul, always acting on impulse. She scratched her chin, looking around the kitchen as if searching for something. Ranayan seemed to have understood her action. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Immediately, a small stone golem dressed in a chef's uniform appeared before them. She looked at the creature that had appeared and asked him, "This is a golem, right?" Ranayan nodded and said to her, "A chef doesn't necessarily have to be a person, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, more stone golems appeared in the kitchen. Each golem corresponded to a specific task: cleaning, washing, serving the meal. Managing the garden had transformed in such a way that she felt it was more than enough. The meeting ended, and the rest was up to the company. Recalling the previous event, she worried about him. Could he really be overusing his magical power like that? To reassure her, Ranayan told her, "It's fine here." In his thoughts, Ranayan also said to himself that it was because he had the magical garden. If it weren't for this place, he would have long since become a cripple. She was still worried, so Chen Ch asked him again, "It's fine here, but what about outside?" Ranayan remained silent and didn't answer. She seemed to subtly confirm that her suspicion was correct. She didn't say anything more, but at that moment, she felt hungry. She whispered, "I'm so hungry, I guess it's because I've been stuffing food into my mouth non-stop." Ranayan suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at her and said, "By the way, I almost forgot. Every day, when it's time to go to work, there will be someone waiting in front of the mansion gate. So, you and he should go together. I'll pick you up after work." She looked at him, her heart stirred. Living together, solving household chores with magic, and having him pick her up every day after work. Surely, it's like a husband who accepts stepping back for his wife. Ming Tiang imagined that romantic scene, her face flushed with redness. She tapped her face with her hand, feeling shy and embarrassed, wondering, "What is happening to me?" Still holding her slightly flushed cheeks, she stammered, asking, "You? Really? You have to go that far to make me think of something." No longer embarrassed, she suddenly became clear-headed and calm, asking him, I don't understand why the boss treats me so well, this boss. Don't you know I'm not Rosby? Ranayan squinted his eyes and responded to her, I know. She looked at him hesitantly and said, don't you find me dangerous? I do. Ranayan stepped closer, placing his hand on her shoulder. As though he knew all the truth, he comforted her gently, speaking in an affectionate tone to ease her mind. No matter who was inside this body, I still like the person standing before me. This villa, which resembled a fortress, was no different from my subconscious, always welcoming her without any defense. Ranayan looked at her with deep affection and continued, You're very dangerous, aren't you? More dangerous than I thought. Ranayan let go of her, turned his back, and walked away, saying, Isn't a tour of the kitchen enough? You need to rest now, don't you? You still have work tomorrow. She obediently agreed with Ranayan. Before leaving the kitchen, she wondered if Ranayan had truly meant that she was dangerous or if he had intended something else. The next day, she went to work at the grocery store. Inside, sitting across from her was a guy who was focused and seriously preparing some sort of solution. Unlike the person in front of her, she sat behind the counter, arms crossed, with a headache from the jumble of thoughts in her mind. Since the poisoning incident, she felt a bit scared about opening the store. But there were 3 dark magicians rotating to watch over the store for her, which was really great, probably because the big boss had asked them to, right? She felt bad for bothering them though. 2 butterflies flying above her head told her that Gel shouldn't take the medicine from Scene, or he would get diarrhea. She smiled at them, saying, I already know, no need to warn me. Seeing her talking to the 2 butterflies, Shaun paused his preparation, surprised, and asked, You can talk to them? Jay was right, the big boss told me their names. Xian was still in shock. Even if she knew their names, there was no way she could communicate with them. She wasn't exactly a special kind of sorceress, was she? Then, Xian put down the 2 bottles of liquid and clapped her hands happily, complimenting her, It seems you really do have a body favored by magic, that's why he's keeping you around, right? Xian changed her attitude, clasped her hands together, and spoke to her in a pleading tone, But I rarely see anyone favored by dark magic. Hey, can you give me a drop of blood? She immediately refused, dreaming on. Xian rested her chin on her hand and spoke regretfully, Well, what a shame. She then glanced over at Sei with suspicion, You're not secretly going to draw blood from me, are you? Sei replied frankly, Of course not. Thinking of Ranayan, Xian made a slicing motion across her neck with her hand. In fear, Sei quickly spoke to her, If I'm not careful and let you get hurt, he'll take my blood as compensation. Having said that, as though it might actually happen, Xian wrapped her arms around herself, trembling in fear. She looked at Seelan, thinking that it was indeed not a hallucination. Whether it was Seelan, Gilberton, or Windria, anyone would feel awkward or fearful of Ranayan. Ranayan was just a character in a novel, there was no reason for her to be afraid of him like they were, right? She raised her hand to her mouth and whispered to Seelan, Hey, Scene, I have a question. Is it possible that all of our top-ranking people are actually ranked number 1? Scene blushed and nodded. He said loudly, He's the best, the number 1 guy on Van Hemme Street. She also blushed, looking admiringly. Her boss, the person she thought was just a side character, was actually at the top of the rankings? So our boss is ranked first. Across from her, Scene, full of excitement and admiration in his eyes, said, For sure, he's at the top of society. And above all, he's my savior. She looked at him, stunned. Scene added, If it weren't for the antidote, I would have died. That's why I decided to follow him. She fell into thought. Wait, wasn't it W who saved Sen's life and earned his loyalty in the original story? Shaun cheerfully said, Ranayan and I are really close, much more so than Gilberton and Windria. She felt doubtful in her thoughts, because in the novel, the person Scene admired the most was Wei Yi. She asked curiously, Scene, aren't you jealous that your superior is close friends with Wan Yi? Scene was surprised by her question. Why would I be jealous? He then continued to maintain his admiring expression. Selen told her, Lord Runayan is an amazing person, no one can compare to him. He's a talented mage from the water school. She laughed and asked, is he better than Lady Windria and Lord Pedro? Scene immediately replied, they're not even worth mentioning, you're joking with me, so he's stronger than Wei Wai? At her playful question, Shaun seemed to freeze instantly. He stammered, unable to respond, and quickly stood up, clearly planning to make a hasty exit. I just remembered I have something urgent to do, right, goodbye. With that, he quickly ran off, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She stood there, frozen, watching as Selen disappeared. The two butterflies beside her mocked scene, no skills, no IQ, and no EQ. She chuckled along with them and then said, this isn't the time to be laughing. With that, she slammed her hands down on the table. By the way, could you tell me more about the boss? I don't really understand him. The red butterfly asked what she meant. She replied, talk about the things he does, or maybe just the little things in his life. Upon hearing this, the two butterflies continued, there's so much, how could we tell you everything? Why not just ask him directly? Although we don't understand human relationships, you're the first person the master has allowed to live in the manor. You also seem very close to him. She looked at them, blushing, and fell into deep thought. Really? Yes, you're right. I should ask him myself. Thank you. She thanked them. Deep down, she thought to herself, not sure why, but she felt that Runayan would be honest with her if she asked. Outside the window, it had grown dark. Soon after, the sound of Renyan's footsteps approached. I'm here to pick you up. Is everything okay? She greeted Runayan, the boss, then scratched her face, wondering how she should phrase her question. It seems Runayan has discovered something. He approached, lifted her face with his hand, and looked closely into her eyes before saying, so, you don't have double eyelids? She instinctively stepped back from Runayan, surprised, and asked, what? No double eyelids? There was a mirror on the table. She grabbed it and looked closely at her reflection. She recalled her past and confirmed that it seemed to be true. Runayan walked behind her, took the mirror from her hand, and asked, by the way, has the shop been cleaned up yet? She replied, it's been cleaned up, but let me check the mirror first. Runayan still held the mirror and showed no intention of giving it back. With his other hand, he reached out to her and said, well then, let's go home. Golem is making dinner. Don't you want to eat? Looking at the hand extended toward her, she hesitated. Runayan even came all the way to pick her up. Why am I feeling so awkward? She snapped out of her thoughts and answered him, yes, then placed her hand into Renyan's. Suddenly, the door opened, and a man rushed in, asking, my lord, are you here? Seeing the person in the room, she immediately stopped and said, GA is with Lord Runayan. Surprised by the arrival, she greeted, Mr. Pedro. Mr. Pedro, equally surprised, responded, Miss Jell is here too? Runayan released her hand, his expression one of discomfort, then turned toward the newcomer. Pedro, I don't know what's happened, but you need to leave. Before Runayan could finish his sentence, another person hurriedly entered from the door, shouting, my lord. The four of them froze in place. Looking towards the door, she thought, the door is shattered, who could it be? She fell silent, briefly observing the newcomer. Wait a moment. The man had silver hair and an unapproachable demeanor, certainly matching Weio's description. Could this be Wei? The newcomer, with a panicked expression, said, my lord, there's a big problem. Before he could finish, he looked ahead, frozen in thought, and even the staff seemed out of sorts. She looked up at Runayan in surprise. After all, the person she thought was Wei had addressed Runayan, is it really my lord? Saying that, someone who could easily perform large-scale magic or teach a lesson to a villain has a poor relationship with Diane. Whatever you think, she covered her mouth with her hand, stunned, it's not possible, I'm going crazy. Breaking free from her thoughts, she turned and walked away, speaking to Runayan, I'll go to the room now, feel free to talk without me. Runayan grabbed her hand, pulled her back, and laughed as he said, where are you going? Wei was stunned, do you want to leave that employee here? Sensing the situation wasn't right, Pedro grabbed Wei's shoulder and pushed her out. I'm in a hurry, so open the portal. It's just the two of you left, she said to Renayan. Although I don't know where everyone is going, I can stay here. But there's no point in me going anyway. Renayan told her not to say that, then asked her, so, you've seen it with your own eyes, haven't you? The shimmering silver hair and the irresistible look. Am I right? She was speechless. Yes, I did say that, but did you pass on my words? Renayan answered her, almost dismissively, why would I do that? If you do it yourself, it will leave a stronger impression on others. She angrily said to Renayan, you want me to say it myself? Renayan just smiled and said, how lucky, huh? Now you know, are you really that ruthless? But now you know, right? About the things I haven't mentioned yet. She looked at Renayan, nervously swallowing her saliva, then boldly guessed, everyone thinks Wei is the boss, but in reality, the big boss is the real boss, right? Renayan calmly responded to her guess, you're right. Her eyes widened, a confused expression crossing her face as she realized she hadn't noticed the true boss was standing right next to her. She even felt a sense of relief at no longer being involved with the big boss. He looks really handsome. But in the novel, it was said that the person behind the dark force was W, a handsome man with silver hair. His touch made her feel awkward. He gently pressed his finger to her forehead. I won't leave you alone after you found out about this. She furrowed her brow, her face contorting slightly. Yes, I figured that much, because I already know your secret, boss. Renayan was surprised by her words. Not all initial employment contracts have confidentiality clauses, and besides, wherever I go, I don't need to tell you about it, huh? That's my life. Renayan laughed softly, seems like I've run out of things to say. Gio was angry. Wait, I've shown my loyalty as much as I could. And now, he dares to mock me? That's really annoying. Renayan held a cloak in his hands. I know, just wear this. Joe was confused. This is a cloak. He continued, there's nothing good about wandering around aimlessly. Just stay quietly by my side, Joe. Wait a minute. Where exactly are we going now? Renayan didn't know either, because I wasn't the one who opened the teleportation gate. Gio was surprised. What? You're just going in without knowing where you're headed? He reached out and took her hand. At that moment, her gaze seemed tired. Renayan, if you want to be swept into the void between space and time, you can go ahead on your own. Joe's face turned completely red, and she shouted, hold on, why the rush? As expected, you're the ultimate boss. She moved forward and hugged his arm. Now I'm involved with all the important characters in the Poison Apple. My life really is something. Renayan tightly held her hand, and she clung to his arm. Suddenly, something crossed her mind. Everything was ruined. The sky had turned dark, the surroundings were gloomy, and she wondered where they were. Rendon, come here. Gio hesitated but still walked towards him. Seeing her obediently follow, he felt pleased. He reached out and took her hand. She seemed anxious, scared. Will it be all right? The people around them were cloaked, and one of them said to the others, hurry up, move faster. She noticed they seemed to be in a rush. Should we stay here? Hey, boss, where are we? Lord Wei. She looked up. Lord Wei. A man with a stern expression continued, what's the matter? J.A., I honestly thought he was the final boss. His presence is overwhelming. One of the subordinates kneeled. There's something I need you to check, my lord. Yes, I'll go right away. Hey, over there, go help Pedro. Jay was taken aback. Did he really just speak to the boss like that? No matter who he is, how dare a fake final boss act that way toward the real one? Rio's gaze was full of curiosity. Renayan seemed to be somewhat indifferent. This world is so unpredictable. Rio noticed that everyone around her seemed to have something to do. People appeared to be so busy. She felt that she should do something to help them. She ran off. Boss, wait a moment. Renayan still didn't understand what was going on. Jay, where are you going? She was carrying a box. I thought I should do something to help. Ranayan asked, "Do you know what's happening right now?" Rio replied, "The dark mages were ambushed by the enemy while gathering, so they're hurriedly trying to erase their traces and escape, right? I think I got it right. Since no one knows the true identity of the boss, we at least have to pretend to be helpful here to avoid raising suspicion." Ranayan wondered why she wasn't surprised. "Jay, you look stunned." Ranayan asked again, "Why aren't you surprised by this situation?" Rio calmly responded, "What's there to be surprised about? Didn't you already surprise me with all kinds of things earlier? Anyway, this isn't something I'll just sit still for, so I'll do something." Ranayan looked slightly angry. He snatched the box from Gio's hands so I could carry it. Pedro said, "You two need to clean up the office quickly." "Joe, what will happen if you destroy the box like that?" Ranayan ignored her words. She followed behind. "Wait a moment, boss, let me come with you." The two of them rushed inside, looking around, which surprised her. "Huh? So many rooms? Which one is the real office?" Suddenly, he stopped, causing her to bump her head into Renyan's back. "Why did you stop all of a sudden?" Jay looked up. Here." They stopped in front of a door. "Boss Jay, is this just a wall?" Ranayan pushed the door open to reveal a mysterious purple room. She was quite surprised. "Ranayan, stay close to me." "Okay, yes, I'll stay close to you." "Well, this is the final boss's office, so it can't be in an obvious place." Inside, there was a desk, papers scattered across the beams of the ceiling. The two of them quickly entered. "Jay, can I burn the papers right here?" "Ranayan, just leave it as it is. A little bit of magic will be enough to destroy everything." Yes, but..." "Oh." He turned around and looked straight into her eyes. She thought, "Why did I bring her here?" "Gio, huh? Well, that's because I'm the one who went against the rules here, so you want to warn me, don't you?" Rio smiled, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Or is it some kind of threat to scare me into silence? A threat to my life?" Ranayan had a point. Gio really was threatening her life. He flashed a sinister smile, his main goal being to let her know, "This is the kind of person I am. Didn't you say something like that before? About attending large protest meetings? So, how will the future meetings be handled?" Her eyes showed concern. "Meetings? Why ask that all of a sudden?" If it was about meetings, she recalled the novel from the second part of the original work, where the Grand Assembly was the place where the male protagonist, female protagonist, and dark forces meet, and a massacre would take place in the city center. She shuddered, full of fear, thinking, maybe at that time, with the powerful magic of Wei, Dai lost track of him. Ranayan lowered his head with a mocking expression. "Is that so? Well then, just sit and watch." He pushed her into a chair. Rio offered no resistance and obediently sat down. "But what is there to watch?" He smiled and replied, "Watch me." She looked at him with a confused expression, not knowing what he was about to do. He was using magic, causing the surroundings to light up. Rio exclaimed, "Mana. Now I get it." Renyan's hair turned silver. He asked Joe, "What do you think?" He ran his fingers through his hair, saying it said that silver hair is beautiful like this, sparkling like this. "Is it really as you said?" JT fell silent as he stared at the statue-like face before him. The reason he brought her here was this. Her eyes were fixed on him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "No, this is completely..." JT didn't finish her sentence, her eyes shining as she looked at the handsome man, her heart in turmoil, her mind overwhelmed by his beauty, completely mesmerized by this enchanting creature. And then she remembered his black hair. Ranayan with black hair was also a handsome man, but with silver hair. "More than perfect," Jay asked as she admired his handsome features. "Is Viviana really blind? How can someone with such a beautiful face choose to be blind? I just can't understand it." Ranayan, confused, looked down at the woman sitting on the chair. He crossed his arms and leaned in, asking, "Hey, I asked you, didn't I?" Jay was startled. Of course, she meant to describe him. "I didn't mean it like that." Her eyes sparkled like stars, and she gave a thumbs up in praise. You really look like a devil. Ranayan heard a new word, one that wasn't in his vocabulary, devil. He furrowed his brows and stared at her, making her fluster and explain, No, it's not like that. Well, you're a great design, a masterpiece, the epitome of perfection, and women are crazy about you. Ranayan treated it as nonsense. When it comes to sarcasm, you're number 2, no one dares to be number 1. Jay quickly protested, sarcasm? I've always been sincere, don't you believe me? Your silver hair is the most beautiful. Ranayan didn't listen to her rambling. He walked past her and announced, All right, the necessary tasks are done. Let's head back. She asked in confusion, head back? Jay looked at him, confused. Then what's the point of this magic? He had pulled her here just to show her how to destroy documents. Really? Renyan's face appeared very cold. She looked at him suspiciously, thinking, is there something else? The two of them stepped out of the castle, and outside, the servants were chatting animatedly. That's truly amazing. They were discussing recent events. That's Lord Wei for you. Lord Wei has opened a barrier. We need to prepare quickly. Jay caught the information about the barrier. The two maids seemed quite eager. Every time I see this, I'm always amazed. How can he create a barrier that covers the entire city by himself? Jizzle listened quietly, trying to catch the news. If it's a barrier, could it be the one we just saw? She glanced over at Ranayan. Is that really how things are? So, just a moment ago, Ranayan had activated a barrier for the entire area. His face looked a bit pale, and a loud voice rang out, Come on, everyone, line up in order. The barrier door was opening, and people lined up, following the instructions. Lord Wei has opened a new barrier, so there's no need to rush. Please, no pushing or shoving. Jel and Ranayan followed everyone else and gradually stepped into line. She looked at the group, each step taken in unison, feeling a sense of novelty. How should this be described? It was truly surprising how everyone followed in such an orderly manner. Her gaze shifted, and she saw Pedro talking to someone. Suddenly, he looked in her direction, startling her with a sharp, uneasy feeling. Why the sudden look at me? Jay lowered her head, her face slightly pale. What is this? Is this what you call power? Though this power was unknown to anyone, when it was their turn to enter the barrier, she silently recited a Buddhist prayer in her heart and walked past Pedro without saying a word. Suddenly, he leaned close to her ear and whispered, Take care. Jello turned around in panic to look at him, but she had already been pulled into the barrier. What was that just now? All she could see was his figure, bowing deeply in a formal salute. Elsewhere, the sound of swords clashing sharply rang out. Damn it, Den gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept the situation. Just a little more, and we could have completely broken through the barrier, yet a new one appeared so suddenly. He recalled the massive barrier he had seen, and it was clear that W must have done it, for no one else could have created such a formidable barrier in such a short time. Even more than 10 white mages working together would struggle to break it. No wonder the black mages were so arrogant and proud to appoint him as their leader. Din's heart was filled with jealousy and envy, and Ranayan was no exception. This time, he was determined to wipe out all those evil black mages. One of his subordinates reported to him, Master Din, there's a letter for you. He recognized it as Viviana's letter. This crusade had taken longer than he had expected. He took the letter, and Viviana had written, Dylan, I'm sorry for reaching out suddenly, but now that so much time has passed, you promised you would return, and I can't help but worry. I hope you'll return safely. There's something I want to tell you. Dylan clenched his teeth in anger after reading it. Viviana had delivered some news. Master told me that Ranayan and Jel Rospian are together. Dylan furrowed his brow. Sure enough. He recalled that at that time, the amount of magical power was not an illusion. The figure of the black-haired man appeared, and Dylan immediately felt that he had seen him somewhere before. It was Ranayan. He judged Runayan with the worst words, a traitor who, in his desire for Viviana's and the master's magic, had taken everything from him. What trouble was he trying to stir up now? Dai clenched the letter in his hand, his heart racing more than ever. I can't just sit by and watch the dark mages steal others' magic. Although I'm still not skilled enough, I should still stand up for myself. I will restore order to this chaotic world, and I will make things right. Din glanced at his subordinate and ordered, prepare to activate the tracking spell. His subordinate didn't understand his intention. Yes, if it's tracking, then who are you planning to trace? Dylan coldly uttered a name, SL, track Gel Rosebean. He looked extremely determined, the order of the world and our past. Gel shuddered, hugging his arms. She was confused, suddenly feeling a chill. So many things had happened today, why did her body feel so exhausted? She propped her chin up, thinking. Today, Runayan took me through gate after gate. It makes sense, especially considering we've passed through several teleportation gates just to get back to the mansion. It's so exhausting. She looked up, but only saw Renyan's back. She had questions in her mind, but didn't dare voice them. Will Renyan's hair never change again? She recalled the moment when he tucked his hair back. If it weren't for that head, I would have thought everything that happened today was just a dream. His hand appeared, conjuring a magical sphere. Two stubborn little creatures quickly appeared. Jizzle had seen it and silently confirmed, no, it seems he just cast a huge amount of magic. Can magic be used like that? She was concerned for his health, he seemed strangely drained of energy. Jello walked behind, extending his hand, wanting to speak. Boss, you must be really tired today. She couldn't see Renyan's face. You should go inside and rest. Renyan's body swayed, sweat pouring down as if he were drenched. He collapsed in front of her. Jelling was stunned, looking at the boss. She screamed when she saw Runayan lying sprawled on the sea of flowers. His face was pale, and his eyes were tightly shut, as if in a coma. Jelling lifted his face. Boss? Are you all right? She awkwardly helped Runayan sit up, struggling. Can you walk? His complexion was pale and he looked very exhausted. He declined her offer. I can handle this on my own. You can go now. Jhan furrowed his brows at him and without thinking, raised his voice. What do you mean? What are you talking about? How can I leave a sick person in a place like this? Runayan pushed her hand away, still insisting on refusing. Because I'm fine. Before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed again, causing Jelling to panic. The girl, teary-eyed, looked at the unconscious young man on the flower carpet. What should I do? The boss has fainted again. At the very least, I should call a doctor, right? Two red and black butterflies, summoned by Runayan, flew beside them. Anyway, no one will come here. Quickly take our master to the center of the garden. Jel looked at them, unsure, and asked again. In the middle of the garden, Jen and Ban took turns explaining, yes, the current master's magical power is unstable, so he needs rest in a place rich in magic. Jel recalled the sensation from earlier, realizing why she had felt an overwhelming amount of magic around her. It was because he had overused it. Her face was filled with concern, likely because she saw the man unconscious on the ground. Could the color change in his hair also be caused by Runayan using an excessive amount of magic? Then, Jel mustered all her strength to drag led Runayan to the center of the flower garden. Jinan and Ban flew around, cheering, move him a little to the side. Jeel, good job. Jel wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked, how is this? Is it good now? I've brought him to the center of the most radiant, shimmering garden. Ren and Ban confirmed, that's enough. This is the place with the most abundant magic. With some free time, the two butterflies wondered, but why did he summon us? There's nothing dangerous today. If he summons us, the recovery process will be slower. Everyone blamed Jel, it was all her fault. This accusation made her flinch. Two male butterflies with white hips question Gel, these past few days, our master has been summoning us because of you. Even though his magic is unstable, he keeps calling us out, oh my god. Gel felt downhearted when she heard this. If that's true, then why did Ranayan summon me and grant me his power? Was it to make me embarrassed after he fell, and then explain it to me? Unconsciously, she noticed the purple light particles drifting out from the petals of the flowers. They were dense. The magic is emanating from the flowers. Tiny purple magic particles flew into Renyan's body. I see now. Ranayan is recovering by absorbing the magic from the flowers. Ren and Ban urged her to leave. Alright, it's done now, you can go quickly. Yes, from now on we will protect our master. Gel was startled. What? She protested, leaving someone sick outside. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? Ren and Ban laughed at the story. Sick? Our master is very strong, he just needs to rest. He always comes back after a little break like this. Gel remained silent, listening to them, and she always caught the key words. Wasn't it the case that they were implying this wasn't the first time? She looked up and asked them, does this happen often with the boss? Is it common for mages to use large amounts of magic like this? Jen and Ban answered her questions one by one. It's not like he calls us all the time, so it's hard for us to know everything. But our master is different from other mages. He's special and amazing. Jay was astonished. Ranayan is a special case? The two butterflies continued their story. That's why he's immune to the attacks of the traitors. That's right, Master will soon wake up and punish the traitors. The words traitors struck Jello's heart with painful precision. She quickly asked, Jen Ban, what happened to the boss? Her eyes sparkled, looking at them with a cute expression. I don't know anything, tell me. But they remained steadfast, unaffected by her pleading. Sorry, we can't tell you, Ja, although I know you don't have the power to betray the master, but we ourselves were once not strong enough. Jello reached out her hand, feeling the magic swirling in the air. What has Ranayan been through in the past? What kind of wounds does he carry? Her eyes were filled with concern. Even though she was worried, gently touching his silver hair wouldn't change anything. Ranayan sank into old memories, when he was just a child, beaten and bruised, lying under the pouring rain, the water quickly soaking through his clothes. He wondered if his pain had ever really been worth it. A small, weak rune lying in the rain, losing the will to live, had that truly been worth it? His red eyes opened. Ranayan had awoken, a cloth laid across his forehead. This place was a recreation of his memories. Come to think of it, when he had arrived at the garden yesterday, when he had forced himself to be strong, not needing Jello's help, he had passed out. Ranayan suddenly sat up, holding his forehead. Where is Jello now, I wonder? The cloth on his forehead slipped down onto the back of his hand. He felt it was wet. At this moment, he finally realized, or more accurately, what are all these things? He was lying on a picnic mat, a purple blanket draped over him. Surrounding him were breakfast, fruits, a water bucket, and several other white towels. Above him was an umbrella and a fireplace. He folded the umbrella, his mind filled with many question marks about it. Gel PLN, you're awake, do you feel any better now? Ranayan was just as surprised to see her here. J.O., she staggered, her legs tripping over each other. I brought some soup. Please, sir. Jay let out a panicked cry when she saw the soup tray in her hand swaying. Ranayan quickly maneuvered the umbrella in his hand and used magic on the soup bowl and Gel, making it float in mid-air, preventing it from spilling. Gel sighed in relief. I thought I was going to fall. She immediately shouted, that's not it. You're using magic again, big boss? Ranayan, seeing that she had safely landed, put away the umbrella and, looking bewildered, said, what, am I just supposed to let you fall flat here or something? Jay understood his good intentions. Thank you, sir. But right now, you're the victim. You've barely rested for half a day. Ranayan changed the subject, pointing at the spot on the rug. What are these things? Jo asked. Of course, these are the special arrangements I made for the boss, who's spending the night out here, she said, raising a finger to explain. I brought an umbrella just in case of unexpected rain or early morning mist, and I've also prepared some snacks and drinks because the boss might be hungry when he wakes up. As for the blanket the boss is lying on, Jen and the others have been praising her non-stop. She's an excellent subordinate. The best underling. After listening to her explanation, Renayan fiddled with his ear. What? Didn't you hear what I said? Just leave me here and I'll recover on my own. I did hear you, she replied. He wondered why Jel had called him. It wasn't normal for this boss to use mana to the point of passing out. She looked at the silver-haired man before her with concern. Is that so? Renayan didn't think it was a big deal. Still, it didn't feel special to him. His voice was soft. Isn't that the same as being sick? Even if you recover, it must have hurt a lot when you collapsed, to the point of fainting. But she explained the reason very reasonably, so it's natural for me to be concerned about you. Rendon didn't understand Jel's attitude. Why was she angry? Jel was more thoughtful than he had thought, or maybe she wanted him to repay her after taking care of him. Ja softly said, Big boss. Her foot took a small step, and the big boss had said, I'm here because you trust me. Jel crouched down near Renayan, sincerely asking, But big boss, don't you truly expect me to do this? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Renayan. His lips moved. That's right. He coldly stared at Jel, feeling that trust was his own emotion, and she didn't need to reciprocate it should be obvious. Jel's cheeks turned as red as a tomato when she heard him speak. What kind of nonsense is this? Jel thought, both angry and wondering what the hell was going on. She clenched her lips tightly and shouted loudly. Renayan sprayed the glue, stiff and not understanding anything. Suddenly, Jel crossed her arms in a sulky manner and softly murmured to him, So this is what you meant? Yes, I understand the mood of the big boss. Renyan's face froze, a huge question mark appearing above his head. He asked her, Why are you suddenly angry? He was puzzled, while Jel kept insisting she wasn't angry. Disappointed, she explained, it's just that nothing would have happened if Renayan hadn't treated me like someone special, making me delude myself, only to then look at me as though I were beneath his toenails. Jel said this while blushing and pouting. By then, Renayan was certain she was truly upset. But he still asked, But why? I don't even know why I'm angry. After hearing Renyan's question, Jel froze for a moment, then shyly admitted that she had feelings for him. Now it was Renyan's turn to be stunned. She blushed and said, I have feelings for the big boss. But in an attempt to ease the awkwardness, Due Seo quickly added, I'm a citizen of the Republic of Korea, full of love. At that moment, Renayan was only focused on the words feelings. He sighed, smiling faintly, 3 parts helpless, 7 parts indulgent, thinking to himself, feelings, huh? Jel hesitated, about to stand up and leave, still quite gently, when Renayan said that he hoped her answer would be helpful to him, noticing that she was about to go. Without giving Jel a chance to finish her sentence, he grabbed her hand and called out, Jel. She turned back, slightly pouting and asked, What now? Deep down, she thought she didn't know what else Renayan was going to say, but she was taken by surprise when he suddenly pulled her into his arms, a scene straight out of a drama with the rich CEO and his young wife. Renayan held Jel's hand and asked, Oh, you're still not asleep, huh? As he asked, he brought his face close to hers, making her blush with embarrassment. Your eyes aren't fully open yet. He even lightly rubbed under her eyes while saying, You have dark circles under your eyes. Jel felt as though she had fallen into a trap, only able to shut her eyes tightly, purse her lips, and quickly turn away, flustered and blushing, awkwardly trying to cover up, saying it was strange since she hadn't been awake all night. She had things to do, so she asked to leave first. Deep down, she was panicking, thinking that her heart might explode from the overwhelming feelings. But Renayan, unaffected, said, You've been awake all night, so what do you need to do? I think you need to sleep a little. Lie down quickly. Dio hesitated, still reluctant despite being addicted. But Renayan immediately rebutted, gently tapping her forehead and telling her to go to sleep. Jay felt drowsy from his spell, but still had a lingering question. I still feel perfectly fine until now, but why do I suddenly feel so sleepy? After saying the last sentence, she collapsed against Renyan's chest and fell into a deep sleep. Renayan smiled, his gaze soft as he looked at Jel, like he was watching his playful little wife. He embraced her while secretly thinking, do I have feelings? It's been so long since I last heard that word, so long that I forgot such a thing even existed. He held Jel in his arms, sound asleep, while thinking, I never expected her to give such an unexpected answer, and without meaning to, I ended up noticing the flowers. He wondered, have the flowers lost their magical power? Perhaps they've broken apart and soaked into the ground? In all the time he had lived here, it was the first time something like this had happened in the garden. He asked himself, why the change? The magic of Canada is real, after all. He lowered his gaze to Jel in his arms, thinking, Jel Rospin isn't a mage, nor does she have a magical bowl of her own. But then, what about Jel? After a moment, a wicked smile appeared on his face as he thought, indeed, Jel is fascinating. Even though she still hasn't memorized the entire layout of the villa, she's managed to find so many things to take care of me. It's really hard to understand how. He thought about how wherever she went, something big always happened, and it was all interesting. Reflecting on everything she did, he found it all amusing. With a mix of joy and shyness, he said, that confession must have been sincere. That's it. The scene was pitch black. Jay had just woken up, feeling disoriented and confused, not knowing where she was. Lying on the unfamiliar bed, her face drained of color, she wondered where she could possibly be. Her hair was a mess, as if she had just come back from a battle, her face pale and flustered. She pulled back the curtain and then stiffly sprayed some hairspray. When she saw the luxurious surroundings before her, her face went blank, marked with a large, "huh." Slowly, she started to recognize the place. But before she could think further, Renyan's voice rang out, breaking the silence. He smiled, in his usual manner, and asked her, awake already? Did you sleep well? Jay startled and answered, yes, very well. But realizing her mistake, she immediately wiped her mouth and corrected herself, shouting in surprise, what's going on here? Renayan bluntly responded, you fell asleep, and instead of carrying you around to wake you up abruptly, isn't it better to bring you back like this? Jay remained tense, clenching her hands tightly, and said in a panic, oh my god, even though you're right, I already took all my things outside to the garden. Yesterday, you even fainted out of the blue. That being said, Renayan still wore a grimace and said, don't worry, I'm fully recovered now, so everything is fine. I even care about you after such a long nap. I was wondering if you were hungry. Jel shot up abruptly, saying loudly, this is not the time to eat. Renayan asked, why would you think I would crave food right after waking up? But her traitorous stomach betrayed her, growling loudly right after she finished speaking. Jel blushed, crossed her arms, and plopped back down, saying, well, I guess you were right. She ignored Renyan's amused smile as he chuckled and snapped his fingers, calling the cooking robot back. Curious, Jel watched the robot open up its belly to retrieve something, asking, what are you trying to pull out? The plate of juicy beef in front of her was irresistible, and Jel couldn't help but drool as she marveled, you're going to go crazy over a piece of beef. Truly, food is power. Jay immediately raised her voice, ahem, indeed, Golem number 17's cooking skills are the best, so to show my appreciation for your sincerity, I will eat it very deliciously. Renayan crossed his arms, staring at her in bewilderment and asked, is Golem number 17 the name you gave it? Jo, her mouth still watering incessantly, startled but explained, yes, if I just called it Golem, you wouldn't know which one is which. To clarify, the first one is number 17, the one in the middle is number 12, and the outermost one is number 13. Upon hearing Jel, Renayan was utterly helpless, still unsure when she had named them, but he fell into a deep thought before calling Jel's name. As she was eating, she instinctively looked up and responded to him. He asked, what exactly are you? What kind of creature? An elf? Jay asked, confused, her face blank as she wondered why he suddenly brought up elves. Renayan then explained to her that it was because she had mentioned that she couldn't die even if she drank poison, that she could even identify the taste of toxins, and that she could foresee the future. Looking at her, she didn't seem human anymore. After hearing this, she froze for 5 seconds, not expecting him to say such a thing. Ranayan also acknowledged her differences, even saying that many miraculous things had happened since she arrived. Jello suddenly thought to herself, miraculous, huh? Ranayan interlaced his fingers under his chin, grinning slyly as he continued, that's why I've been paying attention to you. His face was all smiles, but Jel, after hearing that, was shaken to her core. Her face turned as red as a ripe tomato, and she even dropped her fork, her mind racing with thoughts, especially the 2 words pay attention from Ranayan. But then she quickly brushed off that thought with another, wondering whether Ranayan was really just talking about pure interest, though he was probably just curious about her strange physical condition, since even she was surprised by it. Ranayan then flashed the kind of mischievous grin typical of a guy who specialized in charming good girls, affirming that he was genuinely interested in Jel's existence. She tried to calm herself, reminding herself not to get confused, and replied coolly, yes, of course you would. I understand, after all, Jel Rospian suddenly appearing isn't exactly a normal thing. Ranayan immediately shot back, too fast, too dangerous. He said that this wasn't just simple curiosity, leaving Jel wide-eyed in surprise. Ranayan also confirmed one last time, just to be sure, it's not Rospian I'm interested in, it's you, Jel C. So, tell me about yourself. Jel, I want to know about where you live, what kind of person you are. Everything about you. Ranayan spoke with a gentle smile, while Jel seemed to take 5 seconds to process it. Jel stood there, a bit dazed, and thought to herself, you want to know everything about me? Isn't that a bit too much? If someone else heard this, wouldn't they misunderstand? Thankfully, I still have my wits about me, or else. Her mind raced, wide-eyed, yet she kept up a composed front, convinced it was a good thing, since she had many questions about Ranayan as well. She spoke up, boss, well then, why don't you stop pulling that serious face, because I have no idea what you're going to say, but it seems like you're being serious. Jel suggested, fair enough, but you should also tell me about yourself. Ranayan was caught off guard, surprised that she wanted to know about him. Jel solemnly admitted that she had many questions about him. She reminded Ranayan, as though he might forget, that she had only learned his true identity just the day before. Yes, the Canadian illusionist, you even asked for it, she said. Please tell me the details about yourself. Ranayan sat coldly, lost in thought. Jello clenched her fists, wondering if he would obediently tell her. Since he was the mastermind behind the dark forces, it would probably be as difficult to get him to reveal his personal details as it would be to catch smoke with your bare hands. But fortune favored her, and Ranayan agreed so easily that it left her speechless for 5 seconds, not understanding what had just happened. Ranayan then gave her a playful smile. He extended his hand and said, if it's because you're interested, then it's no problem for me. Jello flinched, both embarrassed and alarmed, feeling confused as to why Ranayan seemed to be flirting with her. She awkwardly stammered, boss, the way you speak. Well, never mind. Anyway, you did say you'd answer everything I ask, right? Before she could finish her sentence, she quickly redirected the conversation back to the main topic, her face still flushed. But Ranayan continued to wear his radiant, angelic smile, answering her as if he were a friendly pageant queen. All right, but you must answer well too. Jello became serious, agreed with Ranayan, and then requested that he tell her everything. Regarding the events that happened in his past, Ranayan closed his eyes slightly and smiled faintly, only saying one word, all right. Then, he told her that his magical power had awakened when he was 8 years old. Ranayan groaned in pain, tears streaming down his face, and deep inside, he could only scream out for his parents. Suddenly, his parents rushed over in panic, pointed directly at him, and said, it's here. Ranayan, with his face smeared in tears and mucus, clenched his shirt tightly, trembling as he looked at his parents, whispering something under his breath. He stood frozen for 5 seconds, letting out a soft "oh." When he heard his father speak to the soldiers, this child has already been consumed by the demon, we must kill him before he becomes a dark mage, his father pointed straight at Ranayan. All Ranayan could do was open his mouth and call, father. Then the soldiers suddenly advanced, drawing their swords and raising them toward Rinyan's face. He could only be terrified, thinking to himself, am I going to be killed? Because my soul has already been devoured by the evil demon. One of the soldiers swung his sword, preparing to strike. Ranayan trembled like a leaf, biting his teeth, his face darkened. Then, as if he was injected with newfound strength, Ranayan clenched his fists and charged forward, opening his mouth to scream. His entire body released a surge of lightning, piercing straight through the hearts of the soldiers, a blow that took them all out in one fell swoop. Now, even Rinyan's parents were hit by the second strike, their bodies stiffening like statues. After that, Ranayan fled, becoming a fugitive immediately. He crossed his arms and nonchalantly asked, "So? Has your curiosity been satisfied?" After hearing the story, Jel suddenly transformed into Baby Thai, without even realizing it. Tears welled up in her eyes as she covered her mouth with her hand, too choked up to speak, and said with emotion, "Aren't they being a bit too much? 8 years old is still just elementary school age, they're just a child." As she spoke, she jumped up, her hands clenched tightly, clearly distressed. Ranayan, however, remained calm, knowing that appearing as a dark mage would mean immediate rejection by everyone. With a haunting tone, Nobita Shizuka asked, "What is elementary school?" Jel stopped in her tracks, her face filled with sorrow for Ranayan. She couldn't understand how anyone could do such a thing to a child. She thought to herself, the novels never mention things like this. With a past as tragic as that, no matter how cruel one is, I could still accept it. Jel covered her face in panic and screamed loudly, "Could it be that you were injured while running down and that's why your health is so poor now? Is that the reason you became so weak that you fainted after using magic?" Upon hearing this, Ranayan transformed into an angry cat, his face turning red as he asked, "Who's weak here?" He crossed his arms and sulked, ignoring Rinyan's petulant pout. Jel looked up and retorted, "If I say you're weak, then you're weak. Don't you remember how you were lying flat on the ground yesterday?" Ranayan sighed deeply, utterly helpless, and said, "My body has changed since then." That day, a rainy day with the sky weeping, Ranayan was found lying helplessly on the ground, discovered by the great mage and his disciples, who came to his aid. Jel seemed to realize something, her eyebrows raised, her eyes wide as she thought of the great mage and his disciples. So this is when DN and Viviana appeared? Finally, I can hear the story I've been so curious about for so long. But Suka Ranayan said something that felt like a slap to Jel's face. He said he would stop at this point and now it was her turn. He asked, "You woke up with the name Jel Rosby, didn't you?" Jel stood there, stiff as a board, only able to respond with a simple yes. In her mind, she screamed, "How can we stop now when we're just getting started?" She was determined to wrap this up quickly so she could begin telling her story. She said to him, "Yes, that's right. After that, as you already know, thanks to the boss, I learned that I was being hunted. I don't know why I didn't die from the poison." However, before she could finish her sentence, Ranayan jumped in, cutting her off. He paused her story, leaving Jel awkwardly fumbling for words. He asked, "Why are you telling me about what happened to you only after the incident?" She was completely confused, her mind a blur, and she asked, "What are you talking about?" Ranayan calmly shrugged and replied, "Didn't I already tell you about my past when I was a child?" Jel still didn't get it, her confusion clear as she responded, "Because you asked me that question." Ranayan asked again, "What about you?" Jel froze, her face blank for a few seconds, then said, "Huh?" Only then did Ranayan explain, "Of course I need to know how you became Jel Rosbian, and it might be related to your resistance to poison." "What I really want to know is the story of your very existence," he said, his face adopting the serious, cool expression of a domineering CEO. Jel, having repeatedly used the spray, looked perplexed, with a huge question mark practically drawn across her face. Did Ranayan want her to talk about herself? But not giving her dumbfounded expression any attention, he continued, "So, besides Jel right now, I want to hear about you, about your true self in the original world." At that moment, Jel realized the truth and thought to herself, "I'm from the original world?" Suddenly, her eyelashes seemed to be weighed down by the weight of a dumbbell. She lowered her head, her face showing a sorrowful expression. But in the original world, I was just an ordinary person, she thought. She was just a regular office girl. Jill clenched her fists and said to Renayan, "Boss, I also want to tell you something. I don't have any special abilities, I'm just an ordinary person." She said this with deep frustration and helplessness, continuing, "Yes, I really can't think of any other way to describe myself except as ordinary." But Renayan remained calm and said, "Then tell me the story of your ordinary life." Jay hesitated. But then Renayan struck her straight in the face with the words, "Are you interested in her?" Along with a face that seemed almost angelic, as if Cupid had shot an arrow straight into his heart. Elle was hooked, yet still hesitant to place a hand on her chest to reassure herself, while thinking of a response. The way he spoke truly resembled a master at playing with others' emotions, and she couldn't understand why he was curious about her. She had never imagined she would be asked such a question. Embarrassed, but still a bit skeptical, she asked, "Could it be that Renayan is interested in Jel Rospin, so you're paying attention to her, who is in Jel Rospin's body?" Utterly helpless, Renayan had to ask back, "Is Jel joking with me?" Which made her jump with a start. She hurriedly replied, "But there will be some misunderstanding when you say it like that. Anyone who hears it will get confused." What the hell? Renayan wondered. What could they possibly misunderstand? How could anyone get confused when you said you're concerned about someone? But Jel suddenly stood up, her face flushed with embarrassment, and said loudly, "How can you say such things without feeling embarrassed? It's so shameful." Renayan was utterly helpless, staring at her with a blank expression and asking, "Does Jel think I'm going to kill her or lock her up in a lab to experiment on her?" Jel was 7 parts powerless, 3 parts as she thought. If he didn't speak plainly, there would definitely be a misunderstanding. Jel cleared her throat, furrowing her brows, and said, "It feels a bit odd for me to say this myself, but do you still remember what I said about not dating in a work environment?" Renayan flinched. Jay felt embarrassed beyond measure, glanced away, and reluctantly admitted to herself that she had misunderstood in that direction. She awkwardly thought, "I can't believe I'm actually saying things like this. Even if we get married now, there's no other way out." She had already mentally prepared herself to be laughed at from the very beginning. But after waiting for a long time, Renayan still didn't say a word in response. Jizzle slowly lifted her face only to fall for the two lies tricked by Renyan's stunned expression. She had to ask herself what that shocked face even meant. Her own face was just as dazed, her mind spinning wildly. Could it really be going in that direction? I never even considered that possibility. He broke into a helpless sweat. Oomph, why did she have to make that face? She scratched her head, avoiding his questioning gaze. "Oh no, it's just that I thought the boss was upset because of that." "What's there to be upset about? I'm interested in you." When Jello heard him say that, she became even more flustered. She lowered her eyelids and looked down. "No, it's just that I didn't know that was what you meant." Because of a faint yet beautiful image that appeared, the figure of a woman with long red hair, curled lashes, and a soft, captivating smile. But that was just her thought. Renayan didn't expect me to think the boss liked Viviana. Ha! Renayan quickly darkened his expression, explaining and denying everything she had just said. The thought flashing in his mind had made him visibly upset. "What do you mean? More importantly, how do you know her? Does she fit into the future you mentioned?" She awkwardly came up with a reason that seemed somewhat reasonable, but her stiff expression betrayed her. "Yes, exactly. That's why I thought the boss liked her too. Be honest with me." He looked at her with suspicion, his eyes filled with doubt about Jel's level of awareness, which made her bristle and retort in defense. "The truth is, you were crazy even before you were summoned here, weren't you?" "I'm not crazy, and I'm not crazy now." "Then why did you come up with all that insane nonsense?" "I don't want to understand." Upon hearing that, Jel's expression immediately shifted, and she too became doubtful. Her mind was in chaos, tangled with thoughts about the current attitude and the details at hand. Well, judging by Renyan's disgusted face, it's probably not true. How much more are you planning to ruin this damn plot? Once again, she used every word she could think of to fabricate another reason that seemed more plausible in this situation. Honestly, well, where I live, there's a prophetic book about this world. Prophecy. A statement that seemed half confused, half true, about the distinctive red novel, the woman, the roses, and the sharp thorns. These were things embedded in her subconscious. Yes, a book that contained the future and the fate of certain people. All of it was written there. I admit to a few details about what really happened. But of course, Runayan doesn't believe me. He doesn't believe the story at all. With just one sentence, he struck directly at the core of Jel's heart. The story is roughly about the big boss fighting Dylan for Viviana. Is that a prophecy? Or are you writing a novel? Ha! She felt she couldn't use such childish excuses to convince him. She then presented her own point of view. But ultimately, he remained deeply skeptical. No. There are still parts that make sense. Runayan sighed, deciding not to pursue this matter any further. He crossed his arms. Well, from today onwards, there will be no more logic. Because I've never cared about her. I've said this many times already. I only care about you. Dee, about to say something else, suddenly stopped, her fingers hovering in mid-air. Wait a minute, the dark forces of the original story were supposed to care about Viviana, but now they care about me? She used me to string everything together. Her face turned ashen. The dark forces could be affected so heavily by the plot like this? That means I am playing the role of Viviana, the obsession of imprisonment. If I can't have you, I'll destroy everything. Please, let me go, this destruction. She clutched her head with difficulty, confused and terrified beyond measure. Her small head kept racing with endless possibilities of what could happen. Runayan sat across from her, still not understanding what was going on. Oh no, actually, it's understandable. There was a time when I was captivated by Runayan too. How could I resist someone so handsome, always taking care of me, feeding me? There was no other choice really. Even though he seemed a bit intimidating, well, that was just a fleeting feeling. I still didn't know what life would be like moving forward. I wouldn't even have time for love anymore. And besides, if I were Viviana, someone would come to save me. After a moment of thought, she spoke up, "Boss, what's going on?" Miss Duon wiped away her tears, fearfully looking up like a guilty little puppy. So, do you intend to imprison me? Are you going to lock me in a dark room with no light at all and visit me twice a day? She stopped imagining. The more she imagined, the more scared she became, like a little chick trapped in a cage. She shuddered, crying silently, clutching her body, only to remember the poison apple. It's that 19+ novel, right? Will you even let me wear clothes? But I don't want to live like this at all. Runayan was filled with questions. Then, a huge question mark kept rolling over and over in his mind. I have one question too, is that your preference? No, never. Never. No, no, no. But when he heard what she continued to say after that, he couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand, his face showing disgust, goosebumps rising in waves. The prophecy said that the boss did the same thing to Viviana. Please don't believe in those nonsensical things. I've never done that and I have no intention of doing it in the future. Wow, look at that disgusted face. Sure, here's the translation, Jel Y, your reaction brings some relief. It seems like she's becoming a little more at ease now. Jel recalls that his subordinates don't seem cruel at all, more like big cats feeding the poor little chickens their fill. It's true, the subordinates of Runayan I've met so far have been kind and considerate, much more so than their intimidating appearances would suggest. Am I going too far? Ha, indeed, there's no way the big boss would do such a thing. I guess I've overstepped. Seeing her lower her guard like that, he sat back and pondered. Ha ha. Had ha. Ranayan spoke up, interrupting her thoughts. At this point, she was somewhat surprised. Even if she hadn't gone through all those troubles from the start, she would still stay by my side, wouldn't she? Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Jay quickly responded, firm and decisive. Where do you get that confidence? I'm not as easygoing as you think. Just think about it. He spoke with certainty about the matters concerning him and her, the forbidden circles revolving around her steadfastly. The forbidden spell summoned you, essentially targeting me, so you were bound to get involved with me anyway. The image of her confidently pointing appeared in his mind, her bright, sparkling eyes and a cheerful smile, while he also wore a bright grin, propping his chin up with his hand. Didn't you say that in order to survive under the identity of Jelban, you had to become a subordinate of the most powerful villain? Well, now your wish is granted, so it's only reasonable that I take an interest in you, right? Hearing those words, she suddenly felt uneasy. That. Once again, Jay found herself at a loss for words, unable to explain further. What the hell? Too logical, too convincing, the argument is so tight that I have nothing left to counter. Indeed, there was nothing left to argue. She quickly turned away, trying to appear serious. Anyway, I don't want to have a relationship in a work environment. Fine, do whatever you want. You're more obedient than I thought. It seemed like everything was about to stop there, but he added more, making her hair stand on end as soon as she heard his words. All I have to do is prevent you from meeting those men outside. If you don't like it, I'll lock you in the basement of the mansion until you become the kind of relationship I want. No way, you black-hearted bastard. Ranayan gave a faint smile. But that won't happen. I really don't want to do that at all. At that moment, Renyan's teasing expression appeared once again. Because no matter where you go, you'll be by my side from the very beginning. I've never even considered dating until you brought it up. Am I the only one getting worked up and feeling embarrassed? She coughed awkwardly, trying to regain some control. I didn't cough, I didn't mean it. Her face turned bright red, feeling embarrassed by what she had said. I'm sorry for jumping the gun like that. It's fine. It's actually quite interesting. Thanks to you, I've thought about a relationship I never could have imagined. He said that just to make her feel embarrassed, didn't he? Ugh, I really hate this. Unable to bear the shame, she covered her face with her hands, leaving only one flushed cheek exposed, her gaze directed at him. My life. Not only did I think in the wrong direction, but you, too, keep insisting, while I keep avoiding. The strange atmosphere continued to inflate like a balloon. She thought to herself, and it was going in an even worse direction. The scene shifted back to the small shop, where she propped her hand on her cheek, sighing deeply. Seeing this, Scene approached. What's wrong? Is something bothering you, Jizzle? Yes. Noticing her indifferent response, he decided to check in his own way. Then give me a drop of blood. Yes. Scene jumped at hearing this. Jordan casually stepped forward to remind him. That would also make Jel panic. Jizzle, are you really in pain? Jel, you can't give blood to Sean carelessly like that. Wait, hold on. I was just lost in my thoughts and answered reflexively. Windria, sitting in the chair, also looked at her, scrutinizing Jel's strange state. What are you thinking about? Actually, right now, I have a concern. She slowly recounted her thoughts as well as the stories that had unfolded. In the end, however, she narrated it in the third person, turning herself into a character whose friend was having trouble with her boss. Windria, after listening, also appeared curious. I see. Your friend likes her boss, but her boss has some personality issues, so she's worried. You also seemed regretful. Scene and Jaitan quickly joined the discussion. Although Jaitan was indifferent, he immediately presented a ban list. Yes, that's right. I think everyone around her is afraid because of that person's personality. What's the point of leaving? You can't have bad traits. Jordan, you shouldn't jump to conclusions like that. Hearing this, she seemed even more melancholic. Oh, but my friend said her boss treats her really well, so much so that she realized it even before her boss said he cared for her. Ah, well, that's fine. Cold to the world but gentle to you alone, that's okay. But the words she uttered next made Scene raise a no entry sign along with Jordan. But from my prediction, it's highly likely that my friend will die young because of her profession. Forget it. Does your friend have an unsafe job? Or a harsh working environment? Who knows, maybe she'll get involved in something. Yeah. It's just the way things go, I suppose. Since both men started rambling, Windria remained silent, sitting next to them, observing without saying a word. Scene and Jel continued their discussion. But if that friend had been around earlier, she would have died. Oh, there have been a few cases like that. Oh, I see. Continuously thinking, he kept offering more arguments, while Jel was still confused, like a tangled knot. So that means your friend's boss is very handsome but so serious that he scares everyone around him. And your friend likes him so much that she could die young because of him, right? The conclusion isn't that simple. Scene placed his hand on his chin, tilting his head as he pondered. Why not? If you like something so much that you'd live and die for it, that's a good thing. But if you hate something so much that you'd live and die for it, that means you don't like it. Why take it to such extremes? Just at that moment, Burton spoke up. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy, but why did the conditions Jel mentioned sound so familiar? Yeah, you're right, they probably haven't noticed, right? Jordan looked down at Celion, quickly realizing who Gilberton was referring to. The two of them discussed it directly, while Jel silently prayed that nothing would be exposed. Think about it, doesn't it remind you of him? What are you talking about? He's the most handsome guy on earth. Just calling him handsome doesn't even begin to cover it. Stop it, their personalities are similar too. He's the one. He's so charismatic and cool. Who could possibly hate a perfect person like him? Please, stop. Just then, Windria beside them clapped her hands to get the attention of the two chatterboxes. She spoke up to ease the awkwardness for her. Come on now, no more arguing. By the way, aren't both of you supposed to be doing something? Windria quickly reminded everyone of each person's schedule. Both of them jolted in surprise, having completely forgotten about their tasks. Jordan, I remember Lord Runion wanted to see you for a moment. And Seelan too, today is the only day this month you have an appointment with a patient. Oh right, I forgot my own memory. The two men hurriedly dashed out of the room, not forgetting to remind and structure their friend's words as mentioned in Jello's story. I'm off. Jel, hope your friend escaped successfully. Agreed, thank you both. The door slammed shut, and only Jel and Windria remained in the room. A tense silence lingered. Well then, goodbye. After a short while, when she guessed the two men had gone far enough, Windria finally spoke, questioning Jel. Jel, was Genion really to the point of dying like that? Yes. Windria quickly exposed the story behind Jel's friendship, which caused Jel to feel a little embarrassed by her wisdom. The story you told earlier, it was about you, wasn't it? I know everything, you know. Jade doesn't have any other friends anymore. Ha ha. You're something else, Windria. I'm very sociable and know a lot of people, you know. Windria didn't hide anything but directly brought up Runion, not giving her any chance to deny it again. Don't even think about lying. Anyone who knows Runion knows how much he cares about you. Ugh, I see. So that's why everyone has been so nice to me from the start. Windria gave a light smile. Now, do you need time to seriously think about it? It wouldn't hurt for us to sit down and make Lord Runion the topic of our conversation, right? He won't ask for anything special. You two can just stay as you are. Hearing this, she blinked in curiosity and asked her, then how are you so sure about that? Well, Windria mentioned the relationships with the opposite sex around Runayan, which were painfully clear there were none. This completely surprised her. Runayan has never been interested in talking to women, has he? He probably doesn't even know exactly what you want. Yes, ma'am. Windria shrugged, treating it as something normal, while for Giselle, it was something utterly shocking. That's how dark mages are. We are distant from love, and the only joy in our lives is dark magic. It had only been a few hours, yet Renyan's dating history was already out in the open. At this point, Windria couldn't help but remind herself of her own life. By the way, let me tell you, I got into this profession a bit late, so I've experienced everything there is to experience when it comes to men and women. There's nothing left for me to regret, so now I just focus on my research. Yes. I understand. Do you really? Yes, I really do believe it. At this, she seemed to doubt Jel's trust in her life, but before she could say anything more, a voice interrupted. Is that true, Master? Windria turned towards the door when she heard it, as a figure rushed in from outside, panting heavily. What's this sudden intrusion? What's going on? Well, this is happening right now. Windria's eyes widened, an ominous feeling running down her spine. Her pupils shrank sharply, and the atmosphere outside felt oddly strange. Could it be? There was no time to do anything else. She immediately rushed outside in a state of intense anxiety. This caused both of the remaining people in the room to be taken aback. Outside, the sky was still clear, the small houses were just as they had been, but the silence was eerily profound, only the shadow of a falling leaf stirring gently. That's really true. Windria observed the situation outside for a moment, then turned back and called loudly to Jel. Jill. Yes? At that instant, her eyebrows furrowed, everything seemed to have become difficult to handle. She raised her finger and directly ordered, close the shop right now, hurry up. Windria rushed inside to remind Jel to close the shop immediately. She was suddenly at a loss, panic-stricken. Yes, ma'am. She then pushed Ten aside with a teasing expression. If anything were to happen, at least she would use Ten as bait. At that moment, he nervously asked her, What's going on, Master? Why me? Ju stared blankly at the two of them talking, suddenly caught in such a situation. In the chaotic scene, she pointed at Ten and angrily shouted, Then you have to stay here as well. If all of us go together, Lord Runayan will scold us for sure. Ten, feeling helpless, let two streams of tears fall and quietly accepted. Meanwhile, Jill raised her hand, panicked, interrupting her. Wait a moment, Windria. She was confused, not understanding what was happening when she heard Windria ask her to go close the door. What's going on? Why suddenly ask me to close the door? Where are you going? Windria turned to her with a surprised expression, as if she didn't know anything. This must be Jay's first time encountering this, right? She explained. Because the villains are preparing to invade, I need to test a new spell. Jay stood frozen, as stiff as the Statue of Liberty, thinking to herself, Oh my god, aren't we the villains? Terrified, she desperately pleaded with Windria to explain what was going on. Please, explain from the beginning. Windria burst into laughter, clearly amused. Just kidding, now I'll explain more clearly. Since this is a criminal hotspot, there are many people who want to get rid of Chu Ch from here. At this point, Jay looked stunned, her expression serious as she watched Windria smugly tell her story. She continued to remind her of certain figures, such as the Knights of Justice, for instance. She suddenly remembered them from the novel. Speaking of which, even in the novel, Dai and Viviana's allies had already attacked Van Heo, right? She thought about the plot details in the novel. When reading the novel, she thought they were doing it just to make a capture, but it turned out they attacked only to sweep everything away. Jello placed her hand on her chest, calming herself, relieved, letting out a light sigh. Then all we need to do is close the shop and run away. I thought it was a big problem, phew. She was surprised. Run away? She didn't understand what she meant. Didn't everyone just tell me to close the shop? I thought we were supposed to run away. Windria helplessly raised both hands. How could that be? She crossed her arms, exuding a deadly, furious killing intent. I said to close the shop, pack up, and prepare to leave, she emphasized. Jello became serious again. In the quiet space, a scream suddenly rang out from outside. Jay jumped up in panic, slamming her hands hard on the table. What was that scream? She looked outside and smiled faintly, very pleased with herself. It seems like it's about to begin. At this moment, Jizzle was fidgeting, terrified, and utterly confused. What does that mean? The scene was chaotic. Scene and Gilberton hurriedly ran off with bottles, hammers, and swords. You bastards, received the judgment of justice. Windria was very happy, excited to try her new magic and reassured her to ease her anxiety. This is Jel's first time. Besides, she mostly just stays inside the shop. I have to go take care of my own task now. See you. It's been fun. Meanwhile, she, covering her face, was paralyzed with fear, having realized what the woman meant. Wait, is this what she meant when she told me to close the door? The woman grinned widely, walking away excitedly. I need to test a new spell. Suddenly, hands grabbed her from behind. It was 10. Wait a moment, Master, are you planning to go straight to the battlefield? It's dangerous. Take me with you. 10 desperately pulled her back, pleading to accompany her and protect her. She immediately became angry, brushing 10's hands off. I'm in a hurry, let go of me. By now, Celan and Gilberton must have already left. She imagined the image of the two little guys fighting valiantly, looking incredibly cool. She resolutely turned away. Hey, 10 suddenly cried out in a high-pitched voice. Windria, with a murderous look in her eyes, pointed and shouted, if anything happens to Jel, even the slightest scratch, I'll kick you out of here. 10 felt helpless, as though a dark cloud were hovering over him, with tears and snot streaming down his face, looking like a little puppy who knew how to obey its master. Master! Jay awkwardly tried to reassure him, 10, don't worry too much. Well, Windria is really strong, so she'll be fine. 10, like a puppy, with tears still in his eyes, turned to look at her, asking if she was okay. Unexpectedly, she replied with a casual tone, I'm fine, really. He clenched his fists, incredibly frustrated, exhaling sharply, and vented about the unfairness towards Jel. What do you mean, fine? Those knights are just pretending to be kind. Don't you see how unfair it is to have to live like this here? She looked confused, like the sky had just fallen on her, That? 10 shouted, we must take revenge on those who put crazy Lady Jel in prison and those white mages who destroyed the Rospian family. Suddenly, she realized, hey, were it the white mages who destroyed the Rospian clan? 10 grew angrier and raised her voice to explain, because the Rospian family funded the black mages, so aren't those pathetic white mages going to blame her? Jis scratched her head, embarrassed and confused. We can't really conclude that they were the ones who did it. She thought to herself, because the Jel Rospian I now know is truly an evil woman. 10 was frantically angry. No way. The crazy Jel I've interacted with so far is really kind. Those sly white mages must have done something. Jay laughed lightly, helplessly. Oh, is it just that I'm crazy, 10's anger grew, and she yelled to make her understand. See, you're still making excuses for them now. Jay was an incredibly generous and kind person. She helplessly closed her eyes. He doesn't even listen to me, it's so frustrating. It's fine, maybe. I'm just an ordinary person, so there will be a few people I don't like. She sighed in annoyance, you'd better stop. Suddenly, 2 beautiful butterflies flew by, truly, a chatterbox is such a nuisance. I never liked that guy from the start. Should we get rid of him? She exclaimed. Ren, stop, Jis said, startled and panicked. Ten pointed at Hi and told Jel that he was a subordinate of the general store owner. The two beautiful butterflies went into a frenzy, arguing with Ten. Still so arrogant, pointing at others. Jay stood there, confused and not knowing what to do, just watching. The black butterfly raised a needle, ready to launch it at Ten. Watch this, I'll correct his bad habits. Ju was sweating profusely, quickly shouting, Ban, put away the needle, you'll just make things worse. Make him shut up, Joe said. Unbelievable, when looking over and seeing Red Rin again, you can't sprinkle any more poison either. At that moment, the two vibrant butterflies of the shop owner gathered with intense killing intent, as if they wanted to devour Ten whole. Well, I don't like that person, and the owner doesn't like him either. After a moment of tension, Jel finally sat down and breathed a sigh of relief. I almost lost my mind. The swallow didn't come back for the murder, damn it. Phew, I managed to stop it in time. Seeing the scene, Ten looked proudly smug. I really have an awesome master. With followers like these, my position is not insignificant. Of course, but still not as good as my master. Jen and Ban Lai were getting even more annoyed seeing that damn guy babbling. Dio struggled to stop the ridiculous and endless argument between the two sides. She reached out, pulling the two butterflies back to the chopping block, forcing a smile while praising Ten's words to the sky to ease the situation. Ha ha. Yes, his strength is very impressive, but it would be even better if his stamina matched. With a surprised and awkward expression, Ten asked, Good heavens, is his body that weak? After a moment of furrowing his brows and scratching his chin while thinking about him, it was clear that a little more muscle would indeed be better. His complexion was slightly pale, and he appeared somewhat thin. She quickly hid the two butterflies behind her to avoid more attention. She was flustered. My boss is still healthy, but I just want him to be the healthiest person in the world. And his muscles right now are already at the golden ratio, they're perfectly proportioned. Suddenly, Ten smiled, showing his bright, dazzling white teeth, revealing the muscular, powerful physique of the man, the strength in his muscles. If she were a man, her arms would have to be absolutely perfect, with muscles and veins just like this. But her face darkened, helpless in the face of Ten's teasing. Ugh, this is so uncomfortable, she exclaimed. A voice came from behind, I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling uncomfortable. She jolted in surprise. Who was speaking? It turned out to be Sir Ren-ion. He was curiously leaning in close to Jel. But where was Windria? Wasn't Windria supposed to be here? Then why was he here, teasing me? She looked at him, very awkward. Ah, Mrs. Winry. In the context of the bleak situation, Ten, who was eating dog food, saw his master step outside to perform an important magical experiment and immediately received a glare from Ren-ion. Ugh! He grumbled irritably, enough already. I'm here, so now you can go find your master. A blinding beam of light emanated from Ten, his mouth agape, eyes sparkling, hands clasped in joy, and his wish seemingly coming true. Master, does that mean you've accepted me as a disciple of Lady Windria? Ten asked with excitement. But why the indifferent attitude from Ren-ion? What's this? No way. He was overjoyed and acting completely ridiculous. No, you're right. I can't let her get hurt. He laughed like a clown and then ran off. Ha, since I'm a good disciple, I always have to stay by my master's side. Goodbye. Jay stared in disbelief as Ten darted off like the wind. It was truly surprising that he could continue to follow Lady Windria in his studies. Ren-ion put his hands in his pockets and asked Jel, so, who is it that you don't like? Well, there are a few people I don't like, as I mentioned before, she said, lowering her head shyly, feeling embarrassed. Ah, I only said that casually, I don't actually harbor any ill feelings toward anyone. Ren-ion leaned closer to her, staring intently, as if she should have understood. She should have hated Den. Jay flushed and raised her hand in panic. Ah, yes, that's right, I do hate him. He moved even closer. Then, if it's not Dylan, who else could it be? She became more embarrassed, the scene now just the two of them. No, I already said it. Ju was completely stunned. She suggested that he help everyone. I heard that many Justice Knights are invading, could the boss go out? The boss chuckled lightly. Why should I care? Outside, there are plenty of people angry that they can't fight. Jeller hesitated. If there was such a major issue from the start, then Van Heo would have crumbled long ago. If it's that safe, then why? She blushed, sweat pouring down. You've already come to the store, you said you'd be late. She realized. Could he actually be worried about me? The boss smiled gently. I'm here because of you. You're really scared of things like this. Ju's heart was racing, chaotic, her face flushed with nervous anticipation, thinking to herself. My goodness, is it really me that's the reason? Hearing it directly from him gave me a strange feeling. Back to reality, the boss was serious, but there was indeed another matter. I don't understand why they were being so noisy this time, making a ruckus as if they wanted to shout to the world that they were here to burn everything down. The situation outside was chaotic, but inside the shop, there was a girl who seemed shy, blushing. When I got caught in a trap, it turns out I fell for it again. The boss was deep in thought, his expression changing. This wasn't the first time they had attacked, but this time, they seemed unusually arrogant. It was as if they were trying to draw everyone's attention in order to do something behind the scenes. Perhaps the biggest target of this plan was her. The girl was startled, pointing at herself. How could it be me? Yes, me? The boss explained, saying more precisely that someone was trying to get close to her. This is a place vulnerable to enemy attacks, so it wouldn't be hard to find you. She suddenly remembered, hadn't a white mage come here before? Back then, she had been terrified. She began to feel scared and frantic. The boss of this store had also been exposed, but why don't we leave? The boss confidently looked out the window with a sinister smile. Have you forgotten the reason we moved here? Because this is where I can easily control things. Suddenly, the boss hugged her and cast a spell. Around them, the furniture was in chaos, with thin lightning bolts streaking, flashes of light flashing in every direction. Out of nowhere, a person appeared, Run-Ion, arrogantly laughing. No matter how much I fight, the advantage is still on my side. Do you understand? Jay felt fear in her heart. Run-Ion had been defeated, his face twisted in unwillingness. At that moment, the lightning bolts from the spell surrounded the room. Run-Ion confidently hugged Jell. I roughly understand the situation, but I didn't expect to meet you like this. You look so uncomfortable, don't you? Jay panicked. What's going on, Ma? Yes. He raised his hand and released 2 butterflies, which would take her home. She was surprised when she heard him give the command. Home? What about the boss? Suddenly, a burst of magical lightning threw both of them across the room. Din swung his sword, trying his best to cast a spell, sweating profusely. Hey, you two are stuck together like glue, huh? The boss praised you. After all these years, you're still swinging your sword like that? Dai looked really uncomfortable, but you're making me embarrassed. Run-Ion, the boss, grinned happily and provocatively at the stiff-faced Dinlun. Is that so? But what should I do about it? I don't feel embarrassed at all. Jell feared the cramp due to the thick-headed guy. What's with this atmosphere? They haven't gotten along for a long time. But it's getting intense, isn't it? The tension is rising. Dan frowned. We're on the same level, so it's likely to be a tie, but if it were me, I'd be more careful around the back of the head. She's in the boss's arms, emitting an aura like an aggressive dog, ready to bite. The back of the head? Is he talking to me? Does that mean he's going to stab me in the back? The boss raised his hand, looking very cool. You're good at saying meaningless things. Oh? And those useless skills and your constant obedience haven't changed, huh? Neither side is willing to give in. And you, still as sharp-tongued as ever? Jay stood there, watching the two argue until he was exhausted. Ugh, I'm suffocating. These two are no joke. A voice came from behind, the two butterflies are born. Jay said, it's Sunday now. I just activated an emergency teleportation gate, we have to go. Jay recalled what the boss had said about the teleportation gate. He had said the same thing last time. Fortunately, she didn't have any murderous intent, or else she would have almost killed him. Why did she have to hide in such a cramped place? In the end, she still ended up teleporting there? But is it okay for me to go alone? Of course, my presence wouldn't be of any help anyway. What if Ranayan gets defeated again? The two butterflies urged anxiously, help her. What is she doing? We need to move quickly. She whispered to the boss, what? She murmured close to his ear, if you plan on fainting, wait until we get home. And please, get back as soon as possible. The boss was speechless, what do you mean, no fainting? Ranayan raised her hand and cast a spell, releasing a stream of purple air, hurry up. It'll be over soon. While both sides were engaged in battle, Jel hid behind the boss, startled, and ran away. Ugh, I really have to hurry. She hurriedly sent a message, I promise, I'll keep an eye on every little detail. Ranayan shouted loudly, got it, now hurry up. Behind her, Dian threatened, Jel, running away like a rat won't do you any good. As long as there's any trace of tracking on you, wherever you go, I'll know. Your escape will only be short-lived. She was taken aback, as if struck by lightning, tracking trace. The boss shielded her, so what? Even so, the tracking spell can only be used once. Isn't this the only chance you have? If the time runs out, you'll be left empty-handed. Dian gritted his teeth helplessly. The boss gave a cold, indifferent glance, I'm very confident. I'm not hiding her, nor am I running away. Unconcerned, she replied, Din, are you still this smug? You'll regret it. Continuing to raise his hand to cast a spell, full of arrogance, he said, oh really? The smug one isn't me, it's you. A purple vortex enveloped everything around. Dylan rushed forward to continue the fight. Someone wants to meet you, I won't kill you, Ranayan said calmly. Oh, really? Your holy queen has overthought things. If she wants to meet me, she should come herself instead of sending her little pet to do it for her. I've been leaving my mark all over the place these past few days anyway. Dylan grabbed his sword and shouted, Ranayan, don't speak of her like that, don't you feel any guilt? Jel, hearing this, was surprised, what's going on? So, Dian's target from the start wasn't me, but Run? How about back then? The white mage, who had been forbidden from using possession spells, was also targeting Ranayan. So, is Viviana really the white mage who's been manipulating Jel Rospian? Isn't Viviana supposed to be the tragic heroine who monopolized the love of two men? The two butterflies urged her, you really need to go now. I don't have time, Jel. Yeah, I'll think about these things later, the first thing I need to do now is get out of here. Jay turned to her, boss, I'm really leaving now. She reminded the two swordsmen. Don't destroy the store, or the merchandise. I'll come back to check. Now, I'm leaving. The big boss quickly raised his hand. Don't worry about it. After walking for a while, feeling itchy, he wondered if these two were really crazy. Angry, he grabbed his sword, ready to rush over. The big boss continued to attack. At that moment, it was Viviana who had used underhanded tactics to approach Jel. Dylan was furious. How dare you mention Viviana's name? The boss raised his hand to fight, thinking. Couldn't it be someone else, not Viviana? He suddenly remembered, the actions of that person seemed more like those of someone else than Viviana. If it was a white horse wizard with enough power to save someone from the brink of death, then. Ah, the big boss smirked. Now I get it. Is she still alive? Berry Fin Green Dylan gritted his teeth, his killing intent boiling. Renayon, you've definitely gone too far. The two young lads, neither willing to back down, charged at each other, casting magic. Renayon saw the disadvantage. Just as expected, thanks to the tracking spell, the imprisonment spell had also been activated. I won't be able to cast a moving magic circle, will I? The boss can't cast magic with his hands, and both sides rushed in to attack, when suddenly a loud explosion rang out. By the teleportation gate, Jel was worried about the boss. Will Renayon be okay? If he gets hurt, Jen and the support team will be furious. Ah, really, this is crazy. Right, stay here for a moment. She scolded the careless butterflies. You're so thoughtless, aren't you even worried about your master? The two of them responded with optimism. What's there to worry about? The master is very strong, he always wins. She felt helpless but still couldn't stop worrying. After all, their opponent was Dylan Stassi. Still, with an optimistic attitude, the two stubborn ones leaned toward their master. The loser. That loser cannot defeat our master. Ban is right, our master is much stronger than that traitor. Jel thought Dylan was the traitor, the loser? The one who had lost. She recalled what had happened. At that time, the two butterflies had told her, what we mean is that if you could remain immune to the attack of that betrayer. Yes, she continued, then the master stood up and went to punish the betrayer. She softly said, Rin Ban, the ones who attacked the boss that you mentioned before Dylan and Viviana, do you remember them? Why are you two so upset that we have to tell her this? What do you plan to do? She clenched her fist in anger. The forbidden spell cast by Jelen had been aimed at Renayon. Jel feared that she herself might harm him. What would happen if she tried to summon a creature that could capture or kill Renayon? What if I killed Renayon unconsciously, or led him to his death? I need to find out what Jel Rospin is summoning, why it's that particular thing, and whether it poses a threat to the boss. So tell me about the relationship between Renayon and them, and what has happened. She earnestly pressed her hand to her chest, wanting to know. This is the master's memory from a long time ago, the two butterflies said, showing her. A blood-soaked scene unfolded, with many soldiers falling. Magical lightning bolts pierced through each of them, and a forest appeared in the dark night. The corpses piled up on each other, yet the rain of blood fell in the darkness, and a man collapsed. If I'm going to die, I hope it happens quickly, said the commanding officer, covered in wounds, lying on the ground. Everything was silent, then suddenly a voice spoke. Oh, how pitiful. Din stopped Viv Vi from approaching. Don't go near him. Vi Vi hid behind, timid and frightened. This child seems to be severely injured. He said to the two children, Look here, children. People always place value on everything. Even in situations as painful as this, you stand by and watch with sympathy. Renayon, at that moment, wondered who was speaking. In the rain, he reached out toward the commanding officer. The pain of some is considered noble, while that of others is seen as trivial. Vi Vi, wanting to help, earnestly pleaded with her master. Master, I want to help him recover. Dai quickly raised his hand to stop Vivi. No, Viviana, it's too dangerous. Vi Vi still tried to persuade her master. It's okay, I'm a good white mage, right, master? He agreed happily, yes, our Viviana is a great white mage. However, unfortunately, he continued, we shouldn't use Viviana's power on this boy. Viviana, curious, widened her eyes and looked at her master. Why is that, master? Dinlen replied seriously, because he is a dark mage. A dark mage? Viviana asked in confusion. He smiled and turned away. Oh my, Dylan again? Don't look at me like that. We've just discovered the boy's magical power, yet you want this flower to be crushed before it even has a chance to bloom, don't you? Dinlan Renayan, half awake, heard, flower. Viviana pleaded with him, Master, that would be such a waste. Even if he is a dark mage, we can still guide him to walk the right path. He smirked, looking at the boy thoughtfully. Meeting like this must be fate. So I will ask you one question. He sat down close to the boy, both noble and ordinary. Where does your pain lie? In the rain, the boy was barely clinging to life. The man immediately laughed and praised him, You're smart. What's your name? The boy lay in a pool of blood. Runayan. He laughed and bent down to greet him, All right, Runayan, I officially welcome you. I am Barry Fingreen. The three of them welcomed Runayan. Let me turn your pain into something noble. Sometime later, on a beautiful morning, Runayan heard Viviana's voice, I've been looking for you. The little girl Vivi, with her shimmering red dress and hair, appeared. Runayan quickly asked, What's going on? Viviana cheerfully announced to Runayan, I have good news for you. Runayan was surprised, purification? She happily explained to him, Yes, the master said that the source of magic is the same, so we can change its nature. Runayan, confused, confirmed the information, really? She then took his hand, Yes, Runayan. Now, you can also possess pure divine power. Come on, take me, let's go meet the master, Runayan. At this moment, the magical scene was filled with blinding lightning all around the room. He was in excruciating pain. He is purging the dark magic from within him. Hang in there, Runayan. To achieve a great goal, you must endure great pain. He smiled maliciously, looking at him like a trophy. Although the pain now is insignificant, after purification, even the smallest pain you feel will have tremendous value. Runayan, in agony, clenched his fists. Value, huh? Viviana, standing beside him, her face filled with excitement, tried to comfort him. Don't worry too much, Runayan. I will also study hard to purify you. We're friends, so I won't let that wicked dark magic corrupt you. An explosion occurred, and he was thrown far away, never to return. The battle between Runayan and Dylan continued. Runayan looked around at the mess surrounding him. Man, this is really a disaster. If Jill saw this, she'd probably scream her head off. At least, because the tracking spell had a time limit, everything would come to an end soon. He smiled and raised his hand, preparing to use magic. Well, I guess it's time. Dylan, clearly furious, raised his sword to cast a spell. Damn it! Runayan reminded, Don't cause trouble in other people's shops anymore and get out of here quickly. At this moment, Dylan pointed his sword at Runayan. I'll never forget your betrayal, Runayan. You will pay for all your sins. Runayan smiled. Let's see how far you can go, Don. The job's done. Time to go home, shower, and rest. If you're too late, that shy little chick will chirp chip chip. He laughed, ran a hand through his hair, and opened the teleportation gate. Meanwhile, Jel, with her dazzling beauty in the purple glow, appeared. Nothing special will happen, right? I'm back now. Jizzle, are you okay? Jel rushed over, bursting into tears and screaming at the boss. Whether she's the main character or whatever, she should be running away. The boss was taken aback, not understanding what she meant. What's going on? What is she trying to do? She trembled as she sobbed. Our boss deserves to be happy. She sounded like a little chick chirping chip chip. The boss called, Rin Ban. You two quick butterflies, have you reported to your master? The boss is curious, what on earth happened with this girl? Hayes, you two explain it to him. It's just that Jel was curious about the master, so we told her a small story from the past. At this point, Jay was crying loudly, and the big boss helplessly looked at her. Then why is she crying like that? Is it just because of a story? Jay yelled back, "It's not just a story." Jen and B told a lot of stories about the big boss. That person named Barry Finn and even Viviana are really annoying. The big boss was startled, his eyes wide open. What? Did you hear all of it? She was both angry and crying. Yes, I heard and saw all the nonsense, that's why I'm angry. Runayan stood frozen, sweating as he looked at Jel. Did the butterflies use magic to transmit it? He stepped closer to her, serious. So, my subordinates used magic without my permission? He pulled her closer. The girl looked at him with worried eyes. Yes. Runayan didn't look too well. He just came back from a fight. Could it be that I'm being nosy? I'm sorry, boss. He looked at the girl, wondering why. Yeah. She was shy, and just as you had returned exhausted, I couldn't help but bring up an old topic of yours from the butterflies. Is his face expressionless? What's there to apologize for? It's fine. But did they directly show me with magic? She seemed a bit confused. Yes, that's correct. He thought about it again, it was quite strange. I never gave them magic, yet they were able to use it. The black butterfly beside him spoke, I thought my master had granted me that power. The red butterfly added, would we ever dare do anything our master hadn't permitted? Ringyan's eyes were thoughtful, this has never happened before, and even the flowers in the garden have come back to life. Could it be Jel? His gaze was confused by what those words meant. This is influenced by her, Jel. Never mind, I'll think about this later. He bent down to ask Jel, so exactly, what did you hear that made you so sad? Her face still showed confusion. What made me sad? Well. She became serious and then said, the big boss is in pain, and that pain has no value. He was surprised by her answer. Jay's voice was comforting, yet the pain remained just that, a mere pain, without any meaning. His eyes were full of sadness, so there was no answer that could be deemed correct. Runayan turned to leave, leaving Jel stunned. She continued, expecting something from others isn't necessarily bad. I'll prove that to you. He smiled mysteriously. Are you trying to make me expect something from you, Joe? Yes, that's exactly it. He smiled brightly. So, if you get fired, it wouldn't matter, would it, Joe? Joe was taken aback by Runayan. Yes. Fired. Fired? Oh, wait, did I actually say that? She crossed her arms angrily, her tone firm. Anyway, I won't get involved in any relationships at work. She looked at him with determination. Seriously, why do you always trap me in these weird situations? Runayan laughed heartily, standing before her angry yet still adorable face. I'm just joking, he said. Then from now on, do whatever you can to make me expect something from you. Since you're so funny, I'll see how it goes. Jel clenched her fist, showing determination. If that's the case, then you don't need to worry. Even if the bad guys send some poison, I'll be able to distinguish it. Oh, Runayan, really? But I heard that W will be poisoned. She got even angrier and shouted. W is the fake boss, and you're the real one. The real boss is the one Viviana tricked and poisoned. He remained unfazed, his tone mocking. Viviana and I? Where did you read such a wonderful novel? Runayan, it's not a novel, it's a prophecy. But it's really a novel. Jay pointed at his face, clearly frustrated. Either way, I'll do my best to fight against those bad guys. Do you realize how big of a decision this is for someone as small as me? Runayan had to thank her for such a big decision. She seemed confused, completely at a loss. Runayan, but first, I need to do some research on you. She was overwhelmed by his words. Huh? Am I suddenly being put under the knife? Indeed, this was the true motive behind his concern. He gently pressed on her hair. Hey, this place has changed. It's turned black. Jay was startled. What? Why? Give me the mirror. Hastily, she grabbed the mirror and looked. It's true. This is so unreasonable. What should we do now? Should we dye the roots again? Her eyes were filled with sadness. I wish there was a hair salon here. Now that you mention it, I just topped up 300,000 onto my salon membership card in front of the house. Jay remembered what the salon owner had said, 100,000 isn't even enough for a haircut. Then, 300,000, Jel replied. Jel sighed in regret, I didn't even get to spend it all before it's gone. My money. The man beside her noticed and asked, do you really hate black hair that much? Jel responded, it's not that I hate black hair, it's that I hate turning into a rotten banana. He was surprised by her strange remark, a rotten banana? Jel snapped, well, what's wrong with that? Ranayan chuckled, clearly amused, but you ate 2 portions this morning. I think you're as strong as an ox. Jel scowled, you're always like this. What if I really do have a problem? She pointed to the bruise on her neck, which looked like a mark left by a bite. Could it be something like that? She looked down and noticed, oh, it's faded. Ranayan explained, it's because he activated the tracking spell, so it's probably weakened. It will be erased quickly now. Jel's mouth dropped open in surprise, really? Ranayan, the change in hair color. I think it's because the body has started to blend into the soul. Jay was shocked. Yes, with my soul, indeed. Compared to the wanted poster, your appearance has changed a bit. Jay looked at the mirror in shock. Sigh, yes, even my double eyelids are gone now, I'm looking more and more like my original self. She knelt down, threw the mirror away, and cried. No, my beauty, no, I'm losing the beauty of Jel. I just want to live as a beauty at least once. Ranayan sighed in relief. Who said you've lost it? Besides, if you look different from the one in the wanted poster, others won't recognize you as easily. Shouldn't that make you happy? Joe is the truth. But Ranayan said sternly, now tell me the truth, what kind of creature are you? What kind of power do you have? Joe, I've told you everything, I really am just an ordinary person. Ranayan, I'm just saying as a precaution, but you seem to be quite friendly with magic. Can you use magic? Jelen told me the same thing. But I'm not sure because where I live, magic doesn't exist. Jel furrowed her brow. And even if I could use it, what could I possibly do? I can't even become a mage. That's right, because your body doesn't contain any magical power. No matter how strong your affinity for magic is, you won't be able to hold any magic without a vessel. Jo.so could someone become a mage if they enter a body that has a magical vessel? Ranayan, I need to go to a place where forbidden spells are cast. Jay's expression showed curiosity. A place where forbidden spells are cast? Ranayan replied, I have many questions about your existence and the current situation as well. He stroked his hand over Jay's cheek. No magic, not a mage, yet friendly, able to regenerate magic. It's hard not to be curious. Jay silently thought, regenerate magic, huh? I wonder. His gaze turned toward Gel.so. I need to figure out what they are trying to summon that made you appear. The next morning, the two of them rode out on the carriage. Oh, Gel, if I had known this would happen, I would have traveled more. Ranayan, travel? Why is that suddenly on your mind? Gel, if I travel often, I'll know the tricks for packing quickly, for example. Since I had to leave suddenly, I packed my things in a rush. She thought back to when Renan appeared. Let's go, Gel. At that time, she was very confused, mixed with anger. It would have been very convenient to use a teleportation gate or teleportation magic, but there are conditions for all of that. I'm so annoyed with my mouth being covered. Sitting in this carriage, I might end up getting motion sickness. Ranayan, sitting next to her, added, then why don't you eat something? Jay yelled, that's not the point. Besides, I don't eat that much. Look at that round pig. Last time, everyone said he ate the most. He was sitting across from her, stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth. "It is fine, it's me again." Windera, from outside, shouted into the carriage, "You're driving me crazy, Shaun. I can hear you from out here." He's crying without a sound. Why is it only me being treated like this? Jisoo summed up, the cookies might spoil if left too long. It is better to eat them quickly. Renayan replied, if you're tired, just take a nap. That's what I meant. R snorted, if I could sleep, I would have slept a long time ago. Are we going? Will this carriage always be like this? There's no place to perform forbidden magic except for the Kundal mansion of the Rose family. It's also a well-known resort, so once we reach the big city, we can use the teleportation gate right away. She sat beside me and suddenly shouted with excitement, wow, really? So which big city are we going to? If it's a place mentioned in a novel, I absolutely have to visit it. Van Net is the city we're heading to. Her face turned pale. Wait, is it Runetti? Runetti? The city where the three main characters meet and where part 2 begins? This is a city with a lot of upheavals, so I remember it very clearly. She looked frightened as she imagined the city engulfed in smoke and fire in Junetti. The mages had sacrificed all the city's citizens. In the novel, the mages banded together to rebel during a festival. Could it be the festival season in Runetti now? Runayan, that's right. Jis looked deep in thought. If even the final boss doesn't know anything, then how could the gathering happen? Jis, if there's no gathering, then Dylan and Vivana wouldn't need to come to Runetti. Renayan leaned close to Jis and whispered, what's that? You've been thinking for a while now. Jis, startled, replied, no, it's nothing. I was just wondering if there's any good bakery in Veti. Renayan, I thought it was because of something, or maybe you were feeling carsick? Jis forced a smile, haha, I'm feeling much better now. Renayan replied, that's a relief. Just a little more, and we'll be in Unity. Jis brightened up, so, I'll be able to get off the car soon, right? That's right. Think positively. The situation has probably changed completely by now. There shouldn't be any problems. The weather today was beautiful, with a clear blue sky and white clouds. Finally, they had arrived. Everyone got off the car. Jis stumbled as she stepped out, letting out a sigh. She had thought she was going to die from the motion sickness. Renayan spoke up, wait, Jis. She responded, yes? He raised his finger and snapped it. Her hair changed from blonde to black. Jis looked down in surprise and exclaimed, my hair has turned black. Renayan laughed heartily, saying, I guess you don't like overripe bananas? A bit of magic to change the hair color will help you avoid being recognized. He extended his hand, now, we're all set. Let's go. Welcome. We hope you enjoy your time in the beautiful city of Veti. The two of them walked together. This city is huge. It's such a burden. No matter how much I dye my hair black, does that mean people still can't recognize me easily? Or am I just being too cautious? Anyway, I'm still a fugitive. On the other side, the waitress was happily throwing confetti. Renayan noticed and leaned closer to Jo. Do you like that? She answered. Yes. Renayan pointed across the street where a group of young people were joyfully tossing paper fireworks. I heard someone is coming here. To receive it, do you act like them? Jo's face was serious. Paper fireworks, yeah, I don't do that. It only tires your hands out. Then it falls and you have to clean up. I'm not the type to enjoy other people's hard work. Renayan laughed and added. Just as I expected from you. So what do you like then? Jis held her face in surprise. What do I like? Why is he suddenly asking me this? Boss, are you secretly trying to find out my preferences like this? Renayan smiled faintly. Is this method really that new? And why call it secretive, not public? Jis was confused. Who knows if the boss is joking or not? Jis looked up. Just wait, one day I'll defeat you, boss. Runayan turned, placing a hand on her shoulder. Get really close to her. I can clearly see her face now, cover it well. Jis put on her hood, looking a little embarrassed. Ahem, thank you, I'll be more careful. Now let's get to the inn quickly. Jis felt shy, glad she still had her hood on. As the evening sunset fell, Jofu finally got to lie down on the bed. I'm so tired, I miss my bed. Runayan looked at her since she had been in the carriage for quite a long time. Jaiso was happy, though, that we arrived ahead of schedule, earlier than expected. Ringyan's face remained indifferent. Just slip a little money in, and things will go quickly enough. Jis silently thought about this filthy world. So far, everything had been going well. But what she worried about was Runayan, the others have already gone out to see the festival. You can rest freely now. Jaiso agreed, the festival, that's why I feel so uneasy today, since it's the day the festival begins. Joe shuddered, the festival to sacrifice the mages, could there really be a rebellion? Boss? Runayan asked, curious, what's wrong? Jis inquired, are you planning to hold a protest or something related to the sorcerers today? Runayan was taken aback. Why are you suddenly bringing that up? Do you know where the protest is being organized? Jis gave a forced laugh. Oh. I was just joking. Runayan asked, so, the novel you mentioned said there would be a gathering held in Runetti, didn't it? Jis was stunned. How did he know that? She quickly clarified, it's not a novel, it's a prophecy. He replied, I guess I was right after all, It really is a novel because it only writes nonsense. He chuckled lightly. Honestly. I used to wish it were just a novel. She looked worried. However, according to the festival's rules, the final boss has appeared, and everything is unfolding similarly, so I can't help but worry. Boss, I told you, I can foresee your future, but why didn't you ask me more about it? He exclaimed, my future? All she knew was Wei's future. Her gaze became confused. But do you know who Wei really refers to when I mention him? He gazed thoughtfully. Ishum, alright, but you've already told me about my future. You said I would be poisoned, and that you would stop it. Is there anything else I don't know? Ji's eyes showed a hint of concern. Wait, how can he mention being poisoned so casually? He folded his arms, holding back a laugh. Well, but you seem like you have a lot of questions about Viviana's future or something, don't you? Runayan. Oh, when exactly is she going to die? She intertwined her fingers, her voice shifting, fearful. She's going to do it herself. Runayan will do it herself. Just as expected, what she was reading wasn't a prophecy book but a novel. I don't need to believe you anymore. Jay's eyes widened in shock. Why? She's not the type to commit suicide. Overall, she's a worthless person. Jay was utterly surprised. But there are things you don't know. JIS. The reason I'm not asking you is because everything is already too obvious. Their fate is already clear. Runayan reached out and gently stroked her cheek. Of course, it's the same for me. The only person I don't understand is you. He gave her a bright smile. So if you want to tell me something, why don't you start by telling me more about yourself? She clenched her fist, saying nothing. Jis smiled brightly. I understand now, actually, I prefer to enjoy the present rather than think about the future. He responded with a smile as well. Yeah, I feel the same way right now. Outside, the group following them was watching Joe. Why do you think we went out to play? We're investigating if there's anyone suspicious in this area. Mrs. Windria chuckled mockingly. That's not it, when you go out, it's just for fun. Do you remember the time at the pharmacy? Only she seemed to be still worrying about something. Earlier, Runayan. That smile of his didn't show any emotion. I've never seen him like that before. Is that really how he looks? There are still aspects of him I don't know, but I'm not afraid of him turning out that way. His radiant smile when he touched my cheek must have been because, to him, I was already well adjusted to this place, right? So, I don't want what I read in the novel to happen. I just hope everything stays peaceful, like it was back then. The group was still arguing, while only Joe was lost in thought. Scene spoke up, honestly, I just found this on the way here. He put his hand in his pocket, searching for something. What's this RSHM thing? He laughed loudly and pulled out a candy, TN10, it's candy. I got it as a gift because they think I'm cute. My face is more useful than I thought. Really? She sneered, looking suspicious. He wasn't valuable enough to deserve this. Mrs. Windria did a great job with Jello. Sometimes, we need to remind him of the harsh reality. His face turned beet red. Alright, it's my fault for telling you the story. Is that okay? He unwrapped the candy. I've got a few and was planning to share with you. But I guess I'll have to eat them all myself. She suddenly noticed something. This smell. Wait, is there any scent like that around here? Was she panicking, trying to stop him? Wait a minute, Shaun. She shouted and grabbed his hand. You can't eat that, let me see it. He panicked. She took the candy, her gaze full of suspicion. The candy emitted a strong odor. Then, with swift hands, she shoved it into her mouth, leaving everyone stunned. All eyes were on her. He screamed loudly, grabbing Dwayne Seal's mouth. You. Spit it out, quickly. Runayan, wait a moment, I'm still trying to finish my work. He was utterly surprised. What? This gel seems to be poisonous, Runayan, poisonous. She replied. Yes, boss, among the poisons processed at the store, what's the name of substance number 138? Runayan answered, Uberin gel, his eyes lit up, delighted. Exactly, right, Uberin has a mango flavor, so this must contain Uberin. Oh my god, finally, I've actually done something as a poison inspector. At this point, Runayan asked, but why did you eat a piece of candy containing Uberin so casually? She suddenly remembered something. Oh, I guess I didn't tell them that I can handle poison like water? They looked at her with a somewhat angry gaze. Jizzle awkwardly explained, I get it now, I won't steal your snacks next time. Runayan turned her face away, lost in thought. She had assumed she was just a greedy eater, but it turned out she was more than that. Judging by the fact that she could digest poison. Jay must have an endless stomach. Mrs. Windria was also surprised and said, how bad must it be to think poison tastes good? Jay quickly waved her hand in explanation. What? That's not it. Scene said, anyway, I understand now. From now on, I'll be more careful. Mrs. Windria continued, you're crazy, Gel. Gel responded, Lord Runayan, from now on, please make sure Gel's meals are proper. Runayan said, I am innocent. She hurriedly explained, no, that's not it's not like that. Her face turned bright red. Don't be surprised by my appetite, be amazed by my ability to distinguish poison. Gel sighed. You guys are so ungrateful. More importantly, now's not the time for nonsense. We need to figure out why these poison candies are being distributed on the streets. They could be targeting us, right, Sal? Sal replied, but there are a lot of other people who got the candies too. Besides, a dose of Uberin can't kill someone instantly. Runayan frowned, his gaze thoughtful. However, poison is still poison, a type of poison that slowly kills a person. Distributing this to the public is a disaster. Gel looked at him with fear in her eyes. Runayan chuckled lightly and asked, such a big issue, are you planning to report this to the soldiers? Gel, of course, the soldiers would prefer the bounty money over this candy. Runayan lightly patted her shoulder, you know that already, right? So don't worry too much, Gel. If they're not targeting us, you don't need to show your face, right? As soon as he finished speaking, Runayan looked at her and gave a small smile. Gel reminded him. You can never be sure, so it's better to stay cautious. Mrs. Windria spoke up. This could cause more trouble. I'll prepare a few more tricks. Scene, his face full of regret, said. The candy looks really delicious. What a pity. Jurton slapped his shoulder. I know you've got plenty of other things in your bag. Jel suddenly realized something, having become so close that she had forgotten. These people were criminals, so they could easily ignore these things and pretend not to notice. Scene continued. But right now, I want to rest. How should we split the rooms? Jel hesitated. About the rooms. Jel smiled brightly. Nisus Windria and I will share. Ranayan, standing next to her, seemed a bit displeased with her answer. Windria cleared her throat. I'll stay in the room next door because it's easier to sleep alone. Sen and Gilberton can share a room, right? Since Jel is very shy, it's better to stay with the strongest person. Ranayan here is fine. That's settled then, no complaints, right? Jay's face turned bright red in embarrassment. What's with the grandma talk? Only Ranayan nodded with obvious satisfaction. Perfect, no issues at all. All right, everyone, get some rest. He pulled her along with one arm, ignoring Jay's bashful gaze and face flushed like a tomato. Not even giving me a chance to say something, and you're already yawning, looking like you want to sleep. Fine, I'll head to bed now. Good night, Jello. She felt too embarrassed to say anything at that moment. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Ranayan teased her, resting his hand on her shoulder. Well then, shall we go to sleep? This made her freeze in place, stunned. What is this? Later that night, both of them fell asleep. But it seemed Jel couldn't sleep. There was something still on her mind. What about those who accidentally ate it? I wish I could do something. Unable to sleep, Ranayan, too, hadn't drifted off. He suddenly sat up. Jel caught a glimpse of Renian's back, but she remained lying in bed, probably because she had been tossing and turning too much. Ranayan, where did he suddenly go? He went to the window and looked outside. Behind him stood Mrs. Windriat and everyone else, who had already arrived. Sir, Ranayan, the preliminary preparations for the investigation are complete. Scene, we need to investigate the details of how much poison is in the candy. It will take a little time to neutralize the magic, but we should be able to identify it before noon tomorrow. Renian's face was serious. Given the meticulous handling and distribution of this matter, it was clear that it had been planned with intention. Uberin is a type of poison primarily used in gatherings of dark mages. It's not very potent, and the poison itself is not widely known, so it would be perfect for use in secrecy. Ranayan was cautious. Should we hold a meeting here? Nisus Windria, you said you didn't like Runetti because it's too noisy here. Besides, what would you do in a place with so many people like this? A sacrifice must be decided through a strict filtering process. I fear that, given the circumstances, it might be a bit difficult. Arms crossed, she smiled evenly. Jurton, I will keep an eye on the candy distributor. Do you want to contact Pedro now? Ranayan told Pedro to monitor the situation. Jurton, yes, I understand, and Shaun, yes, Lord Ranayan, do you have any antidote? The amount needed for the whole city. Sen, if it's an antidote, do you mean the antidote for the EU? I can formulate it. He looked surprised. Why the sudden change, Ranayan? Well, if a problem arises without reason, people will spread rumors that it's our fault. He seemed very excited, his eyes lighting up. It's been a long time since we've crossed paths with Dai, so we have to avoid making a fuss. Right, just as expected. We could never match your wisdom, my lord. Ranayan, understood. Let's get to work quickly. Everyone said in unison, yes, my lord. Lady Windria still had something she wanted to ask Ranayan. Lord Ranayan, just looking at the current situation, it's hard to determine how many people need to be fed. Moreover, even if we release the antidote, we can't stop the rumors because we can't let people know we've created it. Ranayan replied, what else can I do? Be Windria, I know already, but could it be that this is Jel's request? Ranayan looked straight at Nisus Windria, her expression sly. Nisus Windria's eyes widened in surprise, as a thought briefly crossed her mind. Then why? If it's not because of Jel, he has no reason to intervene. Ranayan chuckled softly. She couldn't sleep well because of this. Mrs. Windria's face darkened. She had guessed correctly. She asked, "What exactly does he want from her? What does Runayan want? Do you see what I desire? If you don't, then I'll leave." She replied, "Ah, yes." Jel's eyes widened in surprise. "What is it?" Runayan bowed her head slightly and whispered, "Now, can you sleep peacefully?" "Joe." She just lowered her face and softly answered, "He doesn't need to suffer because of you." Runayan sighed and replied, "Right, how could he sit still when you care about him? You're too shy. Is it because you've been teasing him too much?" She asked. He gently touched her small face and responded, "Actually, what worries me isn't finding the antidote. What worries me is that you can't easily fall asleep." He continued, "If you're tired because you couldn't sleep, then all I can think about the entire next day is that. So how could you say that I'm suffering?" She was moved and a little embarrassed, so she lowered her head, her small lips trembling as she asked him, "What does that mean?" He didn't understand and replied, "About what?" She thought for a moment before responding, "Clearly, the boss said you didn't expect anything at all. So why are you treating me so well now? I really don't understand." He looked at her gently and said, "Is it only when you expect something that you act?" She replied with doubt, "Isn't that the case?" He suddenly answered, "I am someone who doesn't want anything to progress, so I won't ask you to do anything for me." He smiled gently, "The only thing you need to do is to simply accept the good things." He gently touched her shoulder, telling her to go to sleep before it got too late and that now was not the time for her to worry too much. And with a soft voice, he wished her good night. "Good night, Jel," he said. She blushed and replied, "Yes, good night, sir." As she was drifting into sleep, she dreamed that same dream again. She saw her mother gently speaking to her, saying, "She will take care of your father during this time, so I hope you will be obedient and stay with her for a month. I'll come back to pick you up afterward." She obediently replied that she would take good care of herself. In that dream, it had been a year since her father had been hospitalized, and she hadn't seen her mother once during that time. She still vividly remembered that day, when she cried beside her father's bed for 3 years, calling his name in despair, while all she could do was apologize to him. On that day, her father had abandoned her and passed away to the other world. She thought to herself, for everyone else, 10 years might seem like a long time, and now it was her turn to repay those who had raised her. She still remembered when she was old enough to go to school, and everyone fought to take her in her father's own siblings. On the outside, they seemed to truly love her and treated her well, but what they truly cared about was her insurance money. At that time, she really felt so alone. Back in the present, she was still murmuring the word alone. Runayan had appeared beside her at some point, gently brushing the corner of her eye, and asked, "Alone? What do you mean by alone?" She was startled and woke up. Lady Hoang asked him, "When did you wake up that you've even woken me up?" He gently asked, "If nothing's wrong, then why are you crying in your sleep? Tell me about your dream." She looked up at him without saying a word. She stammered, "It's just. Then she turned away, saying that she had forgotten everything and could no longer remember what she had dreamt. Renyan's gaze suddenly became sharp. He asked, "Could it be that you dreamt Stasi was chasing after you?" She was stunned. "What's this about? Why would I dream about that crazy guy? Then I must have dreamt of being fired from the convenience store." Runayan pressed, "Answer me." She replied, "Those things wouldn't make me cry like this." Her answer seemed to displease Runayan. He asked in a low voice, "You really won't cry?" She thought for a moment, then answered, "Of course, I won't cry." She felt that if she answered like this, Runayan wouldn't be happy. But really, if she were fired, it would be his decision, so why should he be upset? But still, she replied, "If I were fired, I would cry really loudly." Hearing this, his face showed satisfaction. "I knew it," he replied. She suddenly asked seriously, "Is it because you cried so loudly that you woke him up?" He moved closer and gently said, "Not at all, rather, I was wondering why you were crying so quietly." He moved closer again, noticing her eyes were swollen. The proximity made her nervous, so she pushed him away and changed the subject to the others who were staying in the same lodge. He replied that those people weren't here at the moment. Sang and Windria had gone to the gate management office to avoid bribing, while Gilberton had gone to meet Pedro to talk about the antidote. All three of them would return soon. That evening, she quietly thought about the antidote, the EU antidote. Clearly, this was something that worried her so much that she couldn't sleep, yet why did she feel so calm now? Perhaps it was because she trusted Runayan completely, believing that he would handle everything well. He interrupted her thoughts, saying that they were free for now and had nothing to do until the others returned, so they should go eat whatever she liked. She softly called him boss. He smiled and asked, "What's that?" Suddenly, she said, "Thank you, sir," leaving him stunned, with a hint of happiness. She said that last night she had spoken bluntly, but he had responded gently, "It's fine, because I care about you, so there's no need to be formal about anything." She continued speaking and thanked him for wiping away her tears. She took his hand, which surprised him. Perhaps the demon of love had arrived. To avoid making both of them feel awkward, she said she was about to starve to death. "Please take me to eat," she said. "Yesterday, on the way to the inn, I saw a very famous bakery. I really want to try their bread." As long as it's something she likes, he would immediately fulfill it. "For me, nothing is too hard. I would buy anything you want to eat, even everything, so this time, you should thank me a lot." She smiled foolishly and thanked him. But it wasn't too bad that he was treating her so kindly. While she was thinking, he spoke. "Let's go out together." She smiled happily and ran after him, then said, "I'm very hungry today, so I will eat a lot. You should prepare yourself." But he was very happy about that and responded, "Yes, you can do whatever you want. I will meet all your needs." After that, she bought a lot, nearly all the bread in the shop. Suddenly, she felt frustrated. Why would anyone play with food like that? Who would put Uberin in everything people eat? She shouted, "You're angry, huh? A traitor. Who said that Van Heo City is a city of crime? This place is the real city of crime." She didn't know what these people wanted, but as humans, they shouldn't be messing with food, animals, or babies. She asked. Seeing that, Runayan responded, "I guess the poisonous glue is not something that just happened recently." She replied, "That's right, it's definitely Runetti, completely indifferent to safety issues." She continued, "No matter how much my appearance changes, they still don't recognize me, even if my hood slips off a little. Because even the guards tease me, and now there's poison in all the food." She sighed, "So this is why dark magicians can easily infiltrate this city." She turned anxiously to Runayan and said, "Think carefully, because there might be a small group of dark magicians meeting here." He replied with a slightly serious tone. She thought, something as important as this, and he didn't give permission. Did he dare to open it? Without your protection, they would have been dead from the very beginning. No meeting would dare to be held in a place without defense. She truly found this reasoning convincing. Because in the past, the entire group was able to stay safe because Runayan had surrounded the entire castle with a barrier. She still felt uneasy. No matter how much she thought about it, the situation this time still made her very anxious. The antidote was about to be released, and not only that. She hesitated, as she believed this event was aimed at Runayan, and so she was extremely worried about him right now. He let out a sigh, then gently touched her head, softly asking, "What are you so worried about?" "Nothing is going to happen. Have you forgotten how strong he is?" She remained worried. But although the events, in principle, had not unfolded as expected, they had not completely gone beyond the rules. Suddenly, Uberin was spreading everywhere. Even if it wasn't the gathering of dark mages, there was still the possibility that something serious was happening in Runetti. In Runetti, the sound of running footsteps echoed. The Shout Master turned out to be Viviana running to find Windria. Someone here seemed to be targeting Runayan, the villain of the rules. Windria thanked Viviana for coming such a long way to visit her. Viviana replied, "It's because you called for me, so there's no need to thank me." She asked, "But why is it that you're here alone today?" Viviana answered, "That's right. Because Dai is still recovering from the battle with Renan. As you know, the tracking spell is also a spell that puts a lot of strain on the body." She seemed a bit saddened. She added, "It would have been great if Dawn could have come with me, especially since this is the season when the Renetti festival takes place." Windria said, "After all, the magic circle activated by the tracking spell causes a huge shock to the user's body. Since Dylan went through a battle, it's only natural that his body is not in the best condition. So when will the boy recover?" Viviana looked a little sad. She thought, this wound might be a bit different. The wounds caused by dark magic can't fully heal. It's a wound I can't heal no matter what I do. She asked, "Since when has Renayon become so powerful?" She told Windria, "Renayon is truly close to the Rio, so perhaps that's why he's become much stronger." Windria confirmed, "That's right." But because of that, Vivian told her not to worry, because thanks to this, she would decide to work harder. She replied that she should be stronger in order to save Renayon. If that's the case, it will be of much more help. In fact, she had already found the people who responded to the effects of the medicine. She was surprised, really? She thanked her for working so hard to gather as many good samples as possible. Thanks to her help, she could select them quickly. She waved her hand, "It's nothing, it's all thanks to you." And this was only after a few months. If you think about the distant future, it's nothing for you. Her research was shaking the very foundations of this world, and it would be the hope of all magicians. That research would surely help her become a perfect, great magician, she silently wished, but perhaps that is wishful thinking. "But I will try my best to make it a reality," she said. Windria said that there were many children at the Renetti Medical Center. She was worried that someone as fragile as Viviana would be heartbroken when she saw them. "You will surely be scared when you see them hurt. But you have to face it." She said that she was fully aware of her actions and that nothing could stop them. Because only when her experiments succeeded would their suffering be worthwhile. The scene shifted to Renayon and Diesel, who were standing in front of the largest medical center in Renetti. Renayon said, "Those who are on a budget have to come here. This is the best place to manage general health. The biggest issue here is that the EU presents symptoms similar to a common cold, so many people tend to ignore it. No matter how severe the gel infection is, people will still think it's just the flu. But if it's been planned and spread for a long time, then there will definitely be casualties. So why isn't anyone investigating?" She wondered, because if there really is such a conspiracy, they wouldn't be easy to catch. "They must have been planning it for a long time," Renayon replied. He looked around and added, "But this place looks more like a mansion than a medical center." Suddenly, a strange girl jumped out and explained, "That's right, because before it became a medical center, it was a mansion." She nervously asked who she was, and the girl introduced herself, "My name is Mary, I'm the guide for this center. Welcome, everyone, to this place." And asked if the two of them need any guidance. Gel was about to speak when Renayon interrupted, stating that they didn't need any guidance at all. Just after he spoke, Gel rubbed his hand. She said, "How can you refuse?" They were so surprised to find such a beautiful villa while sightseeing, and then to discover it's a medical center. Could Mary give them a tour? Mary hesitated because she didn't think they looked like tourists at all. At that moment, she worried, could they have been discovered? If they were reported after coming all the way here, it would be the end of everything. But then Mary exclaimed, as she understood. The two of them were probably on their honeymoon because Renetti was a popular tourist destination for newlyweds. Many people visited the center as part of a sightseeing trip. She couldn't stop praising them. Mary said, "The bride is so beautiful she has to cover her face, and the groom is so jealous that he's wary of all men. My gosh, what am I hearing?" Didu shyly protested, "No, they're just in a master-servant relationship." But Ryan didn't let her finish. He hugged her shoulder and said, "That's right, the master-servant relationship has developed into a marriage." Jay waved her hand dismissively in her mind, but inside, She was filled with 1,000 confusing questions. What is this person even saying right now? Mary said, blushing as she cupped her cheeks, "It's so romantic that you two are defining your relationship through an office romance." Jay shouted mentally, "No, it's not like that," she said shyly, laughing awkwardly as she waved her hand to deny it. "That's not it. Boss, I was just joking, right, boss?" Ranayan tilted his head towards her, looked at her, and pulled her closer, resting his head on hers. He didn't answer her question directly but said instead, "A romantic with a sense of humor. My new bride is still embarrassed talking about this." Jay looked at him with a shocked expression. Witnessing the sweet affection of the young couple in front of her, Mary addressed them. "Now, let Mary guide you two on a tour of the medical center. Such a lovely newlywed couple." Ranayan gently thanked her. "Thank you, Mary." Jay seemed still in shock from Renyan's sudden shift in behavior. What kind of tone was that? Mary opened the gate and invited them in. "Now, follow me, please." Waiting for Mary to go ahead, she turned and whispered just loud enough for the two of them to hear. She questioned Ranayan, "The big boss, why did you lie?" I think she really misunderstood. Ranayan replied casually, "That's half true." Jello widened her eyes in surprise at his words. Ranayan pulled her closer, looking down at her, and said slowly, "I'm quite jealous, you know." Ignoring the confused look on her face, he lowered his hand from her shoulder, bent his arm, and extended it toward her. "Come on, let's go." She didn't understand his actions. "What do you mean?" Ranayan explained his actions to her. "If we're already being called newlyweds, it looks strange for us to be apart." She seemed annoyed and tried to get him to admit it. "You're just trying to satisfy your sly side with that ridiculous excuse, aren't you?" Ranayan smiled and turned the question back to her. "Isn't a sly person like that considered cute?" Not stopping there, he said in a suggestive tone, "After all, we've already slept in the same room." She looked up at him helplessly and, conceding, looped her arm through his. "Please don't say things that can be easily misunderstood." Ranayan had gotten what he wanted but didn't listen to her, though it was the truth. Jel went crazy, making a firm resolve in her mind that one day she would definitely make Ranayan feel as embarrassed as she did. Jel pouted in a slightly cute way and said to him, "Next time, I won't even bother looking at you." Ranayan gave her a knowing smile, speaking with disbelief. "Oh, really?" Mary led the two of them to the front of a villa and introduced, "This is the east wing of the villa. It's mainly used as an office for the staff working at the medical center." Jel glanced around and pondered. Looking back at the tranquility so far, it seemed that nothing major had happened yet. "I wonder if anyone has figured me out yet?" Mary, sounding proud, continued enthusiastically as she walked and introduced further, "The architectural style of this mansion is from 100 years ago. It has undergone several renovations, and even though it's an old building, it's still solid enough to be considered one of the best buildings in Genetti. And the person who donated this building is Lord Gon." Ranayan froze for a moment upon hearing this. Jel tilted her head, surprised, and repeated the name, Gon. Mary turned back quickly, looking incredulous. "Don't you know Lord Gon? You think you're famous or something? Maybe I should just pretend to know." Then, she laughed and spoke, "That's impossible." Ranayan, who had been silent until now, spoke on her behalf. "How could we not know of a great white mage like Lord Gen?" She turned to look at him, unexpectedly thinking, why is Ranayan making that expression? Mary reaffirmed his words, "That's right, Lord Gen is so remarkable that everyone respects him." Jay still couldn't believe it. Was that person really that famous? Ranayan continued, "I didn't know there was a villa here that he used to stay in." Mary answered the question, "Outsiders probably wouldn't know. Actually, this villa is not well known, and it's a place Lord Gen often visited to escape the public eye in the capital, which is why not many people knew about it back then." Ranayan appeared to understand. "I see, yes, that's all," Mary said, then continued with her work. "Now, we've finished touring the eastern side. I'll take you both to the Gen Memorial Room." Jay wasn't particularly interested in it. He wasn't that curious either. He and Ranayan were here for the purpose of checking if there were any patients infected with Uberin, and they wouldn't be concerned about this matter. Ranayan said to her, "All right, let's go." She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at him, but she obeyed and followed. Yes, Mary is just waiting for both of you to agree, then follow me. Jelsi walked ahead, his face down, thoughts scattered in his mind. What's going on? Renyan's expression was serious. Who exactly is gone? They reached a room, and Mary opened the door. Here we are. As soon as she saw the room, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Ah, it's Lord Gon's memorial room. Mary pointed to a portrait hanging on the wall, showing a beautiful woman. The jewelry she wore seemed incredibly valuable. She was seated on a chair, her hands resting on her knees, looking regal and noble. Jalan, trembling, clutched Renyan's arm tightly. Renayan, noticing this, glanced at her. She was not only frightened on the outside but also deeply scared within. What was she thinking? It was just a portrait. Why did it seem so terrifying? Mary left space for the two of them before she left. She said, to give you both the opportunity to talk freely, I'll excuse myself. I wish you both a pleasant time. With that, she went outside and closed the door behind her. Jel called Renayan sir, but Renayan remained standing still and asked her, what? Not letting the curiosity linger too long, she asked him directly, do you know the white mage, the former owner of this villa? Renayan answered calmly, a little. He looked at her, thinking that she seemed quite curious. Not making her wait long, Renayan continued, to put it simply, she was a white mage who used wealth to compensate for the lack of her own abilities. She looked at him skeptically and asked, what? Magic can be replaced with money? Renayan replied, it works surprisingly well. Jen has proven that. There was a hint of disdain in Renyan's eyes as he continued, just the thought of doing something as ridiculous as that. It's clear there's something strange running through that woman's veins. Yes, what is it? Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as though she had just heard an unbelievable tale. The world is the mother of Viviana. Viviana has a mother? Realizing the absurdity of her thoughts, she muttered to herself, no, because she is human, so of course someone must have given birth to her. But I'm still surprised, because, after all, this is just a novel. She rested her hand on her chin, reflecting on a few things in her own novel. Viviana's family relationships had never been mentioned in the story. The focus was solely on the romance between Viviana and Dylan. But this wasn't a romance novel. Countless storylines had opened up, none of which had appeared in the original. She lowered her gaze and recognized the reality of this situation. Because this was a living world. She asked Renayan, the high-ranking official. Uberin is the poison used in dark sorcerer gatherings, right? A common poison, even not available on the market. Renayan confirmed for her. Yes, that's right. She voiced her thoughts. However, someone is recklessly spreading this common poison over Junetti. Renayan responded to her. Indeed. Receiving Renyan's answer, she continued with her unfinished thoughts. The poisoned individuals will come here, to the largest medical center in the city. And not only Viviana's mother, who is being praised by everyone, is involved. But there's another white mage, Viviana, who's also targeting the big boss. She raised 3 fingers, counting in accordance with the 3 reasons she had just explained to him. Could it all just be a coincidence? Renayan let out a deep sigh. It can't be a coincidence. Jizzle sighed as well. This is giving me a headache. She opened her eyes and walked up to stand in front of the painting, observing it closely. Thoughts began to flicker in her mind again. This is Viviana's mother. The two of them don't look much alike. But if Viviana is involved in this, wouldn't that be a serious problem? Deliberately poisoning an entire city, just thinking about it is terrifying. She thought back to the events in the novel, where she had initially thought that Viviana was just a weak female protagonist in the original story. No, but in the original story, the final boss was obsessed with Viviana. So why is it the opposite now? Even the dark force in the original was named Weo. Breaking away from the novel's plot, she rubbed her forehead, pondering why Viviana was so obsessed with Renayan. Could it be? Something clicked in her mind, and she turned to ask Renayan. Big boss, do you owe Viviana any money? Renayan looked confused and asked her back. Me and her? She seemed quite certain about the reason she had come up with. Right, if it wasn't that, then she must have had something else in mind regarding the boss. She stopped mid-sentence. Thoughts of a new idea suddenly appeared in her head. Yes, she had been thinking too simply, because it didn't necessarily have to follow the plot of a novel. Perhaps she should think differently. She voiced another thought to Ranayan, so, does that mean Viviana loves the boss? Ranayan folded his arms, helpless in the face of her absurd thoughts. He closed his eyes and spoke indifferently, the only thing she loves is herself. She lowered her head, looking visibly discouraged. Why's that? Well, why would she do this? The boss isn't the only dark sorcerer out there. Why is she so obsessed? Ranayan raised his hands in a gesture of helpless agreement with her thoughts. Right, right. Then, he turned serious and said to her, nothing has been revealed clearly yet. First, we need to go back. She agreed with him. That's fine, we still have some research to do. Afterward, she clenched her fingers into a fist and raised it, showing her determination. But the best place is still here. We'll uncover Viviana's scheme. Having said that, she walked past, and he followed, stepping up the stairs. With a cheerful yet curious expression, she walked along, glancing around in search of clues. Watching her enthusiasm, Ranayan seemed to indulge her mischievousness. He looked at her and thought, though there wasn't much to see, she was still quite serious. He even found himself comparing her to a chick that had been locked up for a long time, now seeing the world for the first time. He muttered aloud, it feels like a chick stepping out into the yard for the first time in its life. He smiled, a tender smile, then followed her upstairs. As they reached the second floor, she spoke to him with delight in her voice. There's so much on the second floor, and there's even a childhood portrait of her. Jen was a noblewoman renowned for her wealth, but I heard that her fame skyrocketed when she became a white mage. Ranayan, following her, added, back then, white mages were rare. Upon hearing Ranayan, she placed her hand on her chin, as if she understood, which explained her fame. But no matter how famous she was, did she really need to display the very cradle she had slept in as a child? The two of them stood before a baby crib, surrounded by ropes to keep anyone from getting too close. Ranayan stepped forward to stand level with her, then put his hand around her shoulder, pulling her closer. He spoke to her, I guess they're just trying to show off. She crossed her arms, pouted in disdain, and said, but it won't last long anyway. Kids grow up so fast, what's there to be proud of? Ranayan looked over at her, letting his hand fall from her, and a thought flashed in his mind. Baby crib. I'm not really interested in kids, but I'm curious about one that looks like. He looked at her and asked, you don't like the baby crib? She closed her eyes, sighed, then said to him, rather than saying I don't like it, I'd say it's not effective. Kids grow so quickly, so I want to invest in a bigger bed so we can all sleep together on it later. Ranayan also rubbed his chin, pondering her words. Sleeping with the baby. Why does she think that way? She told him, should I say it's my personal dream? I love seeing an entire family sleep together on one big bed because it looks so warm and cozy. Ranayan was imagining the scene she described. Warm and cozy. He thought about her holding her child, both of them sleeping together. Then, he smiled. Ranayan turned to her and asked, wouldn't it be quite difficult in many ways to have a baby in the couple's bedroom? She also looked up at him and asked, why? Can you explain it to me, Ranayan? If you're already a married couple, surely there are many things that need to be done alone, right? She smiled brightly, agreeing with him, the boss is so funny, when newlyweds, we definitely have to enjoy ourselves. Why are you still worried about this? She stopped speaking when she saw him smiling mysteriously at her. Seeing him look at her more seriously, assessing her, she couldn't laugh anymore. Fearing that he might misunderstand something, she quickly explained, No, I was just talking nonsense earlier, all those meaningless words. Ranayan calmly responded, I understand. She panicked and yelled at him, understand what? Ranayan brought his face closer to hers, and in a teasing tone, he said, why are you so embarrassed? What are you thinking? She clenched her hands and argued back, no, I'm not thinking anything, it's you, boss. She fumed inside, he really knows how to tease me. Runayan continued to smile and tease her, what's wrong? She pouted, turned her face away, and stopped looking at him. She walked away and changed the subject. By the way, boss, isn't this place a bit strange? All of these are items and portraits of gone. Runayan also stopped teasing her. He said to her, it's called the Gone Museum. She curiously asked him, didn't they say she was loved very much? So, shouldn't there be something like an image of a harmonious family or some evidence of being loved? Or at least, there should be something about her daughter, Viviana? Runayan crossed his arms and stood beside her, observing the room, then said, yes, like you said, this is an exhibition full of narcissism. This exhibition was set up after Viviana's death. She shared her thoughts with him, then it's even stranger. But it seems like it just sticks to whatever Janan wanted to show outwardly. Who she really was doesn't matter. I don't think we can find anything in a place like this. Should we go somewhere else? Runayan indulged her, if that's what you want. Jill stroked her chin, thinking, let's see. Since we confirmed earlier that the East Wing is fine, this time let's head to the West Wing, where the patients were treated. Unlike her, who was calculating the next steps, Runayan was imagining the scene of her complaining about being hungry in his mind. He affirmed his own thoughts. Now was the time when Jalang was starting to feel hungry. He silently analyzed, I should give her something to eat before we go, right? Is there any store nearby? I've thought of a few places on the way here. But what if that place is a bit dangerous? Maybe I should ask the woman from earlier? In contrast to Renyan's worries, her concern was about keeping her away from unsafe places. She, on the other hand, had some rather bold thoughts. If I'm going to meet a Yubaran addict, I should approach them slowly and ask about their situation first. The two of them had different calculations and thoughts. Runayan told her, let's go outside first. She nodded in agreement. Yes. Runayan walked but kept thinking, although I don't fully trust, I'll just check it out anyway. The door creaked as Runayan opened it. He looked outside and saw Mary still standing there. There she is. But when he glanced across the way, he saw the person talking to Mary. Runayan suddenly stopped at the door and muttered, that person. Jay, not paying attention, walked on. When she saw Runayan had stopped, she bumped into his back. Then, she rubbed her red nose and scolded the senior officer, why did you stop so suddenly? Runayan shifted his steps to the side so she could see the situation in front of them. She also whispered, looking at the person. Runayan looked at her, as if considering whether he should tell her who he was, so that Jel could avoid him. After thinking for a moment, he decided to speak, that person is. She cut him off, I already know. At the same time, her hand, which had been resting by her side, clenched tightly, and she angrily said to him, that day, I was so mad that my eyes almost popped out. How could I forget his face? Jen and B told me about the boss's story. Honestly, both Barry Finn and Viviana are just as disgusting. Runayan suddenly recalled. That's right, she said the butterflies had shown her. He also remembered the look in her eyes and the words she said back then. She had said that pain would only ever be pain. It was the first time he had ever heard that in his life, and witnessed her eyes light up with fury. He sighed, then smiled, as if she were still glaring at the man with the scar. Her gaze was filled with rage, full of hatred, towards the child abuser, that bastard. Runayan was still looking at her. He could see the image of her back then. He ended those memories with an obsession for the image of her now. He sighed, just like he did now. The person lying in the hospital bed spoke with pity for her, this poor child. Hearing her father's words, she stood up from her chair and walked to the bedside, gently and carefully taking her father's hand, still attached to the foredrip. Seeing his daughter by his side, the father, weakened by illness, spoke with a voice that seemed frail, beginning to open up from the depths of his heart. Being orphaned, wouldn't it make you fall behind your peers a lot? His voice was broken, but full of compassion, so, if anyone sympathizes with you, accept it won't bring shame, it's not something that harms your self-respect. Perhaps sensing her father's deep love for her and hearing every word of his heartfelt confession, she cried. Her hands were still holding her father's thin hand with all the love she had. On her face, tears rolled down both cheeks. Her father continued, "Don't pretend to be strong, say that you want help and that you need help. Children are never at fault, my daughter." With that, he lifted his hand, still attached to the fore, and gently touched her face as if to comfort his little girl. "None of this is your fault, you can blame it on me." Breaking free from the recollection of the past, she suddenly realized, yes, Renayan is not at fault. Neither I, when I was young, nor Renayan when he was young, were to blame. A thought affirmed in her mind, so, the one who is guilty is that man. The one with the long scar on his face is the one who mistreated children and lured Renayan into all kinds of experiments. She asked Renayan with a certain tone, "It was berry fin green, wasn't it?" Renayan calmly replied with a clear and firm voice, "Exactly." Recalling the face that the butterflies had shown her earlier, she asked Renayan suspiciously, "But did his face always look that ferocious?" "It doesn't match what the butterflies showed me." Renayan scoffed. Immediately after, with his arms crossed and an air of arrogant confidence, he told her, "He used to look more human. I'm the one who turned him into what he is now." She widened her eyes in surprise and asked aloud, "The boss, huh?" Still that confident, arrogant demeanor. Renayan replied to her, "That's right. Perhaps it's because my hatred for him runs too deep." She fell into a deep thought. Could it be that the current plot unfolding in this city is also an act that Berryfin tried to pin on Renayan after releasing the poison? Renayan spoke to her, "No matter what, let's get out of here first, it's really unlucky to run into someone for no reason." She obediently followed Renyan's words. "Yes." The two of them walked together. As they walked, Renayan said, "Let's take the long way around." Walking right behind Renayan, she hesitantly spoke up, Boss." Without stopping his steps, Renayan asked her, "What's the matter?" Just waiting for Renayan to say those words, she curiously asked, "Didn't you just say that you were the one who turned Berryfin Green into what he is now? Am I right?" Renayan stopped in front of a door that had a locked chain. "Ah, that matter." Renayan left the sentence unfinished, snapping his fingers towards the lock with some kind of magic. The moment he snapped his fingers, the chains and the golden lock broke into several pieces. Renayan then continued his unfinished sentence. "That's right. I have defeated Berryfin Green." Kamjest Renyan's gaze continued, "I thought he was dead, but to my surprise, he's still alive." He recalled standing before that man, and then confirmed, indeed, that strange feeling I had back then was entirely true. Stepping out the door and down the steps, Renayan put on his hooded cloak. Then he resumed the conversation with her, reflecting on the events in Veti. It seems that Berryfin is clearly the one behind all of this. As they walked down the steps, hearing Renyan's words, she became anxious. "Berryfin?" She asked Renayan. So did Viviana save Berryfin back then? Renayan, still walking ahead and speaking to her, replied, "It's possible, because apart from her, no other white mage has the skill to save a person on the verge of death." However, Renayan paused his words and thought back to that time. Then, he raised his hand to rub his chin and voiced his thoughts. "At that time, Viviana didn't have the ability she has now, so I think we should investigate how he was saved." She also made a guess, the collapse of the stars. "So, I suppose Berryfin was the one who helped perform the forbidden magic, wasn't he?" Renayan said to her, "It's still very likely that's the case. The exact method for using forbidden magic is still unknown." She raised a finger, speaking as if drawing a conclusion, "If someone is helping me, they must certainly be more knowledgeable about magic than others. Since Berryfin Green is a grand mage, he would definitely know how to perform forbidden magic." Renayan said to her in a firm tone, "Yes, I'm sure Berryfin Green approached you at Van Heo at that time, right?" She then hugged her body with both hands, trembling, and continued in fear, He really is a terrifying man, able to manipulate others even after losing his magical powers." Renayan closed his eyes as if accepting the truth and said to her, "I guess he can still perform simple spells by using a magic stone." She thought to herself, child abuse is already infuriating enough, but now they're bothering Renayan like this, it's worse than demons. She clenched her fists, raising them as if ready to fight someone, then said angrily, I thought the character setup of the big boss was exaggerated, but it turns out the real bad guy is someone else. Runayan looked at her with a suspicious gaze, wondering what she had said, and repeated her words, character setup? She also told Randon frankly that if I had read it before coming to this world, I would have known. The main character in the prophecy I mentioned is Diane and Viviana, right? But for me, it's different. Her voice changed, becoming more solemn as she continued. For me, the boss is the main character. Hearing her words, Runayan turned to look at her with a complicated expression, perhaps sensing something unusual about the person beside him. She raised her hand to her mouth, coughing lightly to hide her unsettled emotions. She continued, after witnessing everything, I realized that the boss is the strongest and defeats everyone. Before she could finish, Runayan asked, what about you? She blinked in confusion and replied, yes, then looked up, staring at Runayan with a puzzled expression. Runayan looked back at her and continued, well, there's one way that you could be my main character. With that, he gently took her hand, but with a serious tone, repeating his words once more, my main character, Gel? And as soon as he finished, he brought her hand to his lips, kissing it gently, as if expressing his feelings for her. Her heart seemed to be in turmoil, stirred violently by his words, this man, really? She thought to herself, when suddenly a voice called out, Runayan. The call shattered the romantic scene in the racing hearts of the two people who had just confessed moments ago, making her feel deeply uncomfortable. Both of them turned to look in the direction of the voice. A pair of feet approached, accompanied by a cheerful tone, it was him, indeed. She looked at the person coming and reflected. The newcomer was a woman with fair, radiant skin that seemed almost translucent even under the sunlight. A woman whose smile made her eyes shine with a brilliant light, giving everyone the impression that some kind of divine charm surrounded her. The woman who had just arrived spoke in disbelief. Runayan, I can't believe I'm meeting you here. Her name was Viviana Sklott. She was an incredibly beautiful woman, so beautiful that even the monster named W would risk his life for her. In her mind, anyone could tell that Viviana was the heroine. As Runayan extended his hand to shield her from behind, Viviana spoke to him. I've missed you so much. Runayan, don't you remember me? Looking at Viviana across from her, her thoughts continued to swirl. Her presence was so striking that it made others feel strange, as if everything in this world existed because of Viviana. Was it because she was the female lead of the poisoned apple? Viviana continued, who is the person next to you? Could it be the criminal Jelen? She anxiously thought, why was she suddenly so interested in me? Noticing her unusual behavior, Runayan placed his arm around her shoulder and asked with concern, are you okay? Why are you just standing there like that? She called him Big Boss. Runayan still asked gently, are you really all right? Yes, I'm fine, she replied to him. The one who had been ignored up until now was Viviana, who couldn't bear it any longer and spoke up in reproach, Runayan, why are you pretending you didn't hear me? Ignoring Viviana's self-dramatization, Runayan turned to her and said softly, all right, that's enough, let's go. She looked at him, her voice hesitant, but she realized no one was paying attention to her. Viviana spoke loudly, Runayan, don't you recognize me? Then she added in a lower voice, has J. Rosebin cast a spell on you? Just because of that remark, Runayan got angry, one hand still around her shoulder, the other pointing at her, loudly saying, are you blind? Does she look like someone capable of using dark magic? Does anyone look this calm and at ease? She glanced at him, not knowing what to say, but feeling uneasy inside. Clearly, he was standing up for her, but why did she feel so uncomfortable? Viviana saw his anger, and not only did she feel uneasy, but she also sighed, this is the Runayan I know. Dylan and I have been searching for you for so long. Why have we not seen you for so long? Runayan sighed in frustration, a helpless expression on his face, then said something meaningless. He whispered to her, Joe, I'm about to open the portal, hold on tight. She replied, yes, yes. His hand moved to her back as he began casting the spell, but this time, it didn't work. Runayan was still wondering why it wasn't effective. he called out to Viviana. Viviana, hearing her name, smiled. Renayan, still angry and frustrated, asked, "Did you do this? Did you block the teleportation portal?" He looked at her as though accusing her. Viviana spoke up to explain, "My mother has blocked teleportation magic in this area for a long time, even after it became a medical center. I have never brought it up since then." Renayan sneered, clearly not believing her words. Seeing his reaction, Viviana hurriedly stepped closer to him. "Renayan, are you okay? I've been so worried since you disappeared." After hearing Viviana's words, Renayan raised a hand to cover his mouth and laughed as if he had just heard a funny story. Renayan, with a mocking tone, asked, "What? You were worried about me?" Viviana lowered her head, her face saddened as she softly said, "Yes, I felt regret and sadness when you left like that, without me knowing. If only you had received treatment from me, then." Renayan smirked contemptuously, cutting her off before she could finish her sentence. Renayan, with a sarcastic tone, said to Viviana, "Oh, so do you really regret taking my breath away?" Viviana raised both hands to cover her mouth, her expression one of disbelief as she said to him, "Renayan, what are you saying? How could you say something like that?" Renayan crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking down on Viviana. "Angel Vivian? Is it really that hard for you to admit the jealousy in you?" Viviana hurriedly explained to him, "Renayan, you must be mistaken. There's no way I would be jealous of you. I just want to help you." Fearing that Renayan might not believe her, Viviana added, "I was the one who asked the master to bring you along, so it's only natural that I take responsibility for you. I want to purify the evil power within you. If your 8 magical powers are purified, I believe the magic contained in them will become cleaner as well." Standing aside, listening to their conversation, Jelung thought, "Wait a minute, has Viviana already purified the boss's 8 magical powers?" The 8 magical powers are the heart of a sorcerer and the source of their strength. To dare eliminate someone else's magic, even opposing magic, is like handing over your own life to them. Viviana said firmly to Renayan, "I'm not trying to break your 8 magical powers." Jelung clenched her fist in indignation on Renyan's behalf. She was angry inside. Renayan had trusted that woman and entrusted his heart to her, but he had been betrayed. "Yeah, what a hypocrite!" Renyan's eyes reddened. He gritted his teeth and angrily scolded, "Viviana, do you still think I look like a fool?" Viviana immediately denied Renyan's words. "Isn't it true, Renayan? You're still sick and need my treatment." Jizzle raised his hand to interrupt Viviana. "Hey, sorry for interrupting, but can I ask you something? If I understand correctly, is that woman trying to kill the boss?" Viviana glared and said loudly, "What? Don't slander me like that, Jel Roastbean." Renayan, who was beside her, added to her words, "Yes, that's right." Viviana was stunned and called his name, Renayan. Then, Viviana placed her hand on her chest as if compromising and continued, "All right, if it makes you feel better thinking that way, then go ahead, but please don't disregard how I feel right now. I just want to heal you." Jizzle thought for a moment. The master was saved when the 8 demon powers were shattered, but in the end, he became an ordinary person. "Still, I feel really lucky that you found a way to preserve your magical power. Why does it feel so uncomfortable though?" That comment was hard to take. Viviana calmed herself and shifted the conversation from the intense topic to something else. "However, I heard you had a fight with D not long ago, right? I'm sure Dai is very strong, but why did you corner him like that? Did you really do that?" Jay crossed her arms in front of her chest, looking down on Viviana. She muttered to herself, "No matter how many times I listen to it, it doesn't sound like concern, more like a question." Renayan confidently admitted, "Yes, it was easy. Unlike anyone else, I'm a born mage, already strong." Viviana spoke to him, her voice firm as if it were an undeniable fact. "The magic vessel was clearly shattered, and once it's broken, it can't be restored. So your magic vessel is still in that state, right?" Jay maintained her dismissive posture, thinking about something that made her feel disgusted. Why is she so obsessed with Vinyan? Viviana is on the same side as BFIN, so it's likely that the poison neutralization incident in Runetti is connected to her. She could also be involved with Jel Rosbein's forbidden magic, because the target of that magic is Ranayan, right? She crossed her arms tightly around herself, shivering in fear. Thinking this way felt terrifying. Is she really not a psychopath? Viviana continued, Renan, you're completely different from when you were a child. Now you've trained hard and become stronger. I can really save you. Then Jel spoke up, placing her hands on her hips and speaking loudly, wow, you're truly the worst chosen one in history. Her face was extremely certain with those words. Viviana clenched her fists and angrily shouted, Jel Rosbien. Jel raised her hand to cover her mouth and laughed. She teased, is my voice too loud? Sorry about that. Then, she raised both hands proudly and said, but the boss is much stronger than you. Even if you saved him, so what? You're still in a much more pathetic position. I wonder who's actually feeling sorry for whom now. Viviana taunted, Jel Rosbien, I've heard a rumor about you. Is it true that you went crazy in prison? Jel reacted to the provocation. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, casually smiling as she said, it's so fun and satisfying to finally hear someone call me a crazy dog after all this time. Renan, who had been silent until then, suddenly burst out laughing at how naturally she had said it. I looked at the boss with suspicion, are you laughing? Ranayan took the opportunity to laugh louder. How could I not laugh when I see my only employee so diligently defending me? Jay helplessly demanded his rights. Then at least you should give me a bonus afterward. The sound of footsteps echoed. Viviana walked and spoke at the same time. Giselle Rosbien, I can forgive you. Even if you are an evil person or infected with dark magic, I can still purify you. She stopped in front of Jel and continued as if issuing an order. Therefore, help me treat Ranayan and forgive Den. Jay quickly turned to Ranayan Flair, repeating Viviana's words. Boss, how could you be so close to a woman like that? Was she like this in the past? Ryan answered without hesitation. No, she was even worse back then. Receiving the perfect response, she smiled brightly, gave 2 thumbs up in admiration, and didn't forget to compliment him. Truly worthy of being the boss. If it were me, I wouldn't have been able to endure all of this. Ranayan placed his hand on her cheek and spoke with sincerity. You don't have to endure it. You don't have to put up with it. Jel blushed and laughed. Actually, I had thought about it too. Just seeing it drains all my energy. Who doesn't hate dung, right? She glanced at Viviana and joked, if it's that dirty, it's best to avoid it. Like a direct insult, Viviana's expression changed. She gritted her teeth and ground out, Jel Rosbien. Anger filled the air. She raised her hand to cast a spell, aiming straight at Jel, I will not forgive any more insults. The anger and the use of magic against her took Jel by surprise. Just as the magic was about to reach her, a loud bang rang out. Ranayan pulled her back to shield her, and at the same time, revealed his own magic, raising his hand to block Viviana's attack. Viviana! Oh! Viviana did not step back, continuing to unleash her magic towards the front. She then said, Jel Rosbien, I've heard that you used forbidden magic and summoned demons, but I didn't know you had the power to manipulate a dark sorcerer like this. I will save my friend from your hands. Jel was also angry. What? Manipulate? If you can't say anything good, then just give my friend back to me, huh? You mean our boss? While still using magic to fight Viviana, Ranayan humorously corrected her, Jel would be better if you said my boss instead of our boss. With Renyan's arm around her in protection, Jel wasn't scared and playfully responded to him, Boss, if you're planning to say something like that again, then just shut up. Ranayan fondly chided her for being thoughtless. Then, his expression shifted to seriousness, no longer carrying the playful tone from before. But. All right. I'm a bit bored now. I thought if I kept listening, I might get a little wiser, but it seems like that's not the case. Not wanting to waste any more energy, he made the final decision, I think we've had enough fun. Let's go now. Viviana was utterly shocked, her face filled with disbelief. How? She still had magic on her hands, making her confused. How could he still use teleportation magic? Seeing what was unfolding before her eyes, she slowly began to retract her magic. Renayan explained with a tone of disdain, "You're still as foolish as ever, Viviana. Of course, it's because I'm stronger now, stronger than both you and Gon." After that, ignoring Viviana who was still standing there in doubt, he hugged Gel, used his magic, and vanished.